Book 2, Chapter 17 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Skshetuski rode at the head of the prince's regiments to Zbaraj, not to Tarnopol, for a new command had been given to go thither. And on the road he related to his faithful servant an account of his own adventures, how he had been taken prisoner in Sich, how he had remained there some time, what he had suffered, before Hmyelnitski set him free. They moved forward slowly, although they had neither wagons nor baggage with them, but the road led through such a devastated country that it was with the greatest difficulty that they could get any provisions for men and horses. Here and there they came across crowds of famishing people, especially women with children who prayed God for death, yes, even for captivity among the Tartars, so that, although in chains, they might have something to eat. And this was the time of harvest in this fruitful land, flowing with milk and honey. But Kshyvonos' advance guards had destroyed everything that could be destroyed, and the remaining inhabitants lived on the bark of trees. It was not until they reached the vicinity of Yampol that the soldiers came to a country that had not been so completely destroyed by war and, as they now had better resting places and more provisions, they went by forced marches to Zbaraj, and arrived there 5 days after leaving Sukhojints. An enormous crowd of people had collected in Zbaraj. Prince Yeremi halted here with his entire force and, besides these, a number of soldiers and noblemen had come to the place. The air was full of rumors of war. Nothing else was talked about. The town and the neighborhood were alive with armed men. The peace party in Warsaw, whose hopes were continually being raised by Pan Kisiel, the Voyevoda of Bratslav had, in fact, not yet given up the negotiations, and still believed that the storm could be laid peacefully. But they understood one thing, that the negotiations could have no result unless a mighty army stood ready at their call. The Diet convened amid those threatenings of war which usually precede an outbreak. The general militia was summoned, the regular troops were gathered together and, although the chancellor and the commanders still believed in peace, the nobility were dominated by a desire for war. The victories which Vishnovyetski had gained excited their imagination. Their minds were filled with a thirst for revenge on the peasantry, and with a desire to atone for the Zolta Woda, for Korsun, for the blood of so many thousands who had died the death of martyrs and endured disgrace and humiliation. The name of the terrible prince shone in the sunlight of glory, it was in all mouths, in all hearts, and coupled with this name, in the same breath, rang from the shores of the Black Sea to the wild lands, the calamitous cry, "War!" War! War! The signs in the heavens foretold it, and the glowing faces of the soldiers, the glitter of the swords, the nightly howl of dogs before the cabins, the neighing of horses who scented blood. War! All titled people who bore arms in all lands, districts and settlements, hunted up their old armor and swords from the storehouses. The youths sang songs about Yeremi, and the women prayed at the altars. Armed men surged hither and thither, in Prussia as in Livonia, in Great Poland as in the swarming Mazovia, even to the divine summits of the Tatsha and the black forest of Bashkia. War lay in the force of circumstances. The plundering attitude of the Zaporojians and the insurrection of the Ukraine "blacks" required higher watchwords than robbery and murder, than war against serfdom and the greed of the magnates. Hmyelnitski well understood this, and profiting by the pent-up irritation caused by reciprocal ill treatment and oppression, of which there was no lack in those sad times, and he made use of this knowledge and transformed his social struggle into a religious one, fanned the fanaticism of the people, and from the very beginning had formed an abyss between the two camps, an abyss that neither parchment nor negotiations, but only blood could fill. And if he sincerely wished negotiations, it was only in order to secure himself and his own power, and then let come what may, the hetman of the Zaporojians cared not. He did not look into the future, it troubled him little. He did not know, however, that the abyss that he had created had become so great that no negotiations could fill it, not even in the time that Hmyelnitski would give it. The keen politician did not understand that he would not be able to enjoy in peace the bloody fruits of his life. and it was easy to see that yonder, where armed hundreds of thousands stood opposed to each other, the parchment on which treaties would be written would be the field of battle, and the pens would be the swords and lances. Thus, events, through the force of circumstances, compelled the war, and even commonplace people who only followed their instincts, discerned that it could not be otherwise. And over the whole Commonwealth all eyes were evermore turned to Yeremi, who had from the beginning proclaimed a war of life and death. In the shadow of this gigantic form, gradually disappeared the chancellor and voyevoda of Bratslav and the commanders, and among them the mighty Prince Dominik, who had been made commander-in-chief. Their authority, their importance vanished, and the respect for the offices they held diminished. The army and the nobility were commanded to assemble near Lemberg and then near Gliniani, and fresh troops continually joined them. The regular troops arrived, followed by the country people from the neighboring voyevodstvas (provinces). New events began to threaten the authority of the Commonwealth. Not only the less disciplined regiments of the militia, not only the private regiments, but even the regular troops, when they had gathered at the place of meeting, refused obedience to the commander and in defiance of orders, marched to Zbaraj in order to place themselves under the command of Prince Yeremy. The Voyevoda of Kiev and Bratslav, whose nobles had already served in large numbers under Yeremy, followed their example. Then came those at Rus and Lubelsk, and these were followed by the royal army, and it was no longer difficult to prophesy that all others would follow their example. Yeremy, who had been intentionally overlooked and forgotten, had through the power of circumstances become the hetman and commander-in-chief of all the fighting strength of the Commonwealth. The nobility and the soldiers were devoted to him body and soul, and only waited for his nod. All power, war, peace, the future of the Commonwealth lay in his hands. Yeremy's authority increased from day to day, for every day new regiments joined him and he grew to such gigantic stature that his shadow began to fall, not only on the chancellor and the commander of the army, but also upon the Senate, upon Warsaw, and upon the whole Commonwealth. In the circles of the chancellor at Warsaw which was unfavorable to him, in the camp of the commanders among those that surrounded Prince Dominik and the Voyevoda of Bratslav, the conversation turned on his boldness and his ambition. They recalled the old affair of Hadziach, when the bold prince, with 4,000 men, had come to Warsaw and stepped into the Senate chamber, as if he was ready to cut them all down, the king himself not excepted. "What can one expect from such a man, and what must he be now," they said, "after the bold Xenophon-like march from the other side of the Dnieper; after all his marches and victories that have brought him such unbounded glory? What tremendous pride must he not feel in the love of the soldiery and the nobles? Who would dare withstand him today? What would happen to the Commonwealth if a citizen should gather such power that he could trample the will of the Senate under his feet? Who could wrest the power from the leaders appointed by the Commonwealth? Does he really intend to put Prince Charles on the throne? He is a Marius, it is true, but God grant that he may not develop into a Marcus Coriolanus or a Catiline, for he resembles them both in pride and ambition." This was the talk in Warsaw and among the officers, and especially at the court of Prince Dominik, whose rivalry with Yeremy had already caused no slight harm to the Commonwealth. Yonder Marius, however, remained meanwhile in Zbaraj, gloomy, impenetrable. His newly gained victory did not light up his countenance. If any new regiment from the regulars or any district militia from the general army came to Zbaraj, he rode to meet them, took in their strength at a glance, and returned again to his brooding. The soldiers crowded round his quarters with cheers, fell on their knees before him and cried: "We greet thee, thou invincible commander, Slavonic Hercules! We will give our lives for thee!" He, however, answered: "I thank you, we are all under Christ's command and my rank is too low for me to be the disposer of your life." And then he retired into his own quarters, fled from everyone, and wrestled with his thoughts in solitude. Thus days passed. In the meantime the town was surging with fresh swarms of soldiers. The Commonwealth soldiers drank from morning till night, roamed about the streets, made disturbances, and quarreled with the strange officers. The regular troops who also felt that the reins of discipline were a little slackened gave themselves to drinking, to enjoyment and to throwing dice. Strangers arrived daily, and there were daily new festivities and amusements, with the citizens' daughters. The soldiers lined all the streets and slept in the neighboring villages. And what a variety of horses, armor, costumes, plumes, caparisons, hangings, and colors of various provinces. One might have believed it was a general carnival to which half the Commonwealth had gathered together. Sometimes a nobleman's carriage came along, colored with gold and crimson and drawn by 6 or 8 horses with plumes of feathers on their heads. Pajuks, dressed in Hungarian or German fashion, Janissaries, Cossacks, Tartars. At another time, officers would ride into the town dressed in silk and velvet, without armor, pushing the crowd aside as they sat erect on their Anatolian or Persian horses. Their aigrettes and brooches gleamed in the firelight with diamonds and rubies, and all stepped out of the way out of respect. Yonder, in the hall of the court, an officer of the country infantry appears, in a fresh glittering doublet, with his long staff in his hand, pride in his face and his citizen's heart in his breast. Yonder gleamed the crested helmets of dragoons, the caps of German infantry, the wooden lances of the militia, in lynx-skin caps. Servants rush hither and thither in the most diverse colors fulfilling their duties. Here and there the street was blocked by carriages. Yonder some carriages came along, creaking unmercifully. Everywhere one heard servants calling, "Get out of the way!" cursing, wrangling, fighting, and the neighing of horses. The little side streets are filled with hay and straw so as to be almost impassable. And in the midst of these gaudy costumes which shone in all the colors of the rainbow, in the midst of the velvet and silk, the laces and buckles, amidst the glitter of diamonds, how strange Vishnovyetski's men looked, worn out, in ragged clothes, in rusty armor, faded and torn uniforms. The soldiers of the crack regiment looked like beggars, worse than the servants of other regiments. And yet, all bowed before these rags, before these tatters and faded colors, for they were the tokens of heroes. War is a cruel mother, she devours her own children like Saturn, and those she does not devour, she gnaws as a dog does a bone. These faded colors were evidence of heavy rainfalls at night, of marches in storm, or burning sun. This rust on their armor, a token of their own blood stains or of the enemy's or both together. They talked in the wine shops, and soldiers' quarters. The rest listened to them, and, often a convulsion seemed to seize one of the listeners and he would clap his hands on his thighs and cry: "May the balls strike you! You are devils, not men!" And Vishnovyetski's men answered: "The merit is not ours but our leader, whose equal the world has never yet produced." And then all concluded with a cry: "Vivat Yeremi! Vivat the Voyevoda! The commander of commanders! The hetman of hetmans!" And the noblemen drank and dashed out into the streets and shot off guns and muskets; and when Vishnovyetski's men reminded them that this freedom would only last a short while, for the time would come when the prince would take them into his hands, and discipline them as they had never yet been disciplined, they enjoyed themselves with all the more zest. "Let us enjoy ourselves while we are free," they cried. "When the time comes to obey, we will obey, for we would willingly be obedient to one who is not a Dziecinna, nor Lasina, nor Pierzina." Play upon the rhymes baby, Latin, feather quilt. And the unfortunate Prince Dominik came off second best, for the tongues of the soldiers made mincemeat of him. They related to one another how he prayed all day long, and that, in the evening, he would hang on to the jug and dribble on his breast, and merely open his eyes and ask, "What is that?" They also said that he took jalap at night and that all the battles he saw were those worked in his Dutch carpet. No one stood up for him, no one pitied him, and those who were in open discord with the military discipline were the ones who condemned him the most, but Zagloba exceeded these in ridicule and sarcasm. He had recovered from his backache and was now quite in his element. What he ate and drank is beyond description and would hardly be believed. He was constantly surrounded by large groups of soldiers and noblemen, and he talked and told stories and ridiculed the very ones who treated him. As an old soldier he also looked down with contempt on those who were just taking service and was accustomed to say, with the whole weight of experience: You know as much about the fatigues of war as the nuns of a man. You have new clothes that smell of lavender, and although that is a pleasant odor, I will endeavor in the first battle to keep to windward of you. Whoever has not smelt the leak of war does not know what tears it can squeeze out. Then you will not get your hot beer in the morning or your wine punch. Your bellies will fall in. You will become dried up like curds in the sun. You may believe me, experience is the main thing. I have been in so many dangers, yes, have taken so many flags, but I must tell you this, gentlemen, none came so hard to me as the one I took at Konstantinov. May the devil take these Zaporojians. The sweat was streaming down me before I could grasp the flagstaff. Ask Pan Skshetuski, he who killed Burdabut. He saw it with his own eyes and was astonished. But I tell you now, you have only to scream into a Cossack ear, Zagloba, and you will see what he will answer. But why do I tell you this, you who have only killed the flies on the wall with a flipper and nobody else?" "How is that? What?" asked the younger men. "What? Oh, you want my tongue to take fire from constant friction, like the hub of a wagon." "You must lubricate it with wine," cried the nobleman. "That's different," answered Zagloba. And, gratified to have found appreciative listeners, he began to tell them all over again from the beginning, about the journey to Galatz, and about the flight from Rozloga to the taking of the flag at Konstantinov, and they listened with open mouths. And though they demurred sometimes when, in praising his own courage, he ridiculed their inexperience, they nevertheless invited him every day to drink with them in a different quarter. Thus they lived joyously and happily in Zbaraj, until old Zatsvilikhovski and other earnest men began to wonder that the prince could tolerate these carousals so long. He, however, remained continually in his quarters, evidently allowing the soldiers to give themselves up to enjoyment, that they might thoroughly enjoy life before undertaking fresh battles. In the meantime Skshetuski had returned and came into the midst of all this, as into a whirlpool. He would have enjoyed resting in the company of his comrades, but he would rather have ridden to Bar, to his beloved, where he could forget all former sorrow, all fear and anxiety in her sweet embrace. He went therefore without delay to the prince, to give him an account of his expedition to Zaslav and to request permission to undertake another journey. He found the prince so changed that he was hardly recognizable and at sight of him, Skshetuski started, and asked himself: "Is this the leader whom I saw at Makhonovka and Konstantinov?" For, before him, there stood a man, bowed with the weight of care, with hollow eyes and dry lips, as though wasting with an internal complaint. To the inquiries after his health, he answered curtly and dryly that he was in good health, and the knight dared not ask any more. He merely gave an account of his expedition and begged permission to be allowed to leave the regiment for 2 months in order to get married and take his bride to Skshetusheva. The prince seemed suddenly to wake from a dream. His habitual kindness lighted up his clouded face, he drew Skshetuski to him and said: "Then your torture is at an end. Go, go, and may Heaven bless you. I wish I could attend your wedding, for I owe it to young Panna Kurtsevich as the daughter of Vasil and to you as my friend; but at this time it is not possible. When will you go?" "Your Highness, today, if I may." "Go tomorrow. You cannot travel alone. I will give you 300 of Vyershul's Tartars that you may take her home in safety. You will get there sooner with these men than with any others, and you need them, for it is swarming with the mob over there. I will also give you a letter to Pan Andrei Pototski, but before I can write it, before the Tartars come, before you have finished all your preparations, it will be tomorrow evening." "As your Highness commands, but I venture to request permission that Volodiyovski and Podbipyenta also go with me." "Well, come again tomorrow morning that I may take leave of you and give you my blessing. I should also like to send your young princess some remembrance. You are a good fellow. Be happy, for you deserve each other." Skshetuski had sunk to the ground and clasped the knees of his beloved commander, who repeated several times: "God give you his blessing! God give you his blessing! Come again tomorrow." But the knight did not rise and did not go away, as though he yet wished to beg for something else. Finally he said: "Your Highness." "What have you to say to me now?" asked the prince kindly. "Your Highness, pardon my boldness, but my heart is breaking, my great sorrow gives me courage. What troubles your Highness? Does any care or sickness oppress you?" The prince laid his hand upon the knight's head. "You must not know," said he in the tenderest voice. "Come again to morrow." Skshetuski rose from the floor and went out with a pain at his heart. Towards evening old Zatsvilikhovski came into his quarters, and with him little Volodiyovski, Pan Longin and Zagloba. They sat down at the table and Jendzian brought goblets and a keg. "In the name of the Father and the Son," cried Zagloba, "I see your boy has risen from the dead." Jendzian stepped up to him and clasped his knees. "I did not rise from the dead, I did not die, for you saved me." And Skshetuski added, "And then he went into Bohun's service." "Then he will be promoted in hell," said Zagloba. Then turning to Jendzian, "You could not have had much enjoyment in that service. There, take $1 to comfort you." "I thank you humbly," said Jendzian. But Skshetuski called out: "He is a rascal, a great sharper. He brought so much booty from the Cossacks that both of us together could not buy it. Even should you turn all your possessions in Turkey into money." "Is that so?" said Zagloba. "Well, keep my dollar and flourish, dear sapling, until you are fit for not the cross of Christ, but a gallows. The boy has a bright eye." Here Zagloba took Jendzian by the ear, pulled it gently and continued: "I love rascals and I prophesy that you will yet be a man if you do not remain a calf, and what does your master Bohun say about me? What?" Jendzian laughed. Zagloba's words and petting had flattered him and he answered: "Oh, sir, when he speaks of you, he strikes sparks by gnashing his teeth." "Go to the devil!" cried Zagloba in sudden anger. "What are you chattering about?" Jendzian moved away. The others began to chat about the following day's journey and the unspeakable happiness that was awaiting Pan Yan. The mead put Zagloba into the happiest humor and he began to tease Skshetuski, to talk about baptism and then of Andrei Pototski's admiration for the young princess. Pan Longin sighed. They drank and were glad at heart until the conversation turned on the situation of the war and the prince's condition. Skshetuski, who had not been in the camp for some days' time, said: "Tell me, gentlemen, what has happened to our prince? He is not the same man. I cannot understand it. God has given him victory on victory. What was the meaning of their passing him by in the choice of a commander? The consequence is, that the whole army is crowding under his banner, so that he can become a hetman without anybody's permission, and will destroy Hmyelnitski. And yet some trouble is preying on him." "Perhaps he is plagued with the gout," said Zagloba. "If it pinches my big toe, I am melancholy for 3 days." "And I tell you, little brother," began Pan Longin, shaking his head, "I did not hear this myself from Father Makovyetski, but I heard that he had told somebody why the prince was worried. I will not say anything for he is a kind master, a great and good warrior. I do not judge him, but but what do I know?" "Just look at this Lithuanian," cried Zagloba. "We shall get the best of him if he does not speak a human language. What do you mean? You go round in a circle like a hare round her form and cannot hit the mark." "What did you really hear?" asked Skshetuski. "Well, if I must tell, they say he has shed too much blood. He is a great commander but he knows no moderation in punishment, and they say that he sees nothing but red, red by day, red at night, as though a red cloud enveloped him." "Stop talking foolishness," broke in old Zatsvilikhovski angrily. "That is old woman's talk. The people have no better master in times of peace, and if he has no compassion on the rebels, why is that? That is his duty, no sin. What tortures, what punishment is too great for those who bathe their country in blood, who deliver up their own people into captivity to the Tartars, who will recognize no God, no country, no authority? Where could you find me such monsters, where such excruciating tortures as those they have inflicted on women and little children, where such monstrous crimes? And you think that the stake and the gallows are too severe a penalty? Tut, tut! You have an iron hand but a woman's heart. I heard how you groaned when they were roasting Pulyan, and you said you would rather kill him outright. But the prince is no old woman. He knows how to reward and how to punish. Why are you mystifying us?" "I told you that I did not know," Pan Longin excused himself by saying. But the old man puffed angrily for some time and ran his hand through his snow white hair and growled: "Red! Red! That is something new. Whoever discovered that has something green in his head, not red." A silence ensued. Through the window came the noise of the wrangling noblemen. Little Volodiyovski broke the silence. "Well, father, what do you think is the matter with our lord?"
said the old man. "I am not his confidant, so I do not know. He is considering something. He is fighting with himself. It is a soul struggle, it cannot be otherwise, and the greater the soul, the severer the torture."
And the old knight was not mistaken, for, at that moment, the prince, the victor, lay in the dust in his quarters, in the dust before the crucifix, and fought one of the hardest battles of his life. The watch on the castle of Zbaraj called out midnight, and Yeremy was still communing with God and with his own exalted soul. His mind, his conscience, his love of country, his pride, the consciousness of his own strength and of his great mission had become combatants in his soul and were carrying on an obstinate fight, which threatened to break his heart, to split his head, and made all his limbs tremble with pain. Contrary to the will of the primate, of the chancellors, of the Senate, of the commanders, against the will of the government, the regular troops, the nobility, foreign companies flocked to this victor. In a word, the whole Commonwealth gave itself into his hand, took refuge beneath his wings, entrusted its fate to his genius, and cried through its favorite sons: "Save us, for thou alone canst save us." In 1 month more, in 2, 100,000 warriors would gather before Zbaraj, prepared to fight for life or death with the dragon of civil war. Here, visions of the future, bright with an overwhelming glory, of fame and power, passed before the eyes of the prince. Those who would now pass him by and humiliate him, would tremble before him; and he would take with him those iron armies of the knighthood, who would win such victories, such triumphs, in the steppes of the Ukraine, as had never been heard of. And the prince felt he had strength to do this. On his shoulders wings were growing like the wings of the great archangel Michael. At this moment he seemed to be transformed into a giant whom the whole castle, the whole Zbaraj, the whole of Russia could not contain. With God's help he would grind Hmyelnitski, he would trample down the rebellion, he would bring peace to the mother country. He saw the endless plains, the myriad hosts; he heard the thunder of the cannon. Carnage! Carnage! An unheard of, unexampled defeat. Hundreds of thousands of corpses, hundreds of thousands of flags, cover the bloody steppes, and he tramples over Hmyelnitski's body, and the trumpets proclaim the victory and their sound rings from sea to sea. The prince sprang to his feet and stretched out his hands to the Christ, and around his head a red light was shining. "Christ! Christ!" he cried, "thou seest that I can do this. Tell me that it is my duty." But the Christ's head was sunk on his breast and he seemed to be in silent anguish, as though he had just been nailed to the cross. "To thy glory!" cried the prince. "Non mihi, sed nomine tuo da gloriam." "Not unto me, not unto me, but unto thy name give the glory, to the glory of the faith and of the church, of the whole of Christendom, oh Christ! Christ!" And a new vision passed before the eyes of the hero. This war would not end with a victory over Hmyelnitski. When the prince should have trodden down the rebellion, he would gain bodily vigor and with gigantic force would gather together legions of Cossacks, myriads of the nobility and proceed farther, and attack the Crimea, seize the terrible dragon in his own den and raise the standard of the cross there, where hitherto the church bell had ever called the faithful to prayer. Or he would ride into those lands which the Princes Vishnovyetski had once trampled with their horses' hoofs, and extend the boundaries of the Commonwealth, and with them the power of the church to the farthest ends of the earth. What would be the end of these flights of fancy? What the end of this glory, this strength, this might? There would be no end. The light of the moon beamed into the hall of the castle, but the clock struck a late hour and the cocks were crowing. The day would soon break and it would be a day on which, in addition to the sun in the heavens, a new sun would rise on the earth. Yes, the prince would be a child, not a man, if he should not do this. If for whatsoever reason he should retreat before the voice of these powers of fate. And now he already felt a certain peace. Christ had evidently poured his compassion on him. Praise to him for this favor. He already began to see things in a more cheerful light and took in with tears in the eyes of his soul the situation of the mother country and all the circumstances attending it. The policy of the chancellor and of the leaders in Warsaw, as of the Voyevoda of Bratslav is bad, ruinous for the country. First, he must crush the Zaporojians, shed a sea of blood, crush, conquer, and then consider everything as finished. Do away with all excesses and all oppressions, introduce order and peace, subdue the rebellion with might, restore civilized life. That is the only way worthy of this great, glorious Commonwealth. Formerly perhaps another way might have been selected, but now never. For to what purpose were negotiations when numberless thousands of armed men stood opposite each other? And if conditions were agreed to, what force could they have? No, no, they are dreams, visions. This will be a war for all time, a sea of tears and blood for the future. The one course which was great, noble, and powerful, was the one they must take. He would not wish anything further, nor demand anything more. He would return again to his Lubni and wait quietly until the sound of the drums of Gradiva should call him afresh to action. Let them go their way. But who? The Senate, the stormy Diet, the chancellor, the primate or the commanders? Who besides himself could comprehend this mighty thought and could carry it out? If they could find such a one, well. But where is he? Who has the power? He alone, no one else. To him the nobility hasten. To him throngs the army, in his hand lies the sword of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth governs, even if a king is on the throne, and all the more when that throne is empty. She is the supreme lord of this people and this is expressed not only in the diets, not only through deputies, in the Senate and chancellors, not only in the written laws and manifestos, but more powerfully, more impressively, more clearly in action. Who rules here? The military, and this military flows to Zbaraj and says to him, "Thou art our commander." The whole Commonwealth with one voice gives him the authority, in virtue of the strength of his deeds, and repeats, "Thou art our commander," and should he hesitate? What appointment is necessary now? From whom should he await it? From those perhaps who desire to destroy and humiliate the Commonwealth? And why? Why? Possibly because when panic had seized all hearts, when the hetmans were taken prisoner, their army destroyed, the nobles obliged to take refuge in their castles, and the Cossack standing with his foot on the neck of the Commonwealth, he alone pushed away this foot, and raised the mothers fainting from the dust. Everything, life, property, he sacrificed for her, to save her from ignominy and death, he, the victor. Whoever has rendered the greatest service let him seize the rulership. To whomsoever it justly belongs let him hold it in his hand. He would willingly have renounced this burden, willingly have said to God and to the Commonwealth, "Let thy servant depart in peace, for behold he is very weary and exhausted and he knows surely that his memory and his grave will not perish." But as there is no one else he would be doubly and trebly a child and not a man if he should refuse this rulership, this sunlit path, this glorious shining future on which depend the salvation of the Commonwealth, her glory, her power and her fame. And why should he? The prince raised his head proudly and his gleaming eyes fell upon the Christ, but Christ's head was sunk on his breast in anguish and silence as though he had been newly crucified. And why should he? The Bogidiv pressed his hands to his burning temples. Perhaps he would find an answer. What mean these voices that call to his soul, that through the golden brightly colored visions of glory, through the noise of future victories, through the forebodings of greatness and strength, so pitilessly sound in his soul? Ah, be still, unhappy one! What means the unrest that fills his fearless breast with a shudder of terror? What does it mean that although he sees clearly and distinctly that he must seize the command, something whispers in the depths of his conscience, "Thou deceivest thyself, pride leads thee astray, Satan promises you kingdoms." And again a terrible struggle arose in the heart of the prince, and again he was whirled away by a storm of dread, uncertainty and doubt. What is the nobility doing in joining him instead of the commanders? Trampling on authority. What is the army doing? It is defying discipline, and he, the son of this state, the soldier, would place himself at the head of insubordination, and disguise it with his authority. He would set the first example of want of discipline, of willfulness, of contempt of law, and all this in order to snatch the power for himself 2 months earlier. Should Prince Charles be raised to the throne, the highest authority would really still be his. Shall he set such a terrible example to future generations? For what would happen? What a Vishnovyetski had dared today, a Koniecpolski, a Potocki, a Firley, a Zamyski, or a Lubomirski would do tomorrow, and if each one should act according to his own ambition without consideration of the law and discipline, if the children should follow the example of their fathers and grandfathers, what a future would be in store for this country! The worm of willfulness, disorder, and deeds of violence was already gnawing at the root of the Commonwealth, and she was tottering beneath the axe of civil war. The dry branches were falling from the tree. What would happen if those who ought to guard and defend her as the apple of their eye, should themselves set fire to her? What would happen, Jesus Christ? Hmyelnitski also shields himself behind the public welfare, nothing else, but he takes his stand against right and authority. A shudder ran through the prince from head to foot and he wrung his hands. "Am I to be another Hmyelnitski, O Christ?" But Christ's head remained bowed on his breast and he was silent in his anguish, as if he had just been crucified. Pain gnawed afresh at the prince's heart. If he should seize the power, and the chancellor and the senate and the commanders should attaint him as a traitor and a rebel, what would happen? Another civil war? And besides, is Hmyelnitski the greatest and most threatening enemy of the Commonwealth? Have not greater powers attacked her before? Did not 200,000 iron Germans under Grunwald march against Jagielo's regiments when at Khotsim half of Asia stood ready to fight? Was not the danger closer, more threatening? What became of those hostile forces? Nothing, the Commonwealth does not fear wars. It is not wars that will destroy her. But why in view of such victories, such latent strength, such glory, why should she who had conquered the Crusaders and the Turks be so weak and powerless as to sink in the dust before a Cossack, that her neighbors should invade her boundaries, that the nations should despise her, that no one should obey her voice, should fear her anger, and that all should foretell her destruction? Aha! It is the ambition and pride of the magnates, selfish negotiations and arbitrariness are the cause of it. Hmyelnitski is not the worst enemy but the internal discord, the license of the nobility, the want of training and discipline of the forces, the stormy diets, the quarrels and the love of dispute, the confusion, the internal weakness, the selfishness and want of discipline, especially the want of discipline. The tree rots and dies from the heart, the first storm easily breaks it down, but the parricide who first lays his hand to it is accursed, he and his children to the 10th generation. Then go forward, thou conqueror of Nemirov Pohrebyshch, Makhanovka and Konstantinov, go forward, Prince Voyevoda, go forward, take the authority from the commanders, trample law and authority under foot, give coming generations an example of how one can wallow in the entrails of the mother. Fear, despair, madness were depicted in the features of the prince. He gave a horrible scream, placed his hand to his heart, and fell in the dust before the crucifix. He turned as he lay on the ground and struck his illustrious head against the stone steps, and from his breast came a muffled cry: "God be merciful to me a sinner! God be merciful to me a sinner! God be merciful to me a sinner!" The sky shone in the morning glow and the golden sun rose higher and lighted up the room. Beneath the eaves, the sparrows and swallows were twittering. The prince rose to his feet, and awakened his boy Zelenski, who was asleep behind the door. "Hasten," he said, "to the orderlies and command them to send the colonels who are in the castle and in the town, of the regulars as well as of the militia, to me in this room." 2 hours later the room began to fill with the forms of the bearded warriors, of the prince's officers. There were present old Zatsvilikhovski, Polinovski, Skshetuski with Zagloba, Vurtzel, Captain Hmyelnitski, Volodiyovski, Vyershul, Colonel Makniski, Kolodjovski, Vyezul, Poniatovski, almost all the officers down to the ensigns except Kushel, who had been sent to Podol to reconnoiter. Of the regular army there were present Osinski and Korytski. Many of the more distinguished nobles of the country could not be dragged out of their beds, but a few of these were present, among them, representatives from various provinces from castellans to under chamberlains. Loud conversation was carried on and there was a humming in the room as in a hive. All eyes were directed towards the door through which the prince would appear. Suddenly silence fell. The prince had entered the room. His countenance was peaceful, cheerful, and only the eyes, red from want of sleep, and the furrowed features testified to the inward struggle, but through this cheerful and even mild appearance shone an earnest and unbending will. "Gentlemen," he said, "I took counsel this night with God and my own conscience to find out what I ought to do. I announce to you therefore, and you shall announce it to the whole knighthood, that for the good of the fatherland and for the sake of unity, which is so essential in times of calamity, that I submit to the authorities." A deep silence reigned in the assembly. At noon of the same day there stood in the courtyard of the castle 300 of Vyershul's Tartars in readiness to set out with Pan Skshetuski, and in the castle the prince was giving a dinner to the chief officers which was also a leave taking for our knight. He was given as the bridegroom the place of honor beside the prince, and immediately next to him sat Zagloba, for it was known that his cleverness and his courage had saved the young lady when she was in the utmost extremity. The prince was happy for he had cast a burden from his breast, and he drank toasts to the health of the young couple. The walls and windows shook with joyous shouts of the officers. In the anterooms the servants were also revelling, and Jendzian was king among them. "Gentlemen," said the prince, "I will empty this third goblet to the coming consolation. It is a mighty nest. God grant that the apples may not fall from the tree. May this parent hawk beget worthy fledglings. Long life! Long life!" "I thank you," said Skshetuski, as he emptied a mighty goblet of Malmoisie. "Long life! Long life!" "Crescite et multiplicamini!"
"You ought to provide half a company,"
said old Zatsvilikhovski, laughing.
"I know him already," cried Zagloba. "He will Skshetuskarize the army."
The nobles burst into loud laughter. The wine had mounted to their heads. One saw red faces and heard loud shouts. Everyone seemed to be getting into better humor.
"Well,"
said Skshetuski, full of happiness, "I will confess to you that the cuckoo did promise me 12 boys."
"Good heavens! The storks will die of hard work," said Zagloba.
The others answered with a loud laughter. They all laughed and the hall re-echoed with their voices. Suddenly there appeared on the threshold a gloomy apparition covered with dust, who, on seeing the table spread and the faces beaming with happiness, remained standing at the door as though he hesitated about entering. The prince was the first to remark his apparition. He frowned, put his hand up to his eyes, and said: "Who is there? Ah, Kushel of the advance guard. What is it? What news have you?" "Very bad news, my prince," said the young officer in hollow tones. As one man the assembled company were silent as though they had fallen under a spell. The goblets remained in their hands, halfway to their mouths. All eyes were directed to Kushel in whose tired face sorrow was depicted. "It would have been better if you had not announced it just as I am happy over my wine," said the prince, "but as you have begun, you had better finish." "My prince, I wish that I were not the herald of misfortune, for I cannot bring myself to speak this news." "What has happened? Speak."
"Bar is taken."
End of Book 2, Chapter 17. Book 3, Chapter 1 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was a bright, clear night as a small troop of horsemen moved forward on the right bank of Valadynka, in the direction of the Dniester. They moved forward very slowly, almost step by step. At their head, a little in advance of the rest, rode two of them as an advance guard. But there was, apparently, no reason to be watchful, and instead of looking round them, they conversed the whole time; and, as they continually pulled up their horses, they would look back at those who were following them and call out: "Slowly there, slowly!" And the horsemen moved still more slowly. They hardly appeared to advance. At length, as they rounded a hill which had shaded them, they came out into an open space which was flooded with moonlight, and one could now understand better why they moved so slowly. In the middle of the caravan, the horses carried between them a litter, fastened to their saddles, in which lay a human form. The silver moonbeams lighted up the pale face and closed eyes. 10 men rode behind the litter. By their lances without pennants, one knew they were Cossacks. Some of them were leading pack horses, others rode untrammeled. But little as the foremost horsemen appeared to be watching the neighborhood, so much the more uneasily and anxiously did the rest look round them on all sides. And yet the region appeared to be a perfect desert. The silence was broken only by the sound of horses' hoofs and the cry of one or two of the foremost riders, who, from time to time repeated the warning: "Slowly, carefully." Presently he turned to his companion. "Is it far, Horpyna?" he asked. His companion, whom he had called Horpyna, a giant young woman dressed like a Cossack, looked up at the starry sky and answered: "Not much farther, we shall be there before midnight. We are now going along Woroshi Pass, then we come to the Tartar plains, and then we shall get at once into the Chortovi Jar (Devil's Hollow). Oh, it would be dangerous to ride through there after midnight before the cock crows. I might do it, but it would be hard with you, very hard." The foremost horseman shrugged his shoulders. "I know," he said, "that you are allied with the devil, but there are remedies even against him." "Devil or no devil, there is no remedy," answered Horpyna. "If you, Falcon, should look the whole world through for a hiding place for your young princess, you could not find a better one. Here no one comes through after midnight except with me, and no foot of man has ever trodden the Devil's Hollow. If anyone wishes his fortune told, they stand at the entrance to the hollow and wait till I come out. Fear nothing. No one gets in there, neither Poles, Tartars, nor anyone else. The Devil's Hollow is gruesome, you will see it." "Let it be as gruesome as it likes, I tell you I will come, and come there as often as I have a mind to." "Will you do it in the daytime?" "Whenever it pleases me, and if the devil himself stood across the entrance I would take him by the horns." "Ah, Bohun, Bohun!" "Ah, Dontsovna, Dontsovna, do not be worried about me. If the devil gets me or not, it won't be your fault. But I will tell you one thing. Do what you like with your devil, but if any harm happens to the princess, there is no devil or vampire who will be able to save you from my hands." "They tried to drown me once when I was living with my brother on the Don; another time the executioner in Yampol had already shorn my head, and still nothing happened to me. But that is another matter. I will watch over her for you. Not a hair shall fall from her head on account of the ghosts, and in my cave she is safe from human beings. She will not vanish from you." "Oh, you owl! If you say this, why did you prophesy to me that it would go hard with me? Why did you shout into my ear, 'A Pole stands by her, a Pole stands by her'?" "I did not say that, it was the spirits. But perhaps things have changed now. To morrow I will tell your fortune above the water by the mill wheel. You can see everything clearly in the water, but you have to look into it for a long time. You yourself shall see, but you are a mad dog. If one tells you the truth you fly into a rage and seize your axe." The conversation ceased. Again, one heard only the sound of hoofs on the stones and other sounds which came from the river, like the chirping of crickets. Bohun paid no attention to these sounds, which might have aroused attention at that time of night. He turned his face up towards the moon, and became plunged in deep thought. "Horpyna," he said after a pause. "What do you want?" "You sorceress, you must know if it is true that there is an herb which, if brewed, will cause the one who drinks it to fall in love, love wort or whatever it is called."
Lubistka. But no Lubistka will help your misery. If the princess did not love anyone else, one might give it to her to drink, but if she loves another, do you know what will happen?"
"What?"
"Why, she will love the other all the more intensely."
"Go to destruction together with your Lubitska. You can only prophesy evil, but you cannot advise me."
"Listen then, I know another herb which grows in the ground. Whoever drinks of this herb will lie 2 days and 2 nights like a log and will not know what happens to him. I will give her some of this herb, and then—" The Cossack raised himself in his saddle and looked the witch through and through with his gleaming eyes.
"What are you croaking?" he asked.
"Tai hodi!" cried the witch, and burst into a frightful laugh, like the neighing of a mare. The laughter echoed ominously in the sides of the ravine.
"Bitch!"
said the Cossack leader. And the fire left his eyes and he sank once more into deep thought. At length he said, as if talking to himself:
"No, no, when we took Bar I was the first who penetrated into the convent in order to shelter her from the drunken fellows, and to beat in the brains of anyone who dared to touch her, and she herself plunged a knife into her breast; now she lies there unconscious. If I should touch her, only with my hand, she would stab herself again or jump into the river. I, unhappy one, could not prevent it." "You are at heart a Pole and no Cossack, if you will not take possession of the maiden, Cossack fashion." "Oh, if I were a Pole, if I were a Pole!" cried Bohun. "If I were a Pole!"
He seized his cap with both hands, for he was overcome with wild sorrow. "She must have bewitched you, this young Pole," murmured Horpyna.
"She must indeed," he answered sadly. "Oh, if the first bullet had only killed me, or that I had ended my dog's life on the stake! I desire only one being in the world, and this one will not have me."
"Fool!" cried Horpyna angrily. "Why, you have her!"
"Shut your jaw!" answered the Cossack furiously.
"And if she kills herself, what then?"
"Then I would tear you to pieces, tear myself to pieces, dash my head on the stones and bite everyone like a dog. I would give my soul for her, the honor of a Cossack, and would fly to Yahorlik, and farther away to the end of the world, if I could fly with her, if I could live with her, could die with her."
"Nothing will happen to her, she will not die."
"If she should die, I would nail you to the door."
"You have no authority over her."
"I have none, none at all. I would that she might stab me with her knife, that she might kill me, it would be better."
"The foolish little Pole! If she would only give herself to you of her own free will. Could she find a better one than you?"
"If you can manage that, I will send you a pot full of ducats and another full of pearls. We got good booty in Bar, and before that too."
"You are as rich as Prince Yeremy, and loaded with fame. They say that even Kshyvonos fears you." The Cossack waved his hand.
"What good does that all do me when my heart aches?"
And again there was a silence. The river bank became more wild, more desolate. The pale moonlight gave fantastic shapes to the trees and rocks. Presently Horpyna spoke. "Here is the Uoroshchi Pass. We must ride together."
"Why?"
"It is uncanny here." They reined in their horses and in a few minutes were joined by those that were riding behind them. Bohun rose in his stirrups, and looked into the litter.
"Is she asleep?"
he asked.
"She is sleeping as sweetly as a child," answered the old Cossack.
"I gave her a sleeping draught," said the fortune teller.
"Slowly, carefully," said
Bohun, almost devouring the sleeping form with his eyes.
"Do not waken her. The moon is shining straight in her face, my darling."
"Quiet, do not wake her," whispered one of the Cossacks. And the cavalcade proceeded on its way. They soon reached the Uoroshchi Pass. This was a low barren hill, that lay close by the river, like a round disc on the ground. The moon streamed down on it and lighted up the white stones that were spread over its whole surface. In places, these formed heaps and looked like the remains of ruined churches and castles. In some places, there were flat stones that stood on end and looked like gravestones in a churchyard. The whole hill looked like a great heap of ruins. Possibly at one time, long ago, in the time of the Jagiello, men had lived here. Now the hill and the whole region, as far as Rashkov, was a desolate wilderness in which only wild animals dwelt, and where at night, lost souls carried on their orgies. The cavalcade had hardly ascended the hills halfway, when the light wind which had been blowing changed to a regular storm, which blew around the hill with a peculiar melancholy and ominous whistling sound, and it seemed to the Cossacks as though, from among these ruins, heavy sighs and groans issued, as though forced from some human breast, and then changed into laughing and crying voices of children. The whole hill seemed alive and began to resound with various voices. Behind the stones, tall dark forms seemed to look forth. Strange shadows glided forth among the pebbles. In the semi darkness weird lights gleamed in the distance, like the glittering of wolves' eyes. Finally from the farther end of the hill, between the heaps of stones and ruins there came a howling as from the depths of the earth, which was also accompanied by the former sounds. "Are those Siromakhs?" whispered a young Cossack to the leader. "No, those are vampires," answered another softly. "Oh God, have mercy on us," cried others, as they took off their caps and crossed themselves devoutly. The horses pricked up their ears and snorted. Horpyna, who rode at the head of the cavalcade, growled, half to herself, and half aloud, some unintelligible words like a satanic pater. When they arrived at the end of the pass, she turned and said: "It is all right now. I had to restrain them with a charm, for they were very hungry." Every breast uttered a sigh of relief. Bohun and Horpyna again rode on in front, but the Cossacks who shortly before had held their breath began to whisper and talk to one another. Each one remembered some former adventures with spirits and ghosts. "If Horpyna were not here, we should never get through," said one of the men. "She is a great sorceress." "And our ataman is not afraid of didkas. He saw nothing, he heard nothing, he was only looking round at the young lady. If what happened to me had happened to him, he would not feel so safe," answered the sergeant. "And what happened to you, Father Ovsivuy?" "I was riding once from Reimentarovki to Hulaypol. It was at night and I was passing by a graveyard. Suddenly I saw something spring from one of the grave mounds to my saddle cloth. I looked round. It was a deathly pale child. The Tartars had probably taken it from its mother to sell it as a slave and it died on the way unbaptized. The eyes shone like two candles. It moaned and moaned. It sprang from the saddle cloth to my neck and I felt that it was biting me behind the ear. Oh God! A vampire! But I had served long in Wallachia, and there are more vampires than people, but there is a protection against them. I sprang from my horse and struck the blade of my sword into the earth. 'Perish!' I cried. The vampire moaned, seized the blade and glided down it under the ground. I traced a cross on the earth with my sword and rode away." "Then there are a great many vampires in Wallachia, father?" "Every other Wallach changes into a vampire after his death, and the Wallachian vampires are the worst of all. They call them there Brukolaks." "And which is stronger, father, a didka or a vampire?" "A didka is stronger but a vampire is more tenacious. If you know how to manage a didka it will serve you, but the vampire is good for nothing, it only scents blood. But a didka is its ataman." "And Horpyna rules the didkas." "It must be so. As long as she lives, she will rule them. Why, if she had no power over them, the ataman would not give his darling up to her, for the vampires thirst for maiden's blood above all." "I have heard that they cannot do anything to the souls of the innocent." "Not to the soul, but to the body." "It would be too bad for the beauty. She is like milk and blood. Our little father knew right well what to capture in Bar." Ovsivuy clacked his tongue. "I cannot blame him, the golden Polish girl." "I am sorry for her, father," said the young Cossack. "When we laid her in the litter, she folded her little white hands and prayed and prayed. 'Kill me,' she entreated. 'Do not ruin me, wretched one.'" "No evil will happen to her." Further conversation was interrupted by the approach of Horpyna. "Hey, Cossacks," said the seeress, "this is the Tartar plain, but do not be afraid. Only once a year do they have a bad night here, and the Devil's Glen and my abode are close at hand." Presently the sound of dogs barking was heard. The cavalcade stepped into the entrance of the glen, which led down almost perpendicularly from the banks of the river, and was so narrow that 4 riders abreast could hardly pass along it. At the bottom of the glen was a spring which gleamed in the moonlight as it hurried to meet the river. As the cavalcade advanced, they found that the walls of the cave widened out and enclosed a roomy, level space which was shut in on all sides by rocks. Here and there were trees. No breath of wind stirred their leaves. Long black shadows from the trees fell on the ground. In the spaces lighted by the moon, gleamed white, round, or longish objects, which the horrified Cossacks recognized as human ribs and skulls. They looked round mistrustfully, crossing themselves from time to time on breast and brow. A light suddenly flashed in the distance between the trees, and at the same moment, two large, ugly black dogs approached, howling and barking at the sight of the men and horses. On hearing Horpyna's shouts, they were soon pacified and walked round the horsemen, growling. "These are not dogs," whispered the Cossacks. "These are not dogs," grunted old Ovsivai, in a tone which evinced his conviction. Behind the trees, a shanty, and behind it, a stable, and then a dark building appeared. The shanty looked outwardly neat and roomy; the windows were lighted. "That is my dwelling," said Horpyna to Bohun. "Yonder is the mill which grinds no wheat but our own; but I am a prophet and prophesy from the water above the wheel. I will also prophesy for you. The young lady must go into the stranger's room, but if you wish to make it pretty, we must take her over to the other side first. Stop here and dismount." The cavalcade came to a standstill. Horpyna began to call: "Cheremis Huko! Cheremis Huko!" A form, holding a bundle of pitch pine shavings in his hand, stepped before the house, and raising this flaming wood in his hand, silently observed those present. It was an old, ugly, gray haired man, almost a dwarf in stature, with a flat, square face and slanting eyes. "What kind of devil are you?" asked Bohun. "You must not ask him," said the giantess. "His tongue is cut out." "Come nearer." "Listen," said the woman, "perhaps we can take the young girl into the mill. The Cossack will be trimming up the guest room and hammering nails into the walls and that will wake her up." The Cossacks had dismounted and were carefully unfastening the litter. Bohun himself watched everything with the greatest anxiety and himself bore the end of the litter towards the head, as they carried her into the mill. Karzel went on ahead holding the pitch pine torch. The princess, who was still sleeping from the effect of the draught which Horpyna had prepared for her from soporific herbs, did not awake, though her eyelids twitched from the glare of the torches which lighted up her face with a rosy glow. Perhaps she was being soothed by wonderful dreams, for she smiled sweetly whilst they carried the litter, though it resembled a funeral procession. Bohun gazed at her. He felt as though his heart would burst his ribs. "My darling, my darling," he whispered softly, and the stern, though handsome face of the chief became gentle, and glowed in the reflection of the great love which had taken him captive, and which forged his fetters ever more firmly, as the wild steppes are gradually overspread by flames from the embers which the traveller has forgotten to extinguish. Horpyna, who was walking beside him, said: "When she awakes from this sleep she will be well." "God be praised, God be praised," answered the chieftain. Meanwhile the Cossacks had begun to take the packs off the 6 horses before the door of the cabin, and to unpack the pieces of furniture, rugs, and other treasures that they had plundered in Bar. A good fire had been made in the guest room and while some of the men continued to bring fresh rugs and draperies, the others fastened these on the wooden walls. Bohun had not only thought of a safe cage for his bird, but also determined to adorn it, so that the bird should not find captivity too unbearable. He soon came back from the mill, and, himself, superintended the work. The night was passing, the moon was withdrawing her pale light from the summits of the rocks, and the muffled sounds of the hammers was still to be heard. The simple peasant room was transformed more and more into a habitable chamber. At length, when the walls had been completely covered, and everything put in order, the sleeping princess was brought back and laid upon soft cushions. Then, all was quiet. Only in the stables were heard, for a time, through the silence, loud bursts of laughter, resembling the neighing of a horse. This was the young sorceress, who was joking before the fire with the Cossacks, and distributing blows and kisses among them. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The sun was already high in the heavens when the princess awoke and opened her eyes. Her glances fell first on the ceiling of the room and from thence wandered around the room. Her awakening consciousness struggled with the remains of her sleep and her dreams. Astonishment and uneasiness were visible in her face. Where was she? How had she got here? In whose power was she? Was she dreaming or was she awake?
What meant this luxury that surrounded her? What had happened to her up to this time? At this moment the dreadful scene of the taking of Bar suddenly came vividly before her vision. She remembered everything: the slaughter of the thousands, people, nobles, citizens, priests, the religious people and children, the blood stained heads of the "blacks," the heads and necks round which were twined reeking entrails, the noise of the drunken people, the day of judgment of the completely destroyed town. And then Bohun's appearance and her abduction. She remembered also that, in a moment of despair, she had stabbed herself with her own hand, and a cold perspiration broke out on her forehead. Perhaps the knife had glided aside, for she felt only a slight pain, and at the same time she felt that she was alive, that health and strength were returning, and lastly she remembered that they had carried her a long, long distance in a litter. Where was she now? Was she in a castle? Rescued, freed, in safety? And here her looks wandered around the room. The windows were like those in a peasant's cabin, small and square. One could not see through them for they were made of thin skin instead of glass. Was this truly a peasant's cabin? But that could not be, for the splendor of its furniture contradicted such a supposition. Instead of a ceiling, the girl saw above her a canopy of crimson silk, embroidered with gold stars and moons. The walls, that were not any too large, were covered entirely with draperies. On the floor lay a rug, woven in various colors, as though it were strewn with fresh flowers. The mantelpiece was covered with Persian taffeta. Everywhere was gold fringe, silk, velvet, from the ceiling and the walls to the very cushions on which her head rested. The bright daylight which penetrated the covering of skin in the little windows gave some light, but was lost in the crimson, the purple, and the sapphire of the velvet, and seemed to make a rainbow like twilight. The princess was bewildered. She could not trust her eyes. Is this magic, or have the hosts of Prince Yeremy rescued her from the Cossacks, and placed her in a princely castle? The girl folded her hands. "Holy Virgin, grant that the first face which appears at the door may be that of a protector and a friend." Just then, through the heavy gold embroidered portiere, there came to her ears, as from a distance, the sound of a lute, and to its accompaniment, a voice sang a song that she knew well. "Love for thee is worse than sickness, sickness is a passing ill, And life may yield fresh joy and hope, but love's wound time ne'er can heal." The princess raised herself on her couch. But, the more she listened, the wider did her eyes open with terror. Finally she gave a frightful scream and threw herself back into the cushions, as if she were dead. She had recognized Bohun's voice. But her scream had, at any rate, pierced the walls of the great room, for presently, the heavy curtain was moved aside, and the chieftain himself appeared on the threshold. Helena covered her eyes with her hands and her pallid lips repeated, as in a fever: "Jesus Maria! Jesus Maria!" And yet the sight that terrified her so, would have rejoiced the eyes of many a girl, for a radiance fairly streamed from the face and apparel of this young Cossack. The diamond buttons of his doublet glistened like the stars in the sky, his dagger and sabre flashed with jewels. His coat, made of silver lace, and the red Kontush, with the slashed sleeves, heightened the beauty of his tawny face. He stood thus before her, slender, black eyed, magnificent, the handsomest of all the young men of the Ukraine. But his eyes were sad, like stars that are veiled by clouds, and he looked almost humbly at her. And, as he saw that the expression of fear did not leave her face, he began to speak in a low sad voice: "Fear nothing, princess." "Where am I? Where am I?" she asked, looking at him through her fingers. "In a safe place, far from the war. Fear nothing, thou, my beloved soul. I brought thee here from Bar that neither the people nor the war might do thee any injury. The Cossacks left no one alive. You alone came away alive." "What am I doing here? Why do you pursue me?" "I pursue you? My God!" And the chieftain folded his hands and shook his head, like a man who has suffered a great wrong. "I am dreadfully afraid of you." "Why do you fear me? If you command me, I will not move from the door. I am your slave. It is enough for me to remain here on the threshold and look into your eyes. I am not going to do you any harm. Why do you hate me? Oh, gracious God! At sight of me you stabbed yourself with a dagger, although you had known me a long time and knew that I came to rescue you. I am not a stranger to you but a dear friend, and yet, you stabbed yourself with a knife, princess."
The pale cheeks of the girl became suddenly crimson. "Because I prefer death to disgrace," she said, "and I swear that if you do not respect me I will kill myself, even if I should lose my soul's salvation." The eyes of the girl flashed fire. The chieftain saw that there was no trifling with this princely Kurtsevich blood, which, in its excitement, would carry out whatever it threatened; and he knew that the girl would aim the dagger more surely the second time than the first. So he answered nothing, but walked forward 2 or 3 steps to the window, and sat down on a bench covered with gold embroidery, and hung his head. There was silence for a while. "You can rest in peace," he said, "as long as I am sober, as long as the gorzalka does not mount to my head, so long you will be to me as a statue of a saint in the churches; and from the time I found you in Bar I left off drinking. Before that, I drank to drown my sorrow in gorzalka. What could I do? But now, neither sweet wine nor gorzalka passes my lips." The princess was silent. "I will look at you," he continued, "gladden my eyes with the sight of your rosy cheeks, and then I will go." "Give me back my freedom," said the girl. "But you are not a prisoner. You are mistress here. And whither would you go? The Kurtseviches are dead; the villages and settlements are destroyed by fire; the prince is not in Lubni. He is marching against Hmyelnitski, and Hmyelnitski against him. Everywhere is war, shedding of blood; everywhere are Cossacks, hordes, and soldiers. Who will protect you? Who will take care of you, if not I?" The princess raised her eyes. Then it occurred to her, that there was still someone in the world who would take her to himself and defend her; but she would not name him, for fear of awaking the terrible lion. At the same time, a deep sorrow filled her heart. Was he still alive whom her soul longed for? As long as she remained in Bar, she knew that he was alive, for immediately after Zagloba's departure, the name of Skshetuski came to her ears, together with the news of the victories of the terrible prince. But how many days and nights had passed since that time? How many fights, how many dangers might have overtaken him? She could now only get news of him through Bohun, whom she dared not and would not ask. She buried her head in her pillow. "Then I must remain here a prisoner?" she asked moaning. "What have I done to you that you should pursue me like misfortune?" The Cossack raised his head and began to speak, so softly that one could hardly understand him. "What thou hast done to me, I do not know; but I do know that if I am thy fate, thou art also mine. If I did not love thee I should be as free as the wind of the fields, with a heart free from care, with a free soul and famous as Konashevich Sehadyshny himself. Thy cheeks are my fate, thine eyes are my fate; neither free will nor Cossack honor are any longer dear to me. What did I care for beauty until you grew from a child to a maiden? Once, I took a galley, on board of which were the most beautiful girls, destined for the Sultan, and not one of them won my heart. The Cossack brothers played with them, and then I had a stone tied round the neck of each one and had her thrown into the water. I feared no one; no one dared attack me. I went to the war against the heathen, took booty, and as the prince is in his palace, so was I on the steppes. And to-day, here I sit, a slave, entreating for a kind word from you, and I may not have it, and have never had it; not even then when, girl, if you had treated me differently, if you had ever treated me differently, all this would not have happened that has happened. I would not have killed your relations, I would not have joined the disaffected peasants; but, through thy unkindness I have lost my reason; thou mightest have led me whither thou wouldst. I gave thee my blood, my soul; now I am stained with the blood of the nobility. Formerly I killed only Tartars and brought home booty for thee that thou mightst walk in gold and jewels like God's cherubim. Why didst thou not love me then? Oh, heavy, heavy does repentance weigh on my heart. I may not live with thee, and without thee I cannot live. Not at a distance, not near, not on the mountains, not in the valleys. Thou, my beloved, my little dove. But pardon me, that I came for thee to Rozloga in the Cossack fashion with sword and fire. But I was drunk with anger towards the princes, and on the road I drank gorzalka. I, unhappy murderer! And then when thou fleddest from me, I howled like a dog and my wounds pained. I would not eat, and I called my mother death to take me away. And thou wouldst that I should now give thee up to lose thee again, my darling, my little dove?" Bohun interrupted himself. His voice was choking and he was almost sobbing. And Helena's face grew first white, then red. The more intense the love that spoke in Bohun's words, the greater was the abyss that opened before the girl, a bottomless abyss, without hope of escape. When the Cossack had paused a while, he collected himself and then continued: "Demand what thou wilt. See how this room is adorned. This is all mine, this is booty from Bar. I brought it here for thee from Bar, on 6 horses. Ask what thou wilt. Yellow gold, rich dresses, bright jewels, humble slaves. I am rich, I have enough property. Hmyelnitski will not grudge it, nor will Kshyvonos. Thou shalt live like the Princess Vishnovyetski. I will conquer palaces for thee. I will give thee half of the Ukraine, for, even if I am a Cossack, not a nobleman, I am a bunchuk ataman. 10,000 soldiers are under me, more than under Prince Yeremy. Ask what thou wilt if thou wilt only not leave me, darling, and learn to love me." The princess raised herself, pale as death, from her cushion. But her sweet beautiful face bore the impress of such an unyielding will, of so much pride and power, that at this moment, this dove resembled a young eagle. "If you are waiting for my answer," she said, "know that should I be forced to pass my whole life moaning in captivity, I would never love you, so help me God." Bohun underwent a struggle with himself. "Do not say such things to me," he said in a hoarse voice. "And do not speak to me of your love, for I am ashamed of it, it insults and angers me. I am not for you." The chieftain rose from his seat. "And for whom then, Princess Kurtsevich? To whom would you belong in Bar, if I had not been there?" "He who saved my life to disgrace and imprison me is my enemy and not my friend." "And do you remember that the peasants would have killed you? It is frightful to think of it." "The dagger would have killed me. You snatched it from me." "And I will not give it back to you, for you must be mine," said the Cossack, exploding.
"Never, I prefer death."
"You must and you shall."
"Never!"
"Well, if you were not wounded, after what you said to me today, I would this very day send some soldiers to Rashkov and have a monk brought hither by the hair of his head. And to morrow, I would be your husband. What then? Is it not a sin not to love one's husband? Ha! Gracious lady, so the Cossack's love insults you and makes you angry? Who are you then that I should be to you as a peasant? Where are your palaces, your boyars, your soldiers? Why are you insulted? Why are you angry? I took you in war, you slave. Oh, if I were a peasant, I would teach you wisdom with a whip upon your white back, and satisfy myself with your beauty without the assistance of any priest. If I were a peasant and not a knight."
"Heavenly angels, save me,"
whispered the princess. Meanwhile rage became more and more apparent in the face of the Cossack. Anger seized him by the hair. "I know why it insults you, why I am distasteful to you. You are saving your maiden honor for another. But nothing will come of it, as true as I live, as true as I am a Cossack. For that mangy nobleman, that miserable Pole, death and destruction to him. He hardly looked at you, had hardly turned you round once in the dance, when you were completely infatuated with him. And thou, Cossack, suffer and break thy head. But I will catch him and I will flay him alive and nail him up. Know that Hmyelnitski is marching against the Poles, and I am going with him, and I will find your dove, even if he were under the earth, and when I come back, I will at once throw his head on the highway under foot." Helena had not heard the last words of the ataman. Pain, anger, her wound, excitement, fear had robbed her of her strength, and intense weakness took possession of her limbs. Her sight failed and her thoughts became confused. She fainted. Bohun stood there a while, pale with anger, foam on his lips, when, suddenly, noticing this lifeless, powerless form, with his head hanging helplessly, an unearthly cry escaped his lips. "It is all over with her, Horpyna! Horpyna! Horpyna!" And he fell to the ground. The giantess came hurrying to the guest room.
"What is the matter with you?"
"Save her! Save her!" cried Bohun. "I have killed her! My soul, my light!"
"Are you crazy?"
"I have killed her!" groaned the warrior, wringing his hands. But Horpyna, approaching the princess, soon saw that she was not dead, but in a dead faint; and as soon as she got Bohun got out of the room, she began to restore her. After a while, the princess opened her eyes. "Well, dearie, there is nothing the matter," said the witch. "One can see that you were frightened at him and lost consciousness, but the fainting fit is over and your health will come back. You are as sound as a nut and will live a long time and enjoy happiness." "Who are you?" asked the princess in a weak voice. "I? Your servant, for so he commanded." "Where am I?" "In the Devil's Hollow. It is an absolute wilderness. You will see no one here but him." "Do you live here too?" "This is our farm. I am Dontsovna. My brother commands a squadron under Bohun. He has good Cossacks. And I stay here and will keep you in this golden room. The cabin is turned into an enchanted castle. It fairly glitters. He brought all this here for you." Helena looked sharply into the bright face of the girl. She appeared to be perfectly sincere. "And will you be good to me?" The white teeth of the witch gleamed as she laughed. "I will indeed. Why should I not?" she said. "But you must be good to the ataman. He is a falcon, a famous young soldier. He will. Here the witch leaned over and whispered something into Helena's ear, and then broke into a loud laugh. "Away!" screamed the princess. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 days later, in the morning, Dontsovna sat with Bohun beneath a willow near the mill wheel, and looked at the foaming water. "You will watch her, will protect her, will not let her out of your sight, so that she shall never leave the hollow," said Bohun. "Towards the side of the river, the ravine has a narrow opening, but here it is roomy. Let the entrance be filled with stones and we will stay here as if we were at the bottom of a well. If necessary, I can find a way out." "What do you live on here?" "Cheremis plants corn behind the rocks. He also plants grapevines and catches birds in nets. With all that and what you have brought we have no lack of anything except bird's milk. Do not fear, she will not escape from the ravine and no one will find out that she is here unless some of your people gossip it." "I have sworn them. They are all faithful Cossacks. They will not talk, although one should flay them. But you said yourself that people often come here for you to tell their fortunes." "Sometimes they come from Rashkov, sometimes when they know about me, from God knows where; but they stay by the river. You saw those bones. There were some who tried to come in. There lie their bones." "You killed them?" "Who killed them, killed them. Whoever wishes to have his fortune told must wait outside the hollow and I go to the mill wheel. Whatever I see in the water, I go and tell him. I will look for you in a minute, but I do not know if I shall see anything, for one cannot always see." "As long as you do not see anything evil." "If it is something evil, you will not ride away from here. It would be better if you did not leave." "I must. Hmyelnitski sent me a letter to Bar to tell me to come back and he gave Kshyvonos the same orders. Now that the Poles are marching toward us with a large force, we must keep our forces together." "And when will you come back?" "I do not know. There will be a great battle, greater than any we have had. Either we shall die, or the Poles. If they beat us, I will hide myself here; but if we beat them, I will come for my little bird and drive with her to Kiev." "And if you fall?" "That is why I've come to you to tell my fortune. I want to find out." "And if you fall?" "Our mother has borne us but once." "Bah! Bah! And what shall I then do with the girl? Shall I wring her neck or what?" "If you lay a hand on her I will have you impaled by oxen." The officer reflected gloomily. "If I fall, tell her to think of me." "Oh, the ungrateful little Pole! To think that she should not love you in return for so much love. If it were I would not be so contrary. Ha ha!" With these words, Horpyna punched him twice in the side with her fist and showed him all her teeth as she smiled. "Go to the devil," said the Cossack. Now, I know that you are not for me." Bohun stared into the foaming water above the wheel as if he himself could read his own future. "Horpyna," he said presently. "What?" "Will she fret for me when I am gone?" "If you will not make her your own, Cossack fashion, perhaps it is better that you should go away." "I will not, I cannot, I dare not. I know she would die." "Then it is better for you to go. As long as she sees you, she cannot bear you; but when she has stayed here with me and Cheremis for 1 or 2 months, she will begin to like you better."
If she were well, I know what I would do. I would let a priest come from Rashkov and I would marry her. But now I am afraid that if she should be frightened she would die. You saw that yourself."
"Let be. What good would the priest and the marriage do you? No, you are no true Cossack. No, I will not have any priest or any other minister here. In Rashkov the Tartars from Dobrudja are stationed. They would attack us, and if they should come, you would never see the princess again. What have you got into your head? Go away and come back again."
"And you, look into the water and tell me what you see. Tell me the truth and do not lie, even though you should see me dead." Dontsovna approached the trough and raised the second sluice that shut off the water from the mill wheel. The flood poured with double force over the wheel which went round faster and faster, until it was completely enveloped in spray. Curdling foam gathered beneath the wheel, as from boiling water. The fortune teller fixed her dark eyes on that foaming water, and seizing her long braids that hung down behind her ears she began to cry out: "Huku! Huku! Show thyself! In the oak wheel, in the white foam, in the bright spray, good or bad, show thyself!" Bohun approached and sat down beside her. His face betrayed anxiety and feverish curiosity. "I see!" screamed the witch.
"What dost thou see?"
"The death of my brother! 2 oxen are dragging Dontsa to the stake."
"To the devil with your brother," growled Bohun, who wanted to find out something else. For a time one heard only the rattle of the wheel, which was turning madly. "My brother's head is blue, quite blue. The ravens are pecking him," said the witch. "What else do you see?"
"Nothing. Oh, how blue he is! Huku! Huku! Show thyself! In the oak wheel, in the white foam, in the bright spray, I see."
"And what?"
"A battle. The Poles are fleeing before our soldiers."
"And I? Am I pursuing them?"
"I see you too. You are fighting with a small knight. Hur! Ha! Hur! Beware of that little knight."
"And the princess?"
"She is not there. I see you again. Some one is with you who has betrayed you. Your false friend." Bohun devoured with his eyes, first the foaming water, then Horpyna, and racked his brain to explain the prophecy.
"What friend?"
"I do not see. I do not know if he is old or young."
"Old? Quite old?"
"Perhaps he is old."
"Then I know who he is. He has already betrayed me once. An old nobleman with a grey beard and a white eye. Death and destruction to him! He is not my friend."
"He is spying on you. I see him again. Wait, the princess is there too, with a coronet on her head, in a white dress, and above her is a hawk."
"That is I."
"Perhaps it is you. A hawk or a falcon. It is a hawk."
"It is?"
"Wait, there is something more to be seen. In the oak wheel, in the white foam. Oh! Oh! A crowd of soldiers, numerous as the trees in the forest, numerous as the thistles in the steppes and you above them all. And they are carrying 3 bunchuks before you."
"And is the princess with me?"
"No, she is not there. You are in the camp."
Again they were silent for a few minutes. The wheel whirled round so that the whole mill trembled.
"Ha! What is all this blood? So much blood! So many corpses, wolves and ravens among them. A pestilence comes from them. Nothing but corpses! Nothing but corpses! Far away in the blue distance, one sees nothing but corpses, nothing but blood."
Suddenly a gust of wind blowing across the wheel swept away the cloud of spray and, at the same time, above them in the mill, the ugly Cheremis appeared, with a bundle of wood on his back.
"Cheremis, put down the sluice," cried the girl.
And then she went to wash her hands and face in the brook. The dwarf, meanwhile, put down the sluice and stemmed the water. Bohun sat still in thought, and only the approach of Horpyna roused him. "You saw nothing else?" he asked.
"I told you whatever appeared and could see nothing more."
"And were you not lying?"
"By my brother's head, I spoke the truth. They were going to impale him. With his feet tied to oxen, they will have him dragged to the stake. I am sorry for him, but he is not the only one who is doomed to death. How many bodies I saw! I have never seen so many. There is going to be a great war on the earth."
"And so you saw me with a hawk over my head?"
"Yes, I did."
"And she had on a coronet?"
"A coronet and a white dress." "And how do you know that I am this hawk? I told you about the young Pole, the nobleman, perhaps it is he." The girl frowned and reflected. "No," after a while she said, shaking her head, "if it were a Pole there would be an eagle." "Thank God, thank God! I am now going to the servants to tell them to get the horses ready and we will set out this night." "Yes, it is necessary that you should go." "Hmyelnitski has commanded it, and Kshyvonos has commanded it. You saw rightly that there is going to be a great war, for I saw that in Bar, and also in Khmyelnitski's letter." Bohun really could not read, but he was ashamed to acknowledge it, for he did not wish to appear uneducated.
"Well, then go," said the witch. "You are fortunate, for you will become a hetman. I saw above you 3 bunchuks as clearly as I see these fingers."
"I shall be a hetman and marry a princess. It would not be suitable for me to marry a peasant girl."
"You might speak differently to a peasant girl, but you are ashamed of yourself before this one. You ought to be a Pole."
"I am not inferior to a Pole."
Then Bohun went into the stable, to the servants, and Horpyna began to cook the dinner. By evening the horses were ready for the journey, but the chieftain was not in a hurry. He sat in the guest room upon a pile of rugs, with a lute in his hand, and looked at the princess who had already left her couch, but had taken refuge in the other corner of the room and was telling her beads softly. She paid no more attention to Bohun than if he were not there. He, on the contrary, followed her every movement with his eyes, caught with his ears her every sigh, and knew not how he could bear it. He constantly opened his lips to begin a conversation, but his throat seemed choked. The pale, quiet face, with a certain expression of sternness around the mouth and brow, robbed him of courage. He had formerly never remarked this expression in her face. Involuntarily, the remembrance of similar evenings in Rozloga came to his mind, and a vivid picture of the Kurtseviches and himself, sitting round the oak table. The old princess was pulling the leaves off the summer roses, the princes were throwing dice, and he was watching the beautiful princess, just as he was now watching her. But then he was happy; then she would listen to his stories of military expeditions with a zither in her hand, her black eyes resting on his face, and her parted cherry lips showing with what interest she listened. Now she did not even look up. Formerly, when he played the lute, she would listen and look up at him, till his very heart melted. And yet, wonder of wonders, now he was her master; he had taken her by force. She was his booty, his slave; he could command her. And nevertheless, he was formerly far nearer to her and felt himself far more her equal. The Kurtseviches were like brothers to him and she, their sister, was for him not only the beloved of his heart, the falcon, the dearest black eyed girl, but also, almost a relation. And now she sat there before him, a proud, gloomy, silent and merciless mistress. Anger took possession of him; he would show her what it meant to despise a Cossack. But he loved this merciless mistress; he would pour out his blood for her and, whenever fury possessed him, it seemed to him as though an unseen hand seized him by the forelock, as though a voice called into his ear, "Halt!" Presently he broke into a violent fury, and then he dashed his head against the floor. The reason was this: the Cossack was filled with anguish. He felt that he was a burden to her in this room. If she would only smile on him once, say one kind word to him, he would fall at her feet, and then ride to the devil, to drown his sorrow, his anger and his feeling of humiliation in the blood of the Poles. But here, he felt as though he were the slave of this princess. If he had not known her formerly, and known that she was a Polish lady of one of the first noble families, he would have had more courage. But she was the Princess Helena, whose hand he had sued for from the Kurtsevichi, for whom he would give Rozloga and all that he possessed. And the greater his shame before her at being a peasant, the less is his daring. Time pressed. From outside came the buzz of conversation from the servants, who were probably sitting in their saddles, awaiting the ataman who was suffering such tortures. The bright flame from the pitch pine lighted up his face, his rich mantle, his lute, and the princess. If she would only cast one glance in his direction. The ataman felt bitterness, anger, oppression; he also felt foolish. He wished to take a touching farewell and feared that the parting would not be what he so longed for. He feared that he must leave her in bitterness, anger and pain.
Oh, if it were not the Princess Helena, who had wounded herself with the dagger, who would like now to kill herself, who was so dear to him and all the dearer, the prouder and more cruel she showed herself. A horse neighed outside the window. The chieftain gained courage. "Princess," he said, "it is time for me to leave." Helena was silent. "And you do not bid me God speed?" "God speed," she said earnestly. The Cossack's heart throbbed. She had said what he wanted, but he would have liked to hear it said in a different tone. "Now I know," he said, "that you are angry with me, that you despise me; but I can tell you one thing, that another would have treated you worse than I have done. I brought you here because I could not do otherwise, but what harm have I done you? Have I not treated you as was becoming, like a king's daughter? Say yourself. Am I such a villain that you cannot give me one kind word? And yet you are in my power." "I am in God's power," she said, as earnestly as before, "but as you have restrained yourself in my presence I am grateful to you." "Well then, I will go with only this word of farewell. Perhaps you may repent, perhaps a longing will come over you." Helena was silent. "I am sorry to leave you here alone," said Bohun. "Sorry also that I must go away, but it must be. It would be easier for me if you should give me a blessing on my journey. What can I do to conciliate you?" "Give me back my freedom and God will forgive you everything, and I will also bless you." "Well, perhaps that may happen yet," answered the Cossack. "Perhaps you may yet regret that you have treated me so cruelly." Bohun wanted to buy a leave taking, even if with a half promise, which he had no intention to fulfill and gain his end, for a ray of hope beamed in Helena's eyes, and the expression of sternness melted from her face. She folded her hands on her breast and looked at him with a cheerful face. "Would you?" "I do not know," said the Cossack softly, for shame and compassion were striving for the mastery. "I cannot now, I cannot. Hordes are encamped in the wild fields; divisions of the army are marching in every direction. The Dobrudja Tartars are marching here from Rashkov. It cannot be now, for I am afraid; but when I come back. I am a little child in your presence. You do what you will with me. I do not know, I do not know." "May God and the Holy Virgin protect you. God be with you." She stretched out her hand to him. Bohun sprang towards her and pressed her hand to his lips. Then, suddenly raising his hand, an earnest look came into his face, and he let fall her hand. Going towards the door, he bowed himself repeatedly in the Cossack manner, and disappeared behind the portiere. Presently a louder hum was heard outside, the clatter of weapons and then the words of a song sung by several voices. "I shall be the bravest of all the brave, Among the Cossacks, among my friends, Through long, long years, until the end of the world." The voices and the sound of hoofs were presently lost in the distance. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
"God has already worked a manifest miracle in her behalf," said Zagloba to Volodiyovski and Podbipyenta, in Skshetuski's chamber. "A manifest miracle, I say, when he helped me to rescue her from the hands of those dogs, and protected her along the whole journey. Let us trust that he will once again have compassion on her and on us, if she is only alive. But something whispers to me that he has stolen her again; for mark, gentlemen, as the informer told us, he has been made the second in command, next to Pulyan, under Kshyvonos. May the devil take him! Therefore, he must have been at the taking of Bar."
"Perhaps he did not find her among the crowd of unfortunate ones. There were 20,000 killed there," said Volodiyovski.
"You don't know him. I would swear that he knew she was in Bar. I am convinced that he saved her from the slaughter and has taken her away somewhere."
"You do not give us much comfort or hope, for in Skshetuski's place I would rather see her dead than let her remain in those vile hands."
"And that is no comfort for, even if she be dead, she has been wronged."
"It is enough to make one desperate," said Volodiyovski.
"Yes, to make one desperate," repeated Longin.
Zagloba twirled his mustache and his beard, and then he burst forth: "Ah! May they get the scabs, the whole of this dog's brood! May the heathen make ropes of their guts! God has made all kinds of men, but they were made by the devil! Such sons, sodomites! May they be devoured by wild beasts!" "I did not know this sweet maiden," said Pan Michael sadly, "but I would rather that misfortune should pursue me than her."
"I have seen her only once in my life, but when I think of her I am so sad that I do not care to live,"
said Pan Longin.
"If that's how you feel," cried Zagloba, "how do you suppose I feel, who loves her as my own daughter and have brought her safely through so many dangers? How do you suppose I feel?"
"And how does Pan Skshetuski feel?" asked Volodiyovski. Thus despairing, the knights presently became silent. Zagloba was heard first.
"Can no one advise anything?" he asked.
"If nothing can be done, it is our duty to avenge her," answered Volodiyovski.
"God grant that we may have a battle,"
sighed Pan Longin. "They say that the Tartars have already crossed the river and have struck camp in the Wild Lands."
"It must not be," said Zagloba. "We cannot forsake the poor girl without doing something to help her. I have dragged my old bones far enough in this world. It would be better for me if I could find rest somewhere, could stretch myself out in some bakery to get warm; but for the sake of this poor thing I would travel far, even to Stambul, though I had to put on a peasant's jerkin and carry a lute, which I cannot look at without abomination." "You are so clever, can you not think out a plan how we can help her?"
said Podbipyenta.
"I have already thought of several plans. If only half of Prince Dominik's men were as devoted as I am, Hmyelnitski would long ago have been disemboweled and hung up by his feet on the gallows. I have already spoken to Skshetuski about it, but just now one can do nothing with him. Sorrow has completely unmanned him, and is wasting him more than an illness. Watch him that he may not lose his reason. It often happens that a great sorrow will make the mind ferment like wine until it finally becomes sour." "It often happens,"
said Longin. Pan Volodiyovski moved back and forth uneasily and said: "What remedy are you thinking of?"
"My remedy? Well, first we must try and find out if the poor girl, the beautiful creature, may the holy angels keep her from harm, is still alive, and we can do that in two ways. We may find among our Cossacks true and safe men, who will undertake to go over to the Cossacks, in appearance only, but in reality to mingle among Bohun's soldiers, and try to find out something from them."
"I have Russian dragoons," interrupted Volodiyovski. "I can find such men among them."
"Wait a minute! Or we will take prisoner some of the rascals who took Bar and see if they do not know anything. They all look to Bohun as to a rainbow, so impressed are they with his devilish spirit. They sing songs about him, may their throats rust! And one relates to another what he has done, or what he has not done. If he has taken our poor child prisoner they will not hide it." "We can send men to make inquiries and take a prisoner as well,"
remarked Pan Podbipyenta.
"You've struck it. The chief thing is for us to find out if she is alive. Then as soon as you gentlemen desire to help Pan Skshetuski with a true heart, place yourselves under my command, for I have the most experience. We will disguise ourselves as peasants and try to find out where he has hidden her. Once we know that, I will lay my head we shall get her. Skshetuski and I have the most at stake, for Bohun knows us both, and, should he recognize us, our own mother will not know us again. But he has not seen either of you." "He has seen me," said Podbipyenta, "but that makes no difference."
"Perhaps God will deliver him into our hands," said Pan Volodiyovski.
"I do not want to see him at all," continued Zagloba. "May the hangman delight in his countenance. We must go to work carefully if we do not wish to spoil everything. It is impossible that he should be the only one who knows of her hiding place, and it is safer to ask someone else about it."
"Perhaps our men whom we send out will find out for us. If the prince will only allow me, I will choose the most reliable and will send them out tomorrow."
"The prince will allow it, sure enough, but I doubt whether they will find out anything. Listen, gentlemen, something has just occurred to me. How would it be if, instead of sending out men, we should dress ourselves as peasants and undertake the journey ourselves?"
"Oh, no, that will not do," cried Pan Volodiyovski.
"Why will it not do?"
"You cannot understand military service. When the regiments, without exception, stand ready for battle, it is a sacred thing.
Though father and mother should be on their deathbed, no soldier would demand leave of absence, for that would be the most dishonorable thing that a soldier could do just before a battle. After the battle is fought and the enemy scattered one may do it, but not beforehand. And remember, Pan Skshetuski himself may have the greatest wish to do the same, but he would not stir. He longs to go, the prince loves him, and yet he says not a word because he knows his duty. This, gentlemen, is public duty, the other is private duty. I do not know how it is elsewhere, although I judge that it is the same everywhere. But with our prince, it was never the custom to ask leave before a battle, not even for the officers. And though Skshetuski's heart should break, he would not approach the prince with such a proposition." "He is a Roman and a stickler for form, I know that," said Pan Zagloba, "but if anyone should whisper a word to the prince, he would probably grant him and you leave willingly."
"Such a thing would not occur to him. The prince is responsible for the whole Commonwealth. What are you thinking of? It is a question here of matters of grave importance, which concern the whole nation, and a private consideration would have no weight with him. And even if he should voluntarily grant leave, which however it is quite improbable, as God is in heaven not one of us would now leave the camp, for we are bound in honor to serve our unhappy country in the first place, and not to think of our own interests."
"I know that also. I know and understand the service from early times, and therefore, I say to the gentlemen that this idea only came into my mind, but I did not say that it had taken root there. Besides, to tell the truth, we could not do much even that way, as long as the power of those rascals is not defeated; but if they are beaten and pursued, and have to save their own throats, then we can boldly go among them and easily get information from them. If the rest of the army would only join us as soon as possible, otherwise we shall grieve ourselves to death near this Cholhanski Kamyen. If our prince only had the chief command, we should have gone away long ago, but it is easy to see that Prince Dominik likes to rest quite often, as he is not here yet."
"He is expected in 3 days."
"God grant that it may be as soon as possible. Is it not true that the cup bearer is to come today?"
"So it is said." At this moment the door opened and Pan Skshetuski stepped in. His face appeared to be petrified with sorrow, such a chill and stillness seemed to come from him. This young face, so stern and earnest, was a strange sight. A smile never lighted it up and it seemed as if death itself would not alter him much. His beard had grown long, halfway down to his waist, his raven black hair showed a few silver threads. His companions and friends divined his sorrow, though he tried not to let it be perceived; otherwise he was perfectly conscious, apparently calm, and more zealous than before in his military duties, and quite occupied with the approaching battle.
"We were just speaking of your misfortune and it is also ours," said Zagloba, "for, God is our witness, that nothing can give us any comfort. But it would be sterile sympathy if we only helped you to shed tears, so we have decided to shed our blood for the sake of the dear one, if she is still on the earth, and to rescue her from prison."
"May God reward you,"
said Skshetuski. "We will go with you even into Hmyelnitski's camp," said Pan Volodiyovski, looking anxiously at his friend.
"May God reward you," repeated Pan Yan.
"We know," said Zagloba, "that you have sworn that you will find her dead or alive, and we are ready, even this very day."
Skshetuski had seated himself on a bench with his eyes cast to the ground and said nothing. Zagloba was quite annoyed.
"Could he intend to give her up?" he thought. "If he does, may God be with him. I see there is neither gratitude nor remembrance in the world, but there are others who will save her. Let them do it, for I would sooner draw my last breath."
Absolute silence reigned in the room and was only broken by a sigh from Pan Longin. Meanwhile little Volodiyovski approached Skshetuski and shook him by the shoulder. "Where do you come from?" he asked.
"From the prince."
"And what's the news?"
"I am going tonight on an expedition."
"Are you going far?"
"As far as Yarmolints, if the road is clear."
Volodiyovski looked across at Zagloba. They understood each other at once.
"That is the way to Bar," growled Zagloba.
"We will go with you."
"You must ask for leave and find out if the prince has laid out any other work for you."
"We will go together. I have something else I wish to ask him."
"And so have we," said Zagloba.
They rose and went out. The prince's quarters were at some distance, at the other end of the camp. They found the front room full of officers from the different regiments, for soldiers came hither from all parts of the country to the Cholhanski Kamyen to offer their services to the prince. Pan Volodiyovski had to wait a long time before he and Pan Longin could appear before the prince, but Yeremy at once gave them permission to set out themselves, and to send out dragoon spies, who should pretend to desert from the camp and go over to Bohun's Cossacks, and hear what these had to say about the princess. To Volodiyovski he said: "I am thinking up new duties for Skshetuski, for I see that he is buried in his sorrow and that it is consuming him. I am unutterably sorry for him. Has he said nothing to you about her?" "Very little. At first he started up and wanted to go blindly into the midst of the Cossacks, but he remembered that the regiments without exception were in readiness for war, and that we were in the service of our country, which must be saved before all else; and that is why he did not come to see your Highness. God only knows what is passing in his mind. This has hit him hard. Watch him, for I see that you are a faithful friend to him." Pan Volodiyovski bowed low and left the room and, at this moment, the Voyevoda of Kiev with the Starosta of Stobnitski, with Pan Denhof the Starosta of Sokalski, and other dignitaries, entered the prince's quarters. "How goes it?" asked Pan Skshetuski. "I am going with you, but before that I must go to my regiments, for I am to send several men away."
"Let us go together."
They went and, with them, Pan Podbipyenta, Zagloba, and old Zatsvilikhovski, who was also going to his regiment. Not far from the tents of Volodiyovski's dragoons they met Pan Lashch, who was rolling away, rather than walking, at the head of some nobles, for like his companions, he was perfectly drunk. Zagloba sighed as he saw him. They had become acquainted and grown to like each other at Konstantinov, from the fact that they had similar characters and were alike as two drops of water. Pan Lashch, although he was an awe inspiring knight, feared by the heathen, as were not many others, was at the same time a noted drunkard, glutton and dice thrower, who, in the intervals of fighting, praying, dueling and slaughtering, loved nothing better than to be in the company of such men as Zagloba, to drink for all he was worth and to listen to anecdotes. He was a brawler of the first water, who, of his own self, created so much disturbance and so often transgressed the law that, in any other country, he would long ago have lost his head. Many sentences were hanging over him but, even in times of peace, he did not pay much attention to them and during war he forgot them completely. He had joined the prince at Rosolovtsa and had done him no small service at Konstantinov, but from the moment they began to rest in Zbaraj, he became more and more unendurable from the disturbances that he constantly created. It may be remarked at the same time, that no one could have told or have written down how much wine Zagloba had drunk with him, how much he had talked to him, how many stories he had told him, to the great joy of the host, who invited him to come there every day. But since the news of the taking of Bar, Zagloba had become earnest; he had lost his humor, his vivacity, and no longer visited the commander. Pan Lashch had begun to think that this jolly nobleman had left the army and gone elsewhere, when he suddenly came across him. He stretched both hands out towards him and said:
"Well met, sir, why do you never come to see me? What are you doing?" "I am keeping Pan Skshetuski company," answered the nobleman in a melancholy tone. Pan Lashch could not bear Skshetuski because he was so serious and he called him the sedate. He knew of his unhappiness, for he had been at that dinner in Zbaraj when the news of the taking of Bar had been brought; but as he was naturally a man of unrestrained feelings and was also drunk, he did not know how to respect the sorrow of others, and seizing a button of the lieutenant's coat, he said: "So you are weeping for your girl. Was she pretty, what?"
"Let me alone, good sir," said Skshetuski.
"Wait a minute."
"As I am under orders I cannot stay."
"Wait a minute," said Lashch, with the obstinacy of a drunken man. "You may be under orders, but I am not. No one can command me."
And then he repeated the question in a lower voice:
"Was she pretty, what?"
The lieutenant frowned. "I must tell you, good sir, that it would be better not to reopen the wound."
"Not to open the wound? Do not be afraid, if she is pretty, she is alive."
Skshetuski's face grew deathly pale, but he controlled himself and said:
"Sir, do not oblige me to forget to whom I am speaking."
Lashch opened his eyes very wide.
"What does that mean? You threaten me? You? Me? On account of a wench?" "Go your way, Pan Lashch," thundered old Zatsvilikhovski, trembling with rage. "You creatures, you greycoats, you pack of servants," screamed the commander. "Gentlemen, draw your swords!" And drawing his he sprang towards Skshetuski.
but at that moment it was knocked out of his hand by Pan Yan and flew like a bird into the air, while its owner, who had lost his balance, from the force of the blow, fell over and lay full length on the ground. Skshetuski did nothing further but remained standing still, white as death, as though he were stunned. Meanwhile a tumult arose. From one direction came the commander's soldiers and from the other direction Volodiyovski's dragoons, like a swarm of bees from a hive. There were loud cries of "Fight! Fight!" Many who came running up did not know what it was all about. Their swords clashed. At any moment the tumult might have turned into a general fight. Fortunately Lash's companions had noticed that an increasing number of Vishnovyetski's soldiers were arriving on the spot. They were becoming sobered by fear, and seizing the commander they fled with him. It is certain that if Pan Lashch had been dealing with less well disciplined soldiers he would have been cut into small pieces, but old Zatsvilikhovski needed only to cry "Stop!" and all swords disappeared in their sheaths.
Nevertheless, the whole camp resounded with the noise, and the echo even reached the ears of the prince, especially as Pan Kushel, who was on duty, dashed into the room in which the prince was having an interview with the Voyevoda of Kiev, the Starosta of Stobnik, and Pan Denhov and cried: "Your Highness, the soldiers are fighting with swords!" At that moment the commander, pale and almost unconscious with anger, fell like a bomb into the room. "Your Highness, justice!" he cried. "In this camp things are going on just as they do with Hmyelnitski. No respect is paid to blood or rank. The officials of the crown are struck with swords. If your Highness will not exercise justice and sentence the guilty ones to be hanged, I must see to it myself." The prince sprang from his seat at the table. "What has happened? Who attacked you, good sir?" "Your officer, Skshetuski." The greatest astonishment was visible in the countenance of the prince. "Skshetuski?" Suddenly the door was opened and in stepped Zatsvilikhovski. "Your Highness, I was a witness," he said. "I did not come here to give an account of it, but to demand punishment," cried Lashch. The prince turned towards him and, looking at him fixedly, said, quietly and impressively: "Slowly, slowly." There was something so awe inspiring in his eyes and in his quiet voice, that Pan Lashch, although noted for his great boldness, was suddenly silent, as though he had lost his speech, and the other gentlemen were almost frightened. "Speak," said the prince to Zatsvilikhovski. Zatsvilikhovski related the whole story; that Pan Lashch had ridiculed, in a manner unworthy not only of a dignitary but also of a nobleman, the sorrow of Pan Skshetuski, and had then sprung upon him with his sword; and with remarkable moderation for his years, the lieutenant had merely satisfied himself with knocking the sword out of his opponent's hand. The old man concluded as follows: "And your Highness well knows that, although I am in my 70th year, no lie has ever passed my lips and never shall as long as I live. I could not under oath change one word of my statement." The prince knew that Zatsvilikhovski's words were as true as gold, and he knew Pan Lashch equally well, but he did not answer. He took a pen and began to write. When he had finished, he said, looking at Pan Lashch: "You shall have justice, gracious sir." The commander wished to say something, but it seemed as if words were wanting and he put his hands to his sides, bowed and went proudly out of the room. "Zelenski," said the prince, "give this note to Pan Skshetuski." Pan Volodiyovski, who had not left the lieutenant's side, was rather uneasy when he saw the prince's boy come into the room. He was certain that they would have to appear before the prince at once, but the boy left the letter without a word and went out. Skshetuski read it and handed it to his friend. "Read it," he said. Pan Volodiyovski glanced at it and cried: "A promotion!" And, putting his arm round Skshetuski's neck, he kissed him on both cheeks. The colonel's full dignity in a hussar regiment was almost the highest rank. The prince himself was captain in the regiment in which Skshetuski served, and Pan Suffchynski from Siench was nominally colonel, but he was an old man and had long since retired from active service. Skshetuski had for some time performed the duties of both positions, which often occurred in other regiments where the two chief positions were often only by courtesy or honorary positions. The king himself was captain of the royal regiment and the primate himself was captain of the primate's regiment. The officers in both regiments, high court officials, also served actually as lieutenants and colonels.
Such a lieutenant or rather colonel was Skshetuski, but there was a great difference between the mere exercise of the duties, between the honorary dignity and the real rank. At this instance, however, through this appointment, Skshetuski had become one of the first officers of the Voyevoda of Russia. But while his friends were shouting for joy and wishing him happiness on his promotion, Skshetuski's features remained fixed and calm, his face bore the same petrified, stern expression. For there were no dignities nor honors in the world that could now cheer him or give him any happiness. He rose, however, and went to thank the prince, and little Pan Volodiyovski went to his own quarters, rubbing his hands. "Well, well," he said, "to be appointed colonel of a hussar regiment, that very seldom happens to such a young man, indeed never."
"If God would only give him back his happiness," said Zagloba.
"Did you notice that he did not move a muscle?"
"He would willingly resign,"
said Longin.
"I do not wonder, sir," sighed Zagloba. "I would give my 5 fingers here for her, although I took a flag with them." "Yes, indeed, yes."
"Then Pan Sushchynski must have died," remarked Volodiyovski.
"Probably he is dead."
"Who will then get the lieutenancy? The ensign is so young and only saw his first service at Konstantinov." This question remained undecided, but Colonel Skshetuski himself brought the answer.
"Sir,"
he said, turning to Podbipyenta, "the prince has appointed you lieutenant."
"Oh God! Oh God!"
groaned Longin, holding his hands as if for prayer.
"He might just as well have appointed his Lithuanian mare," growled Zagloba.
"Well, and the expedition?" asked Pan Volodiyovski.
"We are to start without delay," answered Skshetuski.
"How many men has the prince commanded us to take?"
"A Cossack and a Wallachian squadron, altogether 500 men."
"Ha, that is a military expedition, not a scouting party; but, if that is the case, it is time to set out."
"Let us set out! Let us set out!" repeated Zagloba. "Perhaps God may help us to get some news."
2 hours later, as the sun was setting, the 4 friends rode away from the Cholhanski towards the south. Almost at the same moment the commander with his men left the camp. A number of officers from the different regiments came to see these last set out, amid cries and insults. The officers formed a circle round Pan Kushel who was telling them the reason why this man had been sent away and how it had happened. "I brought him the prince's order," said Pan Kushel, "and believe me, honored sirs, it was an important errand; for when he read it, he began to bellow like an ox when he is branded. He wanted to spring on me with his battle axe and I wondered that he did not strike me. But it seems that he saw through the windows Pan Korytski's Germans, who were surrounding his quarters, and my dragoons with their muskets in their hands, and then he began to shout, 'Well, well, I will go if I am driven out. I will go to Prince Dominik who will receive me kindly. I will not,' he continued, 'serve among beggars any longer, but I will revenge myself,' he screamed, 'as true as I am Lashch, and I will get satisfaction from that creature.' I thought he would choke with rage and he chopped the table in several places with his axe. And I must tell you, honored sirs, that I am not sure that some evil may not happen to Pan Skshetuski, for one cannot trifle with Pan Lashch. He is a hard, proud man who never let an insult go unpunished, and he is courageous; and besides that he is a dignitary." "What could happen to Skshetuski while under the protection of the prince," said one of the officers. "Although he might be capable of anything, this Pan Lashch, he would certainly respect the prince's mighty hand." Meanwhile the lieutenant not dreaming of the designs which Pan Lashch had formed against him, was riding at the head of his division and getting farther and farther away in the direction of Ojgovtsa towards the Bug and Medvyedovka. Although September had dyed all the leaves yellow, the night was as clear and warm as in July, as it had been almost for the whole year; for there had been hardly any winter, and in spring, everything had blossomed out at once where, in other years, deep snow lay on the steppes. After a very wet summer, the early autumn months were dry and mild, with clear days and bright nights. They rode forward therefore at a good pace, not especially careful, as they were still too near the camp to fear an attack. They rode fast, the lieutenant at their head with several horses, and with him Volodiyovski, Zagloba and Longin.
"Look, gentlemen, how the moonlight lies on the hill. One could almost swear it was daylight. There is a saying that it is only in war times that we have such nights, so that the souls that leave their bodies may not strike their heads against the trees in the dark, like sparrows against the beams in a barn, and may find their way more easily.
This is Friday too, the day of the Lord, on which no poisonous vapors rise from the ground, and no evil spirits can approach men. I feel happier and a ray of hope is dawning in my soul." "The best of all is, that we finally got away and are trying to do something to rescue her," said Pan Volodiyovski.
"And the worst thing is to remain in one place with your sorrow," said Zagloba. "As soon as one has mounted his horse, despair falls gradually from one's shoulders, until it is finally completely shaken off."
"I do not believe," whispered Volodiyovski, "that one can shake off everything; for example a feeling which has fastened itself in your heart like a leech."
"If it is sincere," said Longin, "it conquers you, even if you fight with it as you would with a bear."
Longin relieved his pent up feelings by a deep sigh, that resembled a puff from a blacksmith's bellows. Little Volodiyovski, however, raised his eyes to heaven as if he would search the very stars that were also beaming on Princess Barbara. The horses of the whole company began to snort, and the riders answered them with "Sydrov! Sydrov!" (Health! Health!) Then all was silent until a melancholy voice in the rear began to sing: "Thou marchest to war, poor little one, Thou marchest to war. Thy nights in the open sky, Thy days sultry." "Old soldiers say that when horses snort it is a sign of good luck. My deceased father used to tell me that," said Volodiyovski.
"Something tells me that we are not riding on a fool's errand," answered Zagloba. "God grant that comfort may come to the colonel's breast," sighed Longin.
Zagloba turned round and nodded his head, like a man who cannot get rid of his thoughts. Presently he said:
"Altogether there is something quite remarkable in my mind and, in any case, I must tell you my thoughts, for I cannot endure them any longer. See here, have you not noticed that for some time Skshetuski — I do not know, I may be mistaken, but it seems to me as if he thought less than any of us about rescuing that poor girl."
"What are you talking about?" answered Volodiyovski. "That is his only temperament. He will never betray his feelings."
"He was always that way. That does not matter now. Do you remember, sir, when we gave him some hope, he only said, 'God reward you, me and you,' as indifferently as though it were a question of anything else in the world; and God knows it is black ingratitude on his part; how the poor thing longed for him, and how she cried on his account, would more than cover an ox hide with writing. I witnessed it myself."
Pan Volodiyovski shook his head. "It cannot be that he has given her up," said he, "although it is true that when we first saw him, when that devil had taken her from him in Rozloga, he was so desperate that we feared for his reason; but he is much more rational now. It is better if God has given him strength and peace in his soul. As his true friends, we ought to be glad of it." As he said this, Volodiyovski put spurs to his horse and rode forward to join Skshetuski, while Zagloba remained for some time in silence beside Pan Podbipyenta.
"Do you not think with me that if it were not for love there would be much less wickedness in the world?" "Whatever God has ordained will come to pass," answered the Lithuanian. "Oh, you never stick to the point. This is something totally different. Why was Troy taken, eh? Will not this war be carried on account of fair tresses? Hmyelnitski longed for Chaplinski's wife, or perhaps Chaplinski wanted Hmyelnitski's wife, and on account of their sinful desires, we twist necks." "That was a dishonorable love, but there is a nobler kind which, thank God, is the more usual." "Now you answer more sensibly. Will you soon begin to work in that vineyard? I heard that some one tied a scarf round you when you set out for the war." "Little brother, little brother." "But the three heads are in your way, what?"
"Yes, indeed."
"Well, then, I will tell you what, make one good stroke and cut off at a blow the heads of Hmyelnitski, the Khan and Bohun."
"If they would only put themselves in my way,"
answered Longin, his eyes turned to heaven and his voice trembling with emotion. Meanwhile, Volodiyovski rode beside Skshetuski and looked at his death like face which gazed silently from under his helmet, until he presently pushed his stirrup against Skshetuski's. "Yan," he said, "it is a pity that you give yourself up to your reflections." "I am not thinking, I am only praying," answered Skshetuski. "That is a holy and praiseworthy occupation, but you are not a monk that you should occupy yourself entirely with praying." Pan Yan slowly turned his martyr face to Volodiyovski and asked, in a dull voice full of lifeless resignation: "Tell me, dear Michael, what is left for me but to pray?" "It remains for you to rescue her," answered Volodiyovski.
"I will do it, to my last breath. But, even if I find her alive, will it not be too late? God help me! I could bear anything else, but not that. God save my reason! I desire nothing further than to snatch her from those accursed hands. Then she may seek refuge where I shall also seek it. It was evidently not the will of God. Let me pray, Michael, and do not reopen my bleeding wounds." Volodiyovski's heart was oppressed. He would willingly have comforted him, have whispered hope, but the words would not pass his lips. So they rode on in gloomy silence. Skshetuski's lips moved quickly in prayer, by which means he endeavored to drive away his dreadful thoughts, and the little knight was really frightened when the moonlight shone on that face, for it seemed to him as though it were the very face of a monk, wasted by penance and fasting and mortification. "Thou shalt find after the war is over, poor little one, thou shalt find after the war is over, desolation at home, and your body full of wounds."
End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pan Skshetuski made an effort to advance in such a way that he and his men might rest by day in the woods and ravines carefully stationing numerous sentinels around them, pushing forward at night. Whenever they approached a village, he generally surrounded it so that none could come out. He collected provisions, food for the horses, and, above all, he gathered news of the enemy; then he moved onward without doing the people any harm. After he had left, however, he soon changed his route so that the enemy might not be able to find out in the village what direction he had gone. The object of the expedition was to learn whether Kshyvonos was besieging Kamenets with his 40,000 men, or if he had given up the useless siege and had gone to help Hmyelnitski so as to fight a decisive battle; and also to find out what the Tartars of the Dobrudja were doing, whether they had already crossed the Dniester and united with Kshyvonos, or if they were still on the other side. This was very important information for the Polish camp, and the commanders themselves should have striven to gather it. As, however, it never came into their minds, for they were inexperienced, the Voyevoda of Russia took this burden upon himself. Should it turn out that Kshyvonos with the hordes of Byalogrod and Dobrudja had given up besieging the hitherto impregnable Kamenets and have joined Hmyelnitski, it would be necessary to attack the latter as soon as possible, before his power had reached its fullest extent. Meanwhile the general of the army, Prince Dominik Zaslavski Ostrogski did not hurry himself and, when Skshetuski set out, he was not expected in the camp for 2 or 3 days. He was probably carousing on the way, as was his custom, and was enjoying a good time, and meanwhile the moment was passing in which Hmyelnitski's power could be broken. And Prince Yeremi despaired at the thought, that if the war was carried on any longer in this manner, not only Kshyvonos would reach Hmyelnitski with the Tartar hordes from the Dniester, but even the Khan himself, with all his forces from Perekop, Nohay and from Azov. There were even rumors in the camp that the Khan had already crossed the Dnieper and was marching day and night, with 200,000 horse, and still Prince Dominik did not arrive. It became more and more probable that the army that was stationed at the Cholhanski Kamyen would have to encounter a force of 5 times its size, and if the commanders suffered defeat, would no longer be able to hinder the enemy from penetrating into the very heart of the Commonwealth, to Cracow and Warsaw. Kshyvonos was the more dangerous because, in case the commanders should try to make their way into the heart of the Ukraine, he could go directly from Kamenets towards the north, to Konstantinov, and thus cut off their retreat; and they would in any case be between 2 fires. Therefore Pan Skshetuski resolved not to wait for news of Kshyvonos but to check him. Quite carried away by the importance of his task, on the success of which depended the fate of the whole army, the lieutenant joyfully risked his life and that of his soldiers. But this undertaking might be considered the act of a madman, if the young knight had intended with his 500 men to attack Kshyvonos' division, which had been strengthened by the addition of the hordes of Byalogrod and Dobrudja. But Pan Skshetuski was much too experienced a soldier to undertake any such folly. He knew well that, in case of a battle, within an hour a wave of men would be riding over the dead bodies of himself and his companions; so he thought of other plans. First he spread the news among his soldiers, that they were going out as an advance guard of the whole division of the terrible prince, and his news was told from mouth to mouth in all the country seats, villages, and little towns through which they had passed. It spread with the speed of lightning along the shores of the Zbrucha, Smotricha, Studzienicy, Łuszki, Kaluziku, and, following their course, reached the Dniester and beyond there, as if wafted by the wind, from Kamenets to Yahorlik. It was repeated by the Turkish pashas in Khotsim, by the Zaporojians in Yampol, and by the Tartars in Rashkov, and the well known cry "Yeremy is coming!" resounded everywhere, and filled with terror the hearts of the rebels, who trembled with horror and never felt secure by day or night. And no one doubted the truth of the rumor. It seemed quite natural that the commanders should attack Khmyelnitski and that Yeremy should attack Kshyvonos. Such was the situation. The latter believed it himself and let his hands fall inactive at his sides. What should he do? Go to meet the prince? His forces were greater at Konstantinov and a different spirit ruled the "blacks." And yet they were beaten, their ranks broken to pieces and they hardly escaped with their lives. Kshyvonos was convinced that his Cossacks would fight like madmen with any other army of the Commonwealth, under any other leader, but at the approach of Yeremy's army, they would all fly asunder like a flock of swans before an eagle, like the thistledown of the steppes before a wind. To wait for the prince at Kamenets was still worse. Kshyvonos resolved to turn towards the east, and go as far as Bratslav, to dodge his evil genius and to try and reach Khmyelnitski. It was certain that by making this detour he would not reach Khmyelnitski as soon as he ought, and in time to fight, but he would hear the results and, besides, have time to think of his own safety. Meanwhile the wind bore other news, that Khmyelnitski had been killed. Skshetuski was the first to spread the rumor. The unlucky Kshyvonos did not know at first what he ought to do. He decided finally to turn in the direction of the east and to penetrate as far as possible into the steppes. Perhaps he might come across Tartars and take refuge with them. Before all things, however, he wanted to be certain, so he sought carefully among his officers one who was reliable and fearless enough for him to send out with a detachment to gain information. The choice was difficult. There were not many who had any desire for such an enterprise, and for this mission one needed a man who would not let himself be compelled, through the torture of fire, the fear of the stake or the wheel, to utter a word regarding Kshyvonos' plans of flight. Finally Kshyvonos found one. One night he sent to Bohun and said to him: "Listen, Yurku, my friend. Yeremy is marching towards us with a large army and we, unhappy ones, are lost." "I also heard that he was coming. We spoke of it, little father, before now, but why should it all be up with us?" "We cannot conquer him. We might another, but not Yeremy. The Cossacks are afraid of him." "But I am not afraid of him. I conquered one of his regiments the other side of the Dnieper." "I know that you do not fear him. Your fame as a Cossack, as a warrior, may well compare with his fame as a prince; but I cannot give him battle, for my people will not. Do you not recollect what they said at the council, how they all wanted to attack me with their swords, because I, as they said, wanted to lead them to a butchery?"
"Well, let us go to Khmyelnitski, there we shall get blood and men."
"They say that Khmyelnitski has already been beaten by the commanders."
"I do not believe that, Father Maxim. Khmyelnitski is a fox. Without the Tartars he would not dare attack the Poles."
"I agree with you, but we must have certainty. If anyone who was not afraid of Yeremy would set out with some scouts and try to take a prisoner who could give us news, I would give him a cup full of red golden crowns."
"I will go, Father Maxim, not for the sake of the red gold, but for the glory of a soldier and of a Cossack."
"You, the second ataman under me, you will go? You will certainly yet be the first ataman of the Cossacks and have good soldiers under you, for you do not fear Yeremy. Go, you falcon, and then ask what you wish. I will say to you that if you were not going I should go myself, but I must not."
"You must not, for, if you should go, father, the soldiers would cry out that their commander had fled, and they would scatter themselves all over the world. But if I go, they will gain fresh courage."
"And what escort shall I give you?"
"I will not take many men. It is easier to hide and to creep about with a small number. But give me 500 brave, young fellows and I will wager my head on it that I will bring you some prisoners with information, not any chance ones, but soldiers from whom you may learn everything."
"Start at once. In Kamenets they are already firing cannon for joy to welcome the Poles, who will destroy us, innocent ones."
Bohun left and began at once to get ready for his journey. His men were drinking, as was the custom on such occasions, for slaughter in case Mother Death should take them. And he drank with them till he foamed at the mouth and raged and stormed. And then he had a barrel of tar opened and, just as he was fully dressed, he threw himself into it, dived about in it twice so that his head was covered and called out: "I am black as Mother Night. Poles' eyes will not recognize me." And then after he had rolled about in Turkish rugs that he had taken as booty, and rubbed the tar off to some extent, he sprang upon his horse and rode off, followed by his faithful warriors in the shadow of the darkness. "To honor! To happiness!" In the meantime Skshetuski had already reached Yarmolits. There he had met with resistance, had bathed the inhabitants in blood, and after he had informed them that on the following day Prince Yeremy would arrive, he allowed his weary soldiers and horses to rest. He assembled his comrades for a council and said to them: "So far God has led us safely. I have remarked also, from the terror which seems to have seized the peasantry, that they take us for the advance guard of the prince, and believe that the whole army is following us; but we must be careful they do not observe that we are only one party going everywhere."
"And how long shall we have to go thus?" said Zagloba.
"Until we find out what Kshyvonos has determined to do."
"Pshaw! Then we shall probably not get back to the camp in time for the battle."
"That is possible," answered Skshetuski.
"I am not at all satisfied, sir," said the nobleman. "Our hands got somewhat into practice on the rebels at Konstantinov. We beat a few men there, but that is like a fly for a dog. My fingers itch for more."
"You may perhaps enjoy more battles here than you think," answered Skshetuski earnestly.
"Oh, how's that?"
said Zagloba very uneasily. "Because any fine day we may come across the enemy, and although we are not here in order to get in his way with our weapons, still we shall be obliged to defend ourselves. But to come to the point, we must cover a wider stretch of the territory, so that they may hear of us in different places at the same time, and we must here and there cut down those that withstand us, in order to spread fear, and to scatter the same rumor abroad. That is why I think we ought to divide our forces." "I think the same," said Volodiyovski. "We want to make ourselves seem as many as possible, in order that those who escape may give Kshyvonos news that hundreds of thousands are coming."
"Lieutenant, you are our leader. It is for you to command," said
Podbipyenta. "Well, I will go through Zinkov to Solodkovska, and if possible still farther," said Skshetuski. "You, Lieutenant Podbipyenta, will go straight out in the direction of Tatazysk, and you, Michael, ride to Kupin, and Pan Zagloba will ride to Zabrusha, near Satanova."
"I?"
said Zagloba. "I have said it. You are a cunning man and full of good ideas. I thought you would like to undertake this command, but if that is not the case, Sergeant Kosmash may take the 4th division."
"He will take it, but under my command," cried Zagloba, on whom it suddenly dawned that he was to be the leader of an especial division. "I merely asked because I was sorry to be separated from you."
"Have you had experience in military affairs?" asked Volodiyovski.
"Have I had experience? No stork had yet thought of bringing you as a present to your father and mother when I was already leading larger divisions of scouts than these. I have served for an age in the army and would serve yet if it had not happened that a solitary biscuit had remained stationary in my stomach for 3 years. I was obliged to go on a pilgrimage to Galatz. But I will tell you about this pilgrimage at some other time, for it is time now to set out."
"Start in at once, gentlemen, and spread the news everywhere that Hmyelnitski has already been beaten, and that the prince has passed Roskirov," said Skshetuski. "Do not take any mean prisoner that you may chance to come across, but try and find some scouts from Kametets who can give you news about Kshyvonos, for those that we have taken give contradictory reports."
"If I could only meet Kshyvonos myself, if he would only take it in his head to ride out on a scouting expedition, I would give him pepper and ginger. Fear nothing, gentlemen, I will teach these vagabonds to sing, yes, even to dance."
"In 3 days we will meet again in Yarmolintz, and now each go your way," said Skshetuski, "and spare your men, gentlemen."
"In 3 days in Yarmolintz,"
repeated Zagloba, Volodiyovski and Podbipyenta. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
As soon as Zagloba found himself alone at the head of his division, he began to feel uneasy and even sad. He would have given a great deal if Skshetuski, Volodiyovski, or Longin had been at his side, all of whom he admired with his whole heart, with whom he felt perfectly secure and in whose valor and caution he believed blindly. He rode gloomily, therefore, at the head of his men, looking mistrustfully round him on all sides, reviewing in his mind all the dangers that might happen to him, and growled: "It would have been much more jolly if one of them had been with me. When God fits a man for anything he provides the work for him to do. The three ought to have been born horseflies, for they love to be in the midst of blood. They are as happy in war as another would be with the pitcher, or as a fish in water. That is their business. Light bellies but heavy fists. I have seen Skshetuski at work and know that he is an expert. He handles men as the monks do their prayers. That is his favorite trade. That Lithuanian who has no head of his own and is looking for three strange heads has nothing to lose. I am least well acquainted with the little fellow. To judge by what I saw at Konstantinov, and by what Skshetuski has said of him, he must be a hornet. Fortunately he is not very far from me and I think it will be better for me to join him, for may the ducks tread me if I know which way I have to go." Zagloba felt very much alone in the world, so much so that he began to pity himself.
"Yes, yes," he grunted, "each one has somebody upon whom they can depend and I, not a companion, no father, no mother, I am an orphan, but enough."
At this moment Sergeant Kosmach approached him.
"Commander, where are we going?" "Where are we going?" repeated Zagloba. "What?"
Suddenly he straightened himself in his saddle and twisted his mustache.
"To Kamenets if I desire it. Do you understand, sir?"
The sergeant bowed and drew silently back to join his companions, without being able to understand why the commander should have been so angry. Zagloba, however, cast a few more threatening looks around him, and then became calm and continued to himself:
"If I go to Kamenets you may give me 100 strokes on the bastinado, Turkish fashion. Tut tut! If only one of them were with me, I should feel more courage. What can I do with 100 men? I would rather be alone and then I would trust my own judgment. Now there are too many of us to be able to use craft, and too few to be of any service in defence. It was an unfortunate thought of Skshetuski's to divide the patrol. And whither shall I go? I know what lies behind me, but who can tell me what lies before me and who can assure me that the devil has not laid a trap for me somewhere? Kshyvonos and Bohun are a nice pair. May the devil flay them alive. God preserve me from Bohun at least. Skshetuski is anxious to meet him. May the Lord grant his wish. I wish for him whatever he wishes for himself, for I am his friend. Amen. I will go to Zbrucha and come back to Yarmolints and bring him some spies, more than he wishes. There will be no trouble about that."
Kosmach approached him again.
"Commander, behind the rise we can see some horsemen." "May they ride to the devil. Where? Where?" "There, behind the hill. I saw their pennants."
"Soldiers then?"
"So it seems."
"May the dogs bite them. Are they many?"
"I do not know. They are still at some distance. If we were to hide behind these rocks we might attack them unawares, as they must pass by here. If there should be many of them Volodiyovski is not far off, and he would hear the shots and come to our assistance."
Zagloba's courage suddenly increased and flew to his head, like wine. Perhaps despair may have given him this impulse for action; perhaps, also, the hope that Pan Volodiyovski might be nearby. In any case, he rolled his eyes frightfully, drew his sword, that flashed, and cried: "Hide behind the rocks! We will attack them unawares! We will show these scoundrels." The prince's practiced soldiers turned toward the rocks and placed themselves in readiness for a sudden attack. An hour had already passed when the noise of approaching riders was heard. This was accompanied by the echo of joyous songs and, presently, those in hiding heard the sounds of a violin, of bagpipes, and of a little drum. The sergeant approached Pan Zagloba and said: "Those are not soldiers, Colonel, not Cossacks. It is a wedding." "A wedding?" said Zagloba. "I will play them a trick, you shall see." And as he said this, he put his spurs to his horse, the soldiers following him, and placed himself in the middle of the road. "Follow me!" cried Zagloba. The column moved forward at a trot and then changed into a gallop and, when they came from behind the rocks, they stood still suddenly before the procession, who were frightened and confused at this unexpected sight. "Halt! Halt!" was heard from both sides. It was indeed a peasant's wedding. The bagpipes, the drummers, and the fiddler rose at their head, with two jesters who were already half drunk, and were making jokes. Behind them came the bride, a fresh looking girl in a dark dress, with long hair hanging over her shoulders. She was surrounded by her bridesmaids, who were singing, and carried wreaths in their hands. All the girls rode astride. They were adorned with wild flowers and, in the distance, looked like a crowd of gaudy Cossacks. Behind them came the bridegroom on a big horse, surrounded by friends carrying wreaths on long sticks like pikes. The procession closed with the bridegroom's parents and the guests. All were on horseback, and the barrels of gorzalka, mead and beer were drawn in little wagons made of plaited straw, and the liquid gurgled on the rough uneven road in a most tantalizing manner. "Stand still! Stand still!" was again heard from both parties and they fled to either side. The joyful band was in confusion. The girls gave a piercing shriek and drew back. The servants, however, and the older men sprang forward in order to protect the girls from the unexpected attack. Zagloba sprang forward close to them and, flourishing his sword right under the eyes of the terrified peasants, began to scream: "Ha! You shriveled blockheads, you dog's teeth, you rebels! You want to mutiny! You belong to Kshyvonos, you ragamuffins! You are going out as spies! You are sending the soldiers in wrong directions! You are raising your hands against the nobles! I will show you, you vile souls of dogs! I will have you placed on the block, impaled! Oh, you rascals! Oh, you heathen! You shall now pay for all your crimes!" An old white-headed wedding guest sprang from his horse, approached the nobleman, took hold of his stirrup, bowed low and said in a humble tone: "Have mercy, illustrious knight, do not destroy us poor people. God is our witness, we are not going to rebel. We have just come from the church, from Hushetin, where we have married our relation Dmitri the blacksmith to Xenia the cooper's daughter. We were just going to the wedding feast with the dancers." "Those are innocent people, sir," whispered the sergeant.
"Go away! They are rascals! They have been to a wedding with Kshyvonos!" shouted Zagloba.
"May the plague take him!" cried the old man. "We never even saw him. We are poor people. Have mercy on us, illustrious colonel. Let us go on. We are doing no harm to anyone, and we know our duty."
"You will go to Yarmolints in chains."
"Wherever you like, sir, it is yours to command, ours to obey, but grant us one mercy. Command your soldiers not to harm us, and you yourself. Pardon us simple people if we entreat you humbly. Drink with us to the health of the married couple. Drink, your grace, to the welfare of us simple people, as God and the Holy Gospel have commanded."
"Do not think that I will overlook anything, even if I do drink," said Zagloba sharply.
"No, sir," cried the old man joyfully, "we will not think it." "Hey, hey, musicians!" he cried, "play for the illustrious Pole, for he is kind, and you, boys, run and get the mead, sweet mead for our illustrious gentleman. He will not do the poor people any harm. We thank the gentleman."
The young people set to work to open the barrels and, during this time, the drums sounded, the fiddles squeaked, the bagpipers puffed out their cheeks and began to squeeze their bagpipes, and the bridesmaidens waved the wreaths at the end of their poles. When the soldiers saw this they came closer, twisted their mustaches and looked laughingly across the shoulders of the young men, at the girls. The songs began afresh, fear disappeared, and here and there one even heard joyous cries of "Uha! Uha!" But Zagloba was not perfectly at ease; even when they brought him a quart of mead, he still growled:
"Oh, you rascals, you ragamuffins!"
And even when his mustache was plunged into the dark surface of the draught, he looked into the goblet gloomily. He raised his head, and blinking his eyes tasted the mead. As he smacked his lips, astonishment but also anger were visible on his countenance.
"What times are these?" he growled. "The mob drink such mead as this! God, thou seest this and doth not strike them with a thunderbolt?"
As he said this, he raised the mug and emptied it to the bottom. The wedding guests, having gained confidence, now approached him all together, and prayed him not to harm them but let them continue their journey, and the bride, Xenia, rosy and beautiful as the dawn, but trembling and with tears in her eyes, added her voice to the entreaties. She folded her hands and, kissing Zagloba's yellow boot, she said: "Have mercy on us, sir." The nobleman's heart melted like wax. Loosening his leather belt, he seemed to be looking for something, and finally brought forth the last golden crown that the prince had given him. Handing this to the girl, he said to her: "Take this, God bless thee, as he does all innocents." His emotion prevented him from continuing, for this slender dark eyed Xenia reminded him of the princess, whom Zagloba loved in his own way. "Where might the poor girl be now? Were the holy angels watching over her?" he thought, and he was so moved that he was just in a mood to embrace them all as brothers. The wedding guests, however, delighted at his generous treatment, began to shout and sing for joy, to press towards him and to kiss the flaps of his coat. "He is good," they repeated, "a golden Pole! He gives us red gold, does not harm us, the kind gentleman! May he have glory and fortune!" The fiddler was dancing and playing his fiddle, the bagpiper's eyes seemed starting from his head and the drummer's hands fell at his sides. The old cooper, evidently a born coward, who had kept himself in the background, now pressed forward with his wife and the blacksmith's old wife, mother of the bridegroom and, amid bowings, begged Zagloba to come to the wedding at the farm with them, as it would be a great honor for them to have such a guest and a happy omen for the young couple. And it would not be right not to come with them. The bridegroom and the black eyed Xenia were also urgent in their entreaties, for the simple maiden had recognized at once that her people would derive the most benefit. And the bridesmaids said that it was not far to the farm, that the knights would not have to go out of their way, and that the old cooper was rich and could tap even better mead. Zagloba cast his eyes over his soldiers and saw that they were as anxious as hares for a little enjoyment, and saw that the prospect of drink and dancing filled them with anticipation and delight. As, however, they did not dare to ask him on their own account, Zagloba took pity on them, and in a few minutes the wedding procession and the soldiers marched in the most beautiful harmony towards the farm. It was, as they said, not very far off, and, as the old cooper was rich, the wedding feast was so abundant that they all got very drunk, and Zagloba became so merry that he took the lead in everything. Remarkable ceremonies were performed. The older women led Xenia into her bedroom and shut themselves in there with her. They remained there some time and then they came out alone and announced that the bride was like a dove, like a lily. Great joy immediately seized all those assembled and loud shouts arose of "To glory! To fortune!" The women clapped their hands and screamed, "What? Did we not say it?" The young men stamped their feet and danced about singly, holding their drinking cups in their hand, and then, going to the door of the bedroom, emptied the cup crying, "To glory!" Zagloba also danced, upholding the dignity of his noble birth by drinking half a gallon of mead instead of a cupful. Then the old cooper and the blacksmith's wife led young Dmitri into the room and, as he had no father, they begged Zagloba to act in that capacity, to which he agreed at once and went in with them. Now the room became quiet. The only noise that was heard was made by the soldiers who were drinking in the courtyard before the house amid the Tartar cries of "Allah!" and the firing of muskets. But the greatest joy broke forth when the parents came back into the room. The old cooper hugged the blacksmith's wife for joy. The young couple put their arms round the feet of the old cooper's wife and the women congratulated themselves that they had preserved their daughter as the apple of their eye like a little dove and as a lily, upon which Zagloba took her by the hand and led her out on the floor. They tripped about opposite each other. He clapped his hands, bobbed down, with his knees turned out, then, suddenly bounded into the air, bringing his iron heels to the floor with such a clatter that splinters flew out from the planks and great drops of perspiration came out on his forehead. Other couples followed their example and, when there was no room inside, they danced in the courtyard, the girls with the young men and the soldiers. The cooper tapped fresh barrels of mead. Soon the whole wedding company went out into the court before the house. They lighted bundles of briar and pitch pine, for it was already late and quite dark. The revelry had become a drinking bout and the soldiers were firing off their rifles and muskets, as though they were in a battle. Pan Zagloba, his face crimson, soaking with perspiration and staggering, had completely forgotten what was going on. Through the smoke that surrounded him, he saw the faces of the revellers, but if he had been threatened with a stake, he could not have told who they were. He remembered that he was at a wedding, but whose? "Ah, it was Skshetuski's wedding with the princess." This thought appeared to him the most probable, for he could not get it out of his head and it filled him with such happiness that he began to shout as if he were possessed: "Long may they live! Gentlemen and brothers, let us love one another!" And he emptied another half gallon of mead.
Take your glasses, brothers, to the health of our illustrious prince, may all go well with us. If only this paroxysm might pass by."
Here he burst into tears and as he walked towards the barrel, his gait grew more and more unsteady, especially as there lay on the floor a number of apparently lifeless bodies, as on a field of battle.
"Oh God!" cried Zagloba, "there are no more brave men in the Commonwealth. But one, Pan Lashch, knows how to drink. The other is Zagloba, and the rest, oh God! Oh God!"
He turned his eyes sadly toward the sky, and noticed that the heavenly bodies no longer looked like golden buttons in the firmament, but some of them trembled as though they were about to spring from their places; others described circles, and others seemed to be dancing the Cossack opposite one another. Zagloba was more and more astonished and said to himself:
"Am I the only sober person in this world?"
But presently the earth seemed to tremble, just as the stars were doing. It turned round in a mad whirl and Zagloba fell his full length on the ground. He was soon troubled with bad dreams. It seemed to him as if he had a mountain on his chest, which was crushing him to the ground and binding him hand and foot. At the same time his ears were filled with a noise of what sounded like firearms. A blinding light flashed over his closed eyelids and hurt his eyes dreadfully. He tried to get up to open his eyes, but he could not. He felt that something unusual was happening to him, that his head was falling backward, as if it did not belong to him. Presently a dreadful fear came upon him. He felt sick, very heavy. He soon regained his senses, but strange to say, he was so intensely weak that he could not remember ever having experienced a similar sensation. He tried to move but could not do so. Then he became perfectly wide awake and opened his eyelids. As he did so, his eyes met another pair of eyes, that were fastened on him intently. They were coal black eyes, and had such an evil expression that Zagloba, now perfectly wide awake, thought at the first moment that his satanic majesty was looking at him, and closed his eyes quickly, to open them again just as quickly. These eyes continued to look at him obstinately, the face seemed familiar. Suddenly Zagloba trembled to his very marrow, a cold sweat covered him and all down his back thousands of ants seemed to be crawling. He had recognized Bohun's face. End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Zagloba lay bound, his hands and feet trussed with his own sword, in the very room in which the wedding had taken place, and the terrible chieftain sat beside him on a stool, and looked with evident enjoyment at his prisoner's terror.
"Good evening, sir," he said, when he noticed his victim's eyes were opened.
Zagloba did not answer, but in a moment he was as sober as though no drop of mead ever passed his lips. Only a sensation, as if ants were creeping down to his heels and came back to his head, and the marrow in his bones seemed turning to ice. It is said that a drowning man at the last moment sees clearly his whole past, that he remembers everything, and is conscious of all that is happening to him. This bright vision and memory was Zagloba's experience at this moment, but the only evidence of this clairvoyance was the silent, unspoken cry:
"Now he will flay me!"
And the chieftain repeated in quiet tones:
"Good evening, sir."
"Ugh," thought Zagloba, "I wish he would fly into a rage."
"Do you not recognize me, noble sir?"
"I bow, I greet you. How is your health?"
"Not bad, and yours, I myself will take care of."
"I did not ask God for such a physician, and I doubt if I could digest your medicine, but God's will be done."
"Well, you cured me, now I will repay you. We are old friends. Do you remember how you tied up my head in Rozloga, eh?"
Bohun's eyes gleamed like two carbuncles and a horrible laugh came from his lips.
"I remember," said Zagloba, "that I could have stabbed you and I did not do it."
"And did I stab you, or do I think of doing it? No, you are my friend, my beloved. I will guard you as the eye."
"I always said that you were a noble knight," said Zagloba,
pretending that he took in Bohun's words in earnest, but at the same time the thought came into his mind:
I see that he is preparing something quite special for me. I shall not die any ordinary death."
"You have well said," sneered Bohun. "You are also a noble knight. We have sought and found each other."
"To tell the truth, I did not seek you, but I thank you for your kind words."
"You will thank me more later, and I will thank you for taking the girl from Rozloga and bringing her to Bar where I found her. And now, I should like to ask you to the wedding, but it is not today nor tomorrow. Now it is war and you are an old man. Perhaps you will not survive it." In spite of the terrible position in which he found himself, Zagloba pricked up his ears. "To the wedding?" he growled. "And what do you suppose," said Bohun, "am I a peasant that I should take possession of her without a priest? Or perhaps it might occur to me to be married in Kiev. You did not bring her to Bar for a peasant, but for an ataman and a hetman."
"Good,"
thought Zagloba.
Then turning his head towards Bohun, "Take these fetters off me," he said.
"Lie still, lie still. You are going to take a journey, and you're old and must rest beforehand."
"Whither are you going to take me?"
"You are my friend. I will take you to my other friend, to Kshyvonos. We will both see that you are well taken care of over there."
"It will be warm,"
growled the nobleman, and again the ants began to crawl through his frame. Finally he said:
"I know that you hate me, but unjustly, unjustly, God knows. We lived together and in Chigrin we drank many a bottle of wine together, for I took a fatherly interest in you on account of your knightly exploits, and you could not have found a better friend in the whole of Ukraine. And now, did I get in your way? If I had not ridden with you to Rozloga, we should be the best friends in the world to day, and why would I have gone with you if I had not liked you? And if you had not been enraged, you would not have killed those unfortunate people and, God is my witness, I would not have opposed you. What do I care about other people's affairs? I would rather you had the girl than any other but, amid your Tartar wooing, my conscience reproached me, for that was a noble house. You yourself would not have acted differently. I could have put you out of the world to my own advantage, and yet I did not do it because I am a nobleman and was ashamed of such an act. So be ashamed of yourself, for I know that you will avenge yourself on me. The girl is in your hands, what more do you want from me? Did I not guard her, your greatest treasure, as the apple of my eye? That you have not wronged her is a proof that you also possess knightly honor and conscience. But how can you give her your hand that you have stained with my guiltless blood? How say to her, I have given over to torture that man who led you safely among the Tartars and through the peasant mob? You are yet young and do not know what may happen to you, and for my death God will punish you in what is dearest to you."
Bohun sprang from his stool, pale with rage, and stepping up to Zagloba said in a voice choking with fury: "You unclean boar! I will have straps torn from you, I will roast you on a slow fire, will drive nails in your body and tear you in shreds." And in a paroxysm of fury, he seized the knife that hung at his belt, held it convulsively in his grasp for a moment, and it was already flashing before Zagloba's eyes, when the chieftain grew calm again, put the dagger back in its sheath, and cried: "Cossacks!" 6 Zaporojians sprang into the room. "Take this carcass, throw it into the pigsty and guard it as the eye in your head." The Cossacks carried Pan Zagloba, 2 at his head and 2 at his feet and 1 by the back hair of his head, and carried him out of the room across the yard and threw him upon a dung heap in a pigsty that stood at a distance. Then they shut the door and the prisoner was left in the midst of total darkness; except for the cracks between the beams and the holes in the thatched roof, a feeble light penetrated here and there. Zagloba's eyes soon became accustomed to the twilight. He looked about him, and noticed that in the pigsty there were neither pigs nor Cossacks. But he heard distinctly the talking of the latter through all the 4 walls; evidently the whole building was surrounded closely. In spite of these guards, Zagloba breathed freely. In the first place he was alive. When Bohun flourished the knife over him, he was sure that his last hour had come. He had commended his ghost to God, for he was really in the greatest terror. But Bohun had the intention of reserving him for a death of unheard of barbarity. He did not only wish to avenge himself, but wished to gloat over the tortures of the men who had snatched the beautiful girl from him, who had diminished his renown as a soldier, and had covered him with ridicule by tying him as if he were a child. A sad outlook was before Zagloba but, for the moment, he was comforted in the thought that he still lived; that he would be led to Kshyvonos for examination, so that he would have a few, or perhaps several, days before him, and meantime he lay lonely here in the pig sty, and had plenty of time in the stillness of the night to think about devices. That was the one and only redeeming point in the case, but when he thought of the other side, the creeping sensation came over him like 1,000 ants creeping over his body.
Devices! If a hog or a sow lay in this pen, it would have better prospects than I have," murmured Pan Zagloba, "for it would not be tied, would not be fastened with its own sword. If Solomon had only been tied like this, he would not have been any wiser than his trousers or stockings. Oh God, why dost thou punish me? Of all men in the world, this thief was the sole one I wished most to avoid, and now it is my fate to run right into his hands. My skin will be combed like Svieboda cloth. If anyone else had caught me I should declare that I had joined the rebellion and then run away. Possibly another might not believe me, and how much less this man. The devil led him here. Oh God, I can move neither hand nor foot. Oh God!
Presently, however, Zagloba reflected that if his hands and feet were free, he might more easily find a way of escape. Suppose he should try to free himself. If he only could succeed in getting his sword away from under his knees, he could manage the rest; but how could he draw it out? He turned on one side — no use. He reflected again. Then he began to roll about on his back, faster and faster, and each moment brought him half an inch forward. He became very warm and his brow perspired more than at the dance. Occasionally, he interrupted his labor, because it seemed to him that one of the soldiers was approaching the door, but on being reassured he began with new zest until he had rolled himself over to the wall. Now he began to wriggle in a different manner; not from his head to feet, but from side to side, so that, at each turn, the end of the sword gently struck the wall. It glided each time a little more from beneath his knees and the handle came a little more to one side. His heart beat like a hammer for he saw that his efforts would be rewarded. He kept on wriggling, endeavoring to strike the wall as gently as possible, and only when the Cossacks were making such a noise outside that they would not hear him. At length came the moment when the point of the sword was on a line with one knee and elbow, so that he could not push it against the wall any longer. At the opposite end it extended considerably and this was the heaviest portion, taking the handle into consideration. On the hilt of the sword was a cross as is usual in those weapons, and Zagloba counted on this cross. For the third time he began to squirm but the object of his endeavors, now, was to turn his feet towards the wall. When he had succeeded in doing this, he began to push himself lengthwise. His sword was still between his kneecaps and hands but the hilt at each jerk caught against the uneven ground. The hilt had now stuck fast and Zagloba twisted more violently again, for the last time, and, for a moment, he was unable to move, for joy. He had disengaged the sword completely. Now the nobleman drew his hands from his knees and although they were still tied together, he was able to seize the sword. He held the sheath fast between his feet and drew the sword. It was the work of an instant to cut the thongs that held his feet. It was difficult to free his hands. He was obliged to put the sword on the dung heap, lying with its edge upturned, and to work away at his bonds until he cut them through. When he finished that, he was not only unbound but also armed. He took a deep breath and, crossing himself, thanked God. But, from cutting his fetters to escaping from Bohun's hands, was a long stretch. "What's to be done next?" said Zagloba to himself. But he found no answer. The pig sty was surrounded with Cossacks. There must have been at least 100 men, and a mouse could not have crept by them unperceived, much less a big man like Zagloba. "I see that I must take to my heels. My wit is worth as much as shoe blacking, although one can get very good blacking at the market in Hungary. If God does not give me any good ideas, I shall be a roast for the crows; but, if an idea comes to me, I will make a vow to observe chastity, like Pan Longin." The loud conversation of the soldiers interrupted his thoughts. He jumped up and put his ear to a crack between the beams. The dried pine boards gave back the sound as the sounding board does the tones of a lute. He heard quite clearly. "And whither are we going from here?" asked a voice. "I do not know, probably to Kamenets," answered another. "Bah, the horses cannot do it. They can hardly drag one foot after the other." "That is why we are waiting here. They can rest till tomorrow." A pause followed, then the first voice said more quietly: "And it seems to me, father, that the ataman will go to Yampol from Kamenets." Zagloba held his breath. "Silence, if it suits your young head," was the answer. Another silence followed, but from the opposite wall came whispering tones.
"They are everywhere, they are watching everywhere,"
grunted Zagloba. And he went to the opposite wall. Now he heard the horses crunching their oats and snorting, as they stood outside the wall. He judged that the soldiers were lying down and conversing, for the second seemed to come from beneath him.
"Hey!" said one, "we have ridden here without sleeping, without eating, without giving the horses a rest, and all only that we may be impaled in Yeremy's camp." "Is it certain that he is here?" "The people who fled from Yarmolints saw him just as plainly as I see you. What they relate is dreadful. He is as tall as a fir tree, has 2 torches in his head, and his horse is a dragon." "Oh Lord, have mercy on us!" "We ought to take this Pole and his soldiers and make our escape."
"How would you fly? The horses are dying already."
"It looks bad, brother. If I were the ataman I would stick this pole through the throat and would go, even if it were on foot, to Kamenets."
"We are going to take him with us to Kamenets. The ataman wants to have some fun with him."
"The devil will have some fun with you first," growled Zagloba.
It is strange. In spite of his great dread of Bohun and, perhaps for that very reason, he swore that he would not give himself up alive. He was now free from his bonds and, with his sword in his hand, he would defend himself. If they killed him, well, that could not be helped; but alive, they should never catch him. The snorting and groaning of the horses, who were more than ordinarily exhausted, drowned the rest of the conversation, but brought a better idea to Zagloba.
"If I could only get through this wall and unexpectedly jump on a horse's back," he said. "It is night and, before they knew what had happened, I should be out of sight. It is hard to carry on a pursuit in these hollows and valleys by daylight, how much more in the darkness of night. God help me to do it."
But the means were not easy. He would be obliged to break through the wall and to do that one would need to be a Podbipyenta, or to burrow like a fox, and even then he would be seen and heard, and before his foot was in the stirrup, he would be caught. 1,000 such thoughts passed through his mind, but just because there were so many, no single one gave him any clear solution of the difficulty.
"There is nothing for it but to lose my head," he thought, and went to the third wall.
Suddenly his head struck something hard. He felt it and found it was a ladder. It was not a pigsty then, but an ox stable, and half of it was a space which served to store hay and straw. Without reflecting, Zagloba climbed the ladder. Arrived at the top, he puffed for breath for a while and then slowly drew the ladder up after him.
"Now I am in a fortress," he grunted. "If they cannot find a second ladder, they will not get up here so easily. If I do not cleave the first head in two that shows itself, I will let myself be made into smoked meat. Oh, the devil," he said suddenly, "that is a fact, they might not only smoke me but roast me, and melt me into tallow, but let be, let be. If they wish to burn the pigsty, it is well. They will then not be able to catch me alive, and it is all the same whether the ravens eat me raw or cooked. If I can only escape from the hands of these assassins, the rest does not trouble me, and I hope that something may yet occur."
As we see, Zagloba turned easily from despair to hope. Unexpectedly, he had become filled with as much confidence as though he were already in Prince Yeremy's camp. And yet, his position had changed very slightly. He was sitting in the loft with his sword in his hands, and could in fact defend himself for a long time; but that was all. From the loft to freedom, the road was still worse now, for below him the swords and pikes of the Cossacks who were guarding him awaited him outside.
"How will it end?"
mumbled Zagloba, and, as he neared the roof, he began to tear away the thatch carefully, in order to open for himself an outlook upon the world. This was easy for him, as the soldiers, to lighten the tediousness of their watch, were carrying on a lively conversation. Besides this, a strong wind had risen and the noise of the leaves in the neighboring trees drowned the rustle made by the removal of the thatch. Before long, he had made a hole in the thatch, he stuck his head through and looked round him. It was near dawn and, in the east, could already be seen the first gleams of morning light. Zagloba saw, by the pale light, that the courtyard before the house was completely filled with horses. Immediately before the house lay long rows of sleeping Cossacks.
Beyond was the crane of the well, and the trough, in which the water gleamed, and close by another row of sleeping men and several soldiers with unsheathed swords in their hands, keeping guard over them.
"Those are my men whom they have tied," said Zagloba. "Bah!" he added in a moment, "if they only were mine, but they are the prince's. If I was a good leader, truly! I led them into the jaws of the dog. If God gives me my freedom, I shall be ashamed to show my eyes. And what was the cause of all this? Love and drink. What did the marriage of that mob matter to me? I had as much business with that wedding as with a dog's wedding. I renounced that traitor, mead, which paralyzes my feet, instead of mounting to my head. All the evil in the world comes from drink, for if they had attacked us when we were sober, as true as I live, I should have conquered them and shoved Bohun in the pigsty."
Here Zagloba's eyes fell upon the cabin in which the chieftain was sleeping, and remained fixed on the door.
"Sleep, rascal," he growled, "sleep! May you dream that the devil is flaying you, for you will not escape him in the end. You wanted to make a sieve of my skin, but we will see if I cannot prepare your skin in such a manner that it will not even be good for dogs' boots. Only just dare to come up here to me. If I could only get away from here! If I only could! But how?"
Indeed, this wish seemed incapable of fulfillment. The whole courtyard was so packed with men and horses that, even if Zagloba had succeeded in getting out of the stables, if he really could have slid down from the roof and sprung on the back of one of the horses that were standing before the stable, he could not, in any case, have forced his way through to the gate, and how could he get beyond the gate? And yet it seemed to him as though he had already completed half of the task. He was free, armed, and sat in the loft as in a fortress.
"What the devil," he thought, "is getting out of the snare if you are to be hung afterwards?"
And again plans began to rush through his head, but they were so many that he was unable to choose one of them. Meanwhile day was dawning, the surrounding of the cabins stood out from the darkness and the roof seemed to be overlaid with silver. Zagloba could already distinguish the different groups in the yard, could recognize the red color of the uniform of his men, who were lying near the well, and the sheepskins of the Cossack who were lying beside the cabin. Suddenly a form arose from the ranks of the sleepers and walked slowly across the yard, pausing a moment beside the men and horses and speaking for a while with the Cossacks who were watching the prisoners. Then he approached the stable. In the first moment, Zagloba thought it was Bohun, for he had noticed that the sentries had spoken to him as subordinates.
"Ah," he grunted, "if I only had a gun in my hand, I would show you how to cover yourself with your feet."
At this moment, the figure raised its head and the gray light of dawn fell upon its face. It was not Bohun, it was the sotnik, Holody, whom Zagloba recognized at once, for he remembered him very well from that time when he and Bohun were companions in Chigrin. "Boys," said Holody, "have you not slept yet?"
"No, little father, if we had been sleeping it would be time to change."
Guards.
"I will change soon, and the rascal has not escaped?"
"No, little father, only his soul could have escaped for he has not budged."
"He's a regular fox. Just see what he is doing, for he is quite equal to sinking through the earth."
"Immediately,"
answered some of the Cossacks and approached the door of the stable.
"Throw down some hay from the loft, rub down the horses, we shall set out at sunrise."
"Right, little father."
Pan Zagloba hastily left his position near the hole in the roof, and crept to the entrance to the loft. Presently he heard the grating of the door hinges and the rustling of straw beneath the step of the Cossacks. His heart was beating like with a hammer. His hand grasped more firmly the hilt of his sword, while he renewed his vow in his mind, that he would rather be burned alive with the pigsty or allow himself to be chopped like straw for fodder, than give himself up alive. He expected also, at any moment, that the soldiers would raise a terrible alarm, but he was mistaken. He only heard them running about more quickly in the stable and finally one said:
"What a devil is there? I cannot feel him. We certainly threw him down here. Is he not a magician or what? Strike a light. It is as dark as in the forest."
There was silence for a moment. Vasil was probably looking for flint and tinder. The others began to call him softly.
"Answer, Pan Nobleman." "Kiss the dog's ear," murmured Zagloba.
Then he heard them strike the flint and a shower of sparks lighted up the dark interior of the stable, and the heads of the soldiers that were covered with caps. And then it became darker than ever.
"He is not here! He is not here!"
cried several voices. Then one of them sprang to the door.
"Father Holody! Father Holody!"
"What's the matter?" cried the sotnik, stepping into the door. "The Pole is gone." "How is he gone?"
"He must have sunk into the ground. He is nowhere to be seen. Oh God, pity on us! We struck fire, he is gone."
"That is impossible. Oh, the ataman will pay you off for that. Has he escaped or what? Did you go to sleep?"
"No, little father, we did not sleep. He did not come out of the pigsty on our side."
"Quiet, do not wake the ataman. If he did not get out, he must be somewhere about. Did you look everywhere?"
"Everywhere."
"Also in the loft?"
"How could he get into the hay loft if he was tied?"
"Fool, if he had not untied his fastenings, he would be here. Look in the hay loft, strike fire."
Once more the sparks flew. The news was quickly spread among all the sentries. They all hastened, with the speed that is usual in sudden emergencies, and went into the stable. Quick steps were heard, hasty questions and still more hasty answers crossed each other like swords in battle.
"To the loft, to the loft!"
"And keep watch outside."
"Do not wake the ataman or it will be the worse for you."
There is no ladder here."
"Bring another." "There is none anywhere."
"Rush into the cabin and see if there is not one there."
"Oh, the cursed Pole."
"Climb up on the roof and come through the roof into the loft."
"We cannot do that, for it is overhanging and has boards nailed across the underside."
"Bring pikes, we will climb up on those. This dog has taken the ladder up with him."
"Bring pikes," commanded Holody.
The Cossacks hurried away for pikes. Others looked up towards the loft. The morning light poured through the open door into the stable, and by its grey gleam one saw the black square opening that led to the hayloft. From below cried some voices: "Come, Pan Nobleman, let the ladder down, and come down yourself. You will not get away like this, so why do you give people trouble? Come down, come down!" There was a silence. "You are a wise man. If that could help you, stay there; but this will not help you, so better come down willingly, good man." Silence. "Come down! If not, we will scalp you and throw you down on the dung heap." Pan Zagloba remained quiet, deaf to the threats as to the flatteries. He sat in the dark, like a badger in its hole, prepared for the most obstinate resistance. He only grasped his sword more tightly, panted a little and prayed in silence. Meanwhile they brought pikes. 3 of these were tied together and placed with their points upwards beneath the opening to the loft. Zagloba was thinking whether he could not snatch them away and pull them up, but he reflected that they were too far beneath him, and he might not be able to pull them up entirely. Besides, they would have brought others immediately. The whole stable was now full of Cossacks. Some lighted pieces of pitch pine, others dragged various poles and racks with them, which of course proved too short, so they tied them together with straps, for it was really very hard to climb up on the pikes, but there were some who wanted to climb.
"I will go,"
cried several voices. "Wait for the ladder," said Holody.
"What harm would it do to try climbing the pikes?"
"Vasil can get up, he climbs like a cat."
"We'll try it."
Others began to joke.
"Carefully there, he has a sword and will cut off your head, you will see." "He will seize you by the head and drag you up and then he will finish you as if you were a bear."
Vasil could not be frightened.
"He knows," said he, "that if he were to touch me only with his finger, the ataman would give him to the devil to swallow, and you too, brothers."
That was meant for a warning for Zagloba, who sat still and did not budge. But the Cossacks were soon in a good humor, as is the case among soldiers, for the whole proceeding appeared to them as good humor, so they continued joking.
"There will be one fool the less in this white world," they said. "He will not care if we pay him for your neck. He is a bold fellow."
"Aha, he's a magician. The devil knows what he has changed himself into, the wizard. You, Vasil, you do not know what you may find under the roof."
Vasil, who had just spat on his hands and was about to climb the pikes, suddenly took his hands off them.
"I will look for the Pole," he said, "but not for the devil."
Meanwhile they had fastened the racks together, and stood them up. It was difficult, however, to mount them, for they gave where they were tied together, and the thin steps cracked beneath their feet when they attempted to step on them. Holody himself stepped on them, and said as he climbed: "You see, Pan Nobleman, we are not joking. You have taken it into your head to sit in the loft, and you may sit there, but do not defend yourself. We will take you anyway if the whole stable has to be torn down. Listen to reason." Presently his head reached the opening and disappeared slowly. Then one heard a swish and a terrible scream and the Cossack staggered and fell among the crowd, with his head cloven in 2.
"Cut! Cut!"
screamed the Cossacks. A frightful confusion ensued. Screams and cries were raised, which were drowned by Zagloba's voice of thunder.
"Ha! You thieves, you cannibals, you vipers! I will kill every last one of you, you mangy rascals! You shall feel a knight's hand. To think of attacking honorable men by night! To fasten a nobleman in a pig's sty! Ha, you mob! Come and fight with me single handed or two at a time for all I care, but come on! You will leave your heads behind in the dung heap, for I will cut them off as sure as I live." "Cut! Cut!" screamed a soldier. "We will burn down the stable." "I will burn it down myself, you fools, but with you in it."
"Several go up at once," cried an old Cossack. "Hold the steps, support them with pikes. Put bundles of straw round your heads and go ahead. We must have him."
As he said this, he mounted the steps and with him two companions. The steps began to break, the ladder was more and more shaky. But more than 20 strong arms grasped them below, and higher up they were supported by pikes. Others poked their pikes through the hole in the loft, in order to keep off the sword thrusts. A few minutes later, 3 fresh heads fell down on the heads of those standing below. Zagloba, excited by his success, was bellowing like a buffalo, and such frightful oaths came from his mouth that the world never heard before; and they would have terrified the hearts of the Cossacks, if these had not been filled with wild madness and rage. Several struck their pikes at hazard through the opening to the loft, others forced their way up the steps, although certain death awaited them. Suddenly a cry was heard at the door, and Bohun himself sprang into the stable. He was bareheaded, in his stockings and shirt sleeves. He held his drawn sword in his hand, and his eyes darted flames of fire. "Through the roof, dogs!" he cried. "Tear away the thatch and take him alive!" When Zagloba saw him, he bellowed: "You peasant, only come here! I will cut off your nose and your ears, but not your neck, for that is the hangman's property. What? Are you afraid? Coward! Are you terrified, you mean servant? Bind this rascal and I will have mercy on the rest of you. Come here, you gallows bird, come here, you Jew pudding! Stick your head through, come, come, I shall be glad. I will receive you in such a manner that your father, the devil, and your mother, the wench, will stand before your eyes." During this time, the beams of the roof were beginning to crack. The Cossacks were probably above there, and beginning to take off the thatch. Zagloba heard it, but fear no longer robbed him of his strength. He was as if drunk from fighting and blood.
"I will jump into a corner and end my life there," he thought.
But at this moment firing was heard outside, all over the courtyard, and at the same time several Cossacks broke into the stable.
Little father," they cried, "come quickly."
Zagloba could not understand at first what had happened and stood bewildered. He looked down through the opening, but no one was there. The rafters had ceased to creak.
"What does it mean? What has happened?" he cried aloud. "Ah, I know, they want to set the stable on fire and are firing their pistols at the thatch."
The noise outside grew louder and was increased by tramping of horses, shouts, firing, mingled with yells and clashing of iron.
"God! That sounds like a fight," thought Zagloba.
He ran to his peephole in the roof. He looked out, and his legs bent under him for joy. A fight was raging in the courtyard, and Zagloba could see that Bohun's men had been frightfully routed. Suddenly attacked, and frightened by pistols that had been placed at their heads and breasts, they crowded against the fences, in the cabin and in the sheds, hewn down with swords, crushed and trampled by those who had come swarming in on horseback and had overcome them, almost without resistance. The ranks of soldiers in red uniforms crowded and fired on the fugitives, so that it was impossible for them to form in any order, to draw their swords, or to mount their horses and ride away. Only a few groups defended themselves; others who tried, amid the noise and confusion, to saddle their horses, were cut down before their feet reached the stirrup. Others, again, threw away their pikes and swords and fled behind the fence. Some got caught between the posts, others ran away uttering unearthly cries and howls. The unfortunates believed that Prince Yeremy himself had attacked them, unexpectedly, like an eagle, and was destroying them with his whole army. They had no time to come to their senses or to look round them. The war cry of the assailants, the swishing of the swords and the reports of the shots drove them along like a windstorm. The hot breath of the horses fell on their necks. "Men, fly!" was heard on all sides. "Fight! Kill!" answered the attackers.
And finally from his hiding place, Zagloba saw little Pan Volodiyovski, who was standing near the gate, at the head of several soldiers, giving verbal instructions and with his baton, and occasionally dashing with his bay horse into the crowd. And every time he turned, a man fell, without a sound coming from his lips. Oh, little Pan Volodiyovski was a master of masters and a soldier, blood and bone. He never lost sight of the battle, advised here and there, then turned again and looked round him, then again took part himself, just like a leader of an orchestra who, in the midst of directing, sometimes himself joins in, sometimes stops and listens attentively to see that each one is playing his part. When Zagloba saw that, he stamped his feet on the floor of the loft so that the clouds of dust arose, and clapped his hands and bellowed: "Kill the dogs! Strike, slay, flay them! Hew them, slash, cut, stab, thrust!" He cried thus, running hither and thither, his eyes bloodshot with straining them, so that for a moment he could see nothing; but when his sight returned, there was a more beautiful spectacle, for behold, surrounded by several dozen of his soldiers, was Bohun, flying, without his cap on, just as Zagloba saw him last, in his shirt, and behind him, at the head of his soldiers, little Pan Volodiyovski. "Kill!" cried Zagloba, "that is Bohun!" But his voice did not reach the soldiers. Meanwhile Bohun had crossed the fence with Pan Volodiyovski after him. Some of them remained, the horses of others fell while jumping. Zagloba saw Bohun on the plain as well as Volodiyovski. Presently they were all running, some to escape, others pursuing, each one after his man. Zagloba held his breath. His eyes almost started from their sockets, for what did he see? Volodiyovski overtakes Bohun, he springs towards him, like a boarhound on the boar. The chieftain turns his head, raises his sword. "They are fighting!" cried Zagloba. In another moment, Bohun's horse falls with him and Pan Volodiyovski tramples him down and pursues the others. But Bohun lives. He rises from the ground and runs over to the rocks that are overgrown with bushes. "Stop him! Stop him!" cries Zagloba. "That is Bohun!" Now a fresh band of Cossacks comes on the scene who had formerly been creeping round the other side of the rocks, but being discovered are seeking a new outlet of escape. In the background, at a distance of a few rods, soldiers are approaching. They overtake Bohun, surround him and lead him away with them. Finally they disappear behind the bend of the narrow path, the other soldiers following them. In the farmyard all was still and deserted, for Zagloba's soldiers, who had been freed by Volodiyovski, had mounted their horses and joined the other soldiers in pursuit of the enemy. Zagloba now let down the ladder, climbed down from the loft, and said, as he stepped from the sty into the yard: "I am free!" He looked about him. The farmyard was covered with the dead bodies of the Zaporojians and a few other soldiers. The nobleman walked slowly among them, observed each one carefully, and finally knelt down beside one of them. Presently he rose again with a tin flask in his hand. "It is full," he murmured. And placing it to his lips he bent his head back. "Not bad." Again he looked round him and repeated, but in a much louder voice: "I am free!" Then he went into the cabin, and on the threshold, stumbled against the body of the old cooper whom Bohun's men had killed, and disappeared inside. When he came out again, he wore over his dirty coat, that was all covered with manure, Bohun's gorgeous gold embroidered girdle, in which was a dagger with a large ruby in its hilt. "God has rewarded bravery," he murmured, "for the pocket of the belt is full also. Ah, this horrid murderer, I hope he will not escape; but this little pygmy, I will put a bullet in him. He is a spiteful little fellow, just like a wasp. I knew that he was a brave soldier but I did not expect him to ride upon Bohun like a grey mare. It is strange that such a soul and so much courage should hide in such a little body. Bohun could easily carry him on a string at his belt, as if he were a little kid. May the bullets strike him, or better still, God give him luck. He certainly could not have known Bohun or else he would have killed him. How it smells of powder here. It fairly chokes one. Well, I have managed to wriggle out of such dangers as I have never before experienced. God be praised. Well, well, but to think they have not killed Bohun. I must look closer at this Volodiyovski, for the devil must be in him." Thus talking to himself, Zagloba sat in the threshold of the stable and waited. Presently in the distance appeared the soldiers returning from the pursuit, with Volodiyovski at their head. When he saw Zagloba, he quickened his horse's pace and, dismounting, came to meet him. "What, I see you still alive?" he asked from a distance.
"Myself and no one else," said Zagloba. "God reward you for coming to help me."
"Let us praise God that it happened at the right time," answered the little knight, shaking Zagloba's hand heartily.
"But how did you know of the danger in which I was placed?"
"The peasants from the farm sent me word."
"Oh, and I thought they had betrayed me."
"What made you think that? They are good people. The boy and his wife hardly escaped with their lives. As for the rest of the wedding party, I do not know what became of them."
"If they were not traitors, they have been killed by the Cossacks. The proprietor of the farm is lying over there beside the cabin. But never mind that. Tell me, Pan, is Bohun alive? Did he escape?"
"Was that Bohun?"
"The one without a cap, in his shirt, whom you knocked over, together with his horse."
"I cut his hand through. It is too bad I did not recognize him. But you, Pan Zagloba, what have you done?"
"What have I done?" repeated Zagloba. "Come, Pan Michael, and see."
Then Zagloba took Volodiyovski by the hand and led him into the stable.
"Look!"
he repeated. Pan Volodiyovski at first saw nothing, for he came from outside into the darkness. But as his eyes became accustomed to it, he noticed the dead bodies lying on the dung heap. "Who killed these men?" he asked in astonishment.
"I," said Zagloba. "You asked what I did. Look there."
said the young officer, shaking his head. "And how did you do it?"
"Up there," Zagloba said, pointing to the loft, "I defended myself while they attacked me from below and through the roof. I do not know how long it lasted, for in the heat of battle one does not reckon time. It was Bohun with his cruel strength and his picked men. He will remember you, but he will also remember me. Another time, I will tell you how I happened to become a prisoner, all that I suffered, and how I settled Bohun, for I had a war of words with him. Today I am so exhausted that I can hardly stand on my feet."
"Well," repeated Pan Volodiyovski, "I cannot deny that you defended yourself bravely, but one thing I must tell you, that you are better as a fighter than as a leader."
"Pan Michael," said the nobleman, "now is not the time to argue. Let us rather thank God that he has given us both such a great victory, the remembrance of which will long remain in the memory of men."
Volodiyovski continued to observe Zagloba. Until this moment, he had imagined that he had gained the victory that Zagloba now sought to share with him. But he merely made his own mental comment and, shaking his head, said: "Well, so let it be." An hour later, the two friends, at the head of their united divisions, were marching to Yarmolints. Hardly one of Zagloba's soldiers was missing, for they had been sound asleep and offered no resistance; and Bohun, who was commissioned principally to look for people who would give him information, had them all taken prisoners, instead of killing them. End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bohun, although a valiant and careful leader, had no luck with this expedition that he had undertaken against Prince Yeremy's divisions. He was firmly convinced that the prince was marching with his whole army against Kshyvonos, for the prisoners he had taken from Zagloba told him that the prince was following them, and they believed it themselves, so there remained nothing for the unfortunate ataman to do but to retreat as quickly as he could to Kshyvonos, and the undertaking was not easy. Scarcely did he succeed in 3 days in collecting a troop of little over 200 men. The rest had either fallen in fight, or remained upon the field of battle, or were wandering among the ravines or in the rushes, not knowing what to do, or whither they should turn their steps. And this troop was not of much use to Bohun, for, beaten, terrified, and demoralized, they were ready to fly at the least alarm, and yet they were the best picked soldiers. It would be difficult to find better ones in the whole of Sich. But the Cossacks did not know how small the force was which Volodiyovski had against them, or, that thanks to his agility and his surprising them, that he was able to attack and defeat the sleeping and unprepared men. They thought that they were dealing, if not with the prince himself, yet with a strong and considerable division of the army. Bohun was burning like fire, his hand was cut, he had been trampled by his horse, ill and beaten. His accursed enemy had slipped out of his hands, his glory was tarnished. and the very warriors, who on the eve of defeat, would have blindly followed him not only to the Crimea but even to hell, against the very dreaded Yeremy. They had lost faith, they had lost spirit, and were only thinking how they could save their throats and escape total defeat. And yet Bohun had done all that a leader could do. He had omitted nothing, had stationed sentries around the farmyard, and was only taking a rest because the horse, that had travelled hither from Kamenets, had hardly stopped for breath and were utterly incapable of travelling any farther. But Volodiyovski, who, during his young life, had experience in sorties and hunts upon the Tartars, went, like a wolf in the night, on the watch, taken them prisoners before they could scream or even fire, and attacked the rest so quickly that even he, Bohun, was obliged to fly, just as he was, in his trousers and his shirt sleeves. As the chieftain thought of these things, a mist came before his eyes, his head grew dizzy and despair gnawed at his heart, and he was enraged like a mad dog. He who had snatched the Turkish galleys in the Black Sea, he who had penetrated to Perekop and rode across the necks of the Tartars and had held burning torches beneath the eyes of the Khan, he who had hewn down at the side of the prince a regiment in Vasilutsk close to Lubni, had been obliged to fly in his shirt sleeves without his cap or sword, for he had lost the latter in his fight with the little knight. And when they stopped to feed the horses and no one saw him, the chieftain seized his head with both hands and cried: "Where is my Cossack fame, where my beloved sword?" And as he thus cried, a wild madness seemed to seize him, and he took to drinking like an inhuman being. He wanted to march against the prince, attack his whole army, die, and perish and be lost forever. He wished to do this, but the Cossacks did not. "If you should kill us, little father, we would not go," they answered gloomily, to his outbreak of fury. And it was useless, in such outbreaks of fury, to slash them with the sword or blacken their faces with gunpowder from his pistol. They would not go, and they did not. It seemed as if the ground were giving way beneath the feet of the ataman, for his misfortunes were not yet at an end. Fearing that he would be pursued and believing that Kshyvonos had already given up the siege, he did not go immediately towards the south, but turned in the direction of the east and met Longin's division. Watchful as a crane, Longin did not let himself be surprised by stealth, but attacked the ataman first and routed his forces; the more easily, as the soldiers themselves were not anxious to fight, and drove them towards Skshetuski, who defeated them so thoroughly that Bohun, after wandering for some time in the steppes, finally arrived at Kshyvonos' camp without glory, without officers or soldiers, without prisoners, and with only a few horses. But the savage Kshyvonos, who was usually so cruel to those under him whom fortune had not favored, was not angry this time. He knew from his own experience what it meant to fight with Yeremy's army. He was kind to Bohun, comforted him and calmed him and, when the Cossack leader became a prey to a violent fever, he had him watched, tended, healed, and kept as the pupil in his eye. Meanwhile the 4 officers of the prince, after filling the country with terror and horror, returned joyfully to Yarmolints where they remained several days in order to rest the men and horses. After they had taken up their quarters together houses, each of them gave an account of all that had happened to Pan Skshetuski and all that he had endured, and they took to drinking wine in order to ease their hearts by cheerful conversation and to satisfy their common curiosity. But Zagloba would hardly give any of them a chance to speak. He did not wish to listen but expected everyone to listen to him, and it proved that he had the most to relate.
"Gentlemen," he said, "I was taken prisoner, that is true, but the wheel of fortune turned. Bohun has been fighting all his life, and today we have conquered him. That is the luck of war. Today you tan them, tomorrow they tan you. But God punished Bohun for having attacked us when we were sleeping the sleep of the just, and waking us in such a shameless manner. Ha ha! He thought he would frighten me with his dirty tongue, but I tell you, sirs, as soon as I answered him back, he at once lost courage, became confused and blabbed out just what he did not intend. I could tell you volumes. If I had not been taken prisoner, Pan Michael and I would not have beaten him. I say he and I, for on this occasion, I have done most of it. I shall never cease to affirm this till the day of my death. So may God grant me health. Listen further to my story, that if Pan Michael and I had not beaten him, neither Podbipyenta nor Skshetuski would have overtaken him, and if we had not defeated him, he would have defeated us. And what would not have happened? Who prevented it?" "Ah, you're like a little fox," said Longin. "Here you wag your tail, there you slip away, and in every case you manage to get out of the trap. Only a foolish boarhound runs close behind the game, for he catches nothing and does not get even good scent and finally loses the trail altogether. How many men have you lost?" "About 12 altogether, and a couple wounded. They did not attack us fiercely." "And you, Pan Michael?"
"About 30, for I attacked them unexpectedly."
"And you, Lieutenant?"
"As many as Pan Longin."
"And I lost 2. Now tell me who was the best leader? Let's see how matters stand. With what object did we come here? We were sent by the prince in order to collect news about Kshyvonos. Well, I will tell you that I was the first to get news about him, and that from the best source, from Bohun himself. I knew that he is encamped at Kamenets, but that he is afraid and will raise the siege. I know that from the people, but I know something else, that will make you all very happy, gentlemen, and I did not mention it as yet, because I wished to consult you all about it. Besides, I did not feel well, because my labors were too much for me and my stomach rebelled at those murderous thongs. I thought my blood would have been poured out."
"Speak, for God's sake," cried Volodiyovski. "Did you hear anything of our poor girl?"
"You have guessed it, may God bless her," said Zagloba.
Pan Skshetuski stood up to his full height, but immediately sat down again. There was such a complete silence, that one could hear the humming of the mosquitoes at the little window. Then Zagloba continued:
"She lives, I know it for certain, and is in Bohun's hands. Gentlemen, they are dreadful hands, but God has not allowed any wrong or evil to come near her. Bohun himself confessed that to me, that he might deal wrongly with anyone else, but not with her."
"How can that be? How can that be?" asked Skshetuski feverishly.
"If I lie, may I be struck by lightning," answered Zagloba earnestly. "The matter is too sacred with me. Listen to what Bohun told me when he was mocking me, before I roused him fully. 'What did you imagine,' he said, 'that you were bringing her to Bar for a peasant? Am I a peasant that I should wish to take advantage of her? I would rather take her to Kiev and be married to her in the church and have the people sing songs for us and let 300 candles be lighted, to me, the ataman and hetman.' He stamped his foot and threatened me with his knife, for he thought he would frighten me, but I said to him he could not frighten a dog."
Skshetuski had recovered himself. His monk's face had brightened and fear, hope, joy, and uncertainty were once more depicted in his countenance. "Where is she then, where?" he asked hastily. "If you found that out, you are a messenger from heaven."
"He did not tell me that, but a wise man needs only a couple of words. Consider, gentlemen, that he was insulting me without ceasing until I roused him to a pitch of fury. But he said this: 'First I will lead you to Kshyvonos and then I would like to invite you to the wedding, but now we have a war and so it cannot take place so soon.' Consider that, gentlemen, not so soon, so we still have time. Also mark his words: 'I will lead you to Kshyvonos, then I would like to invite you to the wedding.' So in any case, she cannot be with Kshyvonos but in some other place where the war cannot penetrate."
"You're a man as good as gold," cried Volodiyovski.
"I at first thought," said Zagloba, delighted, "that he had perhaps taken her to Kiev; but no, for he said that he would take her to Kiev to get married, so if he is going to take her there, that proves that she is not yet there. He is too clever to take her there, for if Bogdan Hmyelnitski goes to Chervona Rus (Red Russia), Kiev would easily fall into the hands of the Lithuanian army." "That is true, that is true," cried Longin, "that is true as God lives. Many would like to have your intelligence." "But I would not like to exchange with theirs, for fear I might get beet soup instead of understanding, which might easily happen to me among the Lithuanians." "He is beginning to ridicule me again," said Longin. "Allow me to finish. Well, she is not with Kshyvonos, not in Kiev. Where then can she be?"
"Here is the difficulty."
"If you can guess, tell me quickly, for I am burning to know," cried Skshetuski. "Beyond Yampol," said Zagloba, looking triumphantly round with his sound eye.
"How do you know that?" said Volodiyovski.
"How do I know it? Look here! I was sitting in the pigsty, for that rascal had shut me up in the pigsty — may a hog eat him — and the Cossacks were conversing all around, outside. So I put my ear close to the wall, and what did I hear? One said, 'The ataman will now ride to Yampol,' the other answered, 'Keep still if you value your young head.' I would wager my neck that she is in Yampol."
"Oh, as true as God is in heaven," said Volodiyovski.
"He cannot have taken her into the Wild Lands, so he must have taken and hidden her somewhere between Yampol and Yahorlik. I was in that region once when the king's judges met those of the Khan to settle questions arising from the seizure of cattle on the frontier. As you gentlemen know, it was in Yahorlik that the frequent border questions about driven off cattle were settled. There are enough ravines and hiding places there all along the Dnieper, and a number of woods, in which people have farms and live in a state of lawlessness, dwell in deserted places, and do not even see any neighbors. He may have hidden her with some of those wild hermits, because she would be perfectly safe there."
"Sure, how can one get there, as Kshyvonos has possession of the road?" said Longin. "I hear that Yampol is also a nest of banditti."
"And if I should wage 10 heads," said Skshetuski, "I will save her. I will disguise myself and look for her and God will help me. I will find her." "I will go with you, Yan," said Volodiyovski.
"And I will go as a beggar with my Tiorben. Believe me, sirs, I have more experience than any of you and, as I am really sick of the Tiorben, I will take the bagpipes." "Then, can I be of any assistance to you, little brother?" said Longin.
"Certainly," answered Zagloba. "If it is necessary to cross the Dnieper, you can carry us over like Saint Christopher."
"I thank you with all my heart, gentlemen," said Skshetuski, "and I accept your offer with a joyful heart. There is nothing like true friends in adversity, and Providence has not denied me these as I see. The great God grant me that I may be enabled to recompense you with my health and means."
"We shall all be like one man," cried Zagloba. "God approves of concord, and you will see that our labor will not be in vain."
"Well, there's nothing left to me," said Skshetuski after a silence, "but to lead the men back to the prince and to start out with you at once. We will go along the Dniester until we pass Yampol and get to Yahorlik, and search everywhere and if, as I hope, Hmyelnitski is already beaten, or will be before we reach the prince, we shall not be delayed by public duty. The regiments will surely go to the Ukraine, to subdue the rebellion there, but they will get on without us." "Wait a minute, gentlemen," said Volodiyovski. "After Hmyelnitski, Kshyvonos will probably come to the front. Perhaps we may all march with the cavalry to Yampol."
"No, we must get there first," answered Zagloba. "First we will take the men back in order to be unencumbered. I hope that the prince will be contented with us."
"Especially with you?"
"It is so, I shall bring the best news. Believe me, I expect a reward."
"Well, shall we set out?"
"We must wait till tomorrow," said Volodiyovski. "However, Skshetuski must give orders, for he is our leader; but if we start today, I warn you that my horses may not carry us."
"I know that it is impracticable," said Skshetuski, "but I think that, after the horses have been well fed, we can venture it tomorrow." The following morning they set out. According to the prince's orders, they were to return to Zbaraj and there await further orders. They rode, therefore, by way of Kuzmin, passing to one side of Felshtin to Volochisk where the old highway led past Klebenovka to Zbaraj. The journey was unpleasant, for it was raining; but they travelled without disturbance, and Pan Longin, alone, who had ridden ahead with 100 horse, defeated a few bold bands who had collected in the rear of the army of the commander in chief. It was not till they reached Volochisk that they halted for a night's rest. But hardly had they fallen asleep after their long journey, when the alarm of the watch announced that a division of horse was approaching. Soon after came the news that it was Vyershul with his Tartar squadrons, consequently their own people. Zagloba, Longin and little Volodiyovski gathered at once in Skshetuski's room, and following immediately behind them, an officer of the light cavalry dashed into the room like a whirlwind, out of breath and completely covered with mud. When Skshetuski saw him, he cried:
"Vyershul!"
"It is I," said the newcomer, gasping for breath.
"From the prince?"
"Yes. Oh, give me some air for breath."
"What kind of news? Is Hmyelnitski defeated already?"
"All over with the Commonwealth."
"By Christ's wounds, what are you saying there? Defeat?"
A defeat, disgrace and ignominy, without a battle, a panic, woe, woe! I cannot believe my own ears. Speak, speak, by the living God! And the commander? They have fled. Where is our prince? He is retreating, without an army. I have come from him. The command is to go at once to Limburg. They are following us. Who? Vyershul, Vyershul, think what you're saying, man. Who? Hmyelnitski, the Tartars. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, cried Zagloba, the world is out of joint. But Skshetuski understood what was at stake. "We will ask questions later," he said. "Now let us mount." "To horse! To horse!" The hoofs of Vyershul's Tartars' horses were heard clattering outside the windows. The inhabitants of the place, awakened by the entrance of the soldiery, came with lanterns and torches out of the houses. The news spread like lightning over the town. Alarm bells were presently sounded. The little town only a moment before was so peaceful, was now filled with screams, tramping of horses, cries of command and the wails of the Jews. The inhabitants wanted to leave the town in the company of the soldiery. Wagons were got ready and children, women and bedding were placed in them. The burgomaster, at the head of some of the residents, came to entreat Skshetuski not to leave them behind, but to allow them to accompany him, at least as far as Tarnopol. But Skshetuski would not listen to it, as he had direct orders from the prince to hasten to Lemberg. They set out, therefore, and not till they started, did Vyershul, after having recovered himself to some extent, relate to them what had happened. "No such misfortune," said he, "has ever befallen the Commonwealth since she came into existence. Tsetsara, Zolta Woda, and Korsun are comparatively nothing." And Skshetuski, Volodiyovski and Longin bent towards the horses' necks, now taking hold of their own heads, now lifting up their hands. "The thing passes human understanding," he said. "Where is the prince?" "Forsaken, intentionally put into the background by all. He has not power, even over his own division." "Who has the command?" "No one and everyone. I have served a long time and have already cut my teeth in the war, but such soldiers and such leaders I never saw." Zagloba, who had no special liking for Vyershul, and did not know him well, shook his head and smacked with his lips. At last he said: "My good sir, either you did not see clearly or perhaps you regard a partial as a total defeat, for what you have told us entirely passes in imagination." "I grant it, but I tell you, sir, that I would willingly let my head be chopped off if, by some miraculous chance, I should be shown that I am mistaken." "Then," continued Zagloba, "how is it that you are the first to come to Volochysk after the defeat? I will not presume that you were the first that took to your heels. Where is the army? Whither is it fleeing? What happened to it? Why, if it ran away, did it not get here before you? I am waiting in vain for an answer." Vyershul at any other time would not have let these questions pass without remark, but now he could think of nothing but of the calamity; therefore he only said: "I came here first because the others have retreated by way of Ojygovts, as the prince sent me here on purpose because he judged that you were here, gentlemen, and he wished to warn you about the enemy, that you might not be overtaken, and secondly because the 500 horses that you have are no small comfort at this time, as the other divisions are almost all killed or separated." "These are wonderful things," murmured Zagloba. "It is frightful to think of it, despair seizes one. One's heart breaks, tears flow," said Volodiyovski, wringing his hands. "The country is lost, death has become inglorious, such splendid armies scattered, destroyed. It cannot be otherwise that the end of the world is here, the last day of judgment approaches." "Do not interrupt him," said Skshetuski, "let him tell it all." Vyershul was silent a while, as though he would gather strength. Nothing was to be heard but the splashing of hoofs in the mud, for it was raining. It was late at night and very dark as the heaven was covered with thick clouds. And in the midst of this darkness, this cloud, Vyershul's words sounded weird and gruesome as he continued: "If I did not hope to fall in battle, I should lose my reason. You, gentlemen, speak of the day of judgment and say it will soon dawn. I believe it is now here. Everything is falling to the ground, wickedness is getting the upper hand of virtue, Antichrist is abroad in the world. You did not see all that happened, but if you cannot even stand the description of it, how shall I describe to you the whole misfortune, the whole ignominy, which I witnessed with my own eyes. God gave us a favorable beginning to this war. Our prince prince, after he had passed sentence on Lashch at Sholansky Kamyin, forgot everything else, and made friends with Prince Dominik. We were all delighted at this reconciliation, and God's blessing seemed to rest upon it. The prince was victorious at Konstantinov and even took the town, for the enemy forsook it after the first attack. Then we went to Pilavyets, although the prince was opposed to it. But on the way, we became aware of intrigues against him, envy and disaffection and open agitation. In the councils his advice was not listened to, no attention was paid to it, and especial pains were taken to divide our forces, so that the prince should not have them all under his control. If he had then opposed them, he would have received all the blame for the defeat, so he was silent and patiently endured everything. Thus the light cavalry by order of the commander-in-chief which Vurtsel and his cannon with Captain Hmyelnitski remained in Konstantinov. They separated the Lithuanian field commander Osinski and Korytski's squadron, so that all that remained with the prince were the hussars under Zatsvilikhovski, 2 regiments of dragoons and a portion of my regiment under my command. In all there were hardly 2,000 men. From that time they seemed to despise him. I even heard some of Prince Dominik's favorites say, if we can gain a victory now, they will not be able to say any longer that it was Vishnovyetski's work alone, and they talked and said that if the prince gained so much glory, his candidate Prince Charles would probably be elected when a king was chosen, and they did not wish him, but Prince Casimir. The whole army was affected by the contagion of their example, and groups of disputants were formed just as if delegates were sent to the Diet. One thought of everything but the battle, just as if the enemy had already been defeated. If I were to tell you, gentlemen, about the dinners and vivats and the luxury there, you would hardly believe me. The armies of Pyrrhus, gleaming with gold, jewels and ostrich plumes, were nothing in comparison with this army. With 200,000 followers and a multitude of carriages followed us. The horses swayed beneath the weight of the gold stuffs and silk tents and the carriages beneath the weight of crockery, etc. It would appear that we were setting out to conquer the whole world. The noblemen belonging to the militia cracked their whips day and night. How can we keep the peasants in order without drawing our swords, said they, and we old soldiers foresaw evil at the sight of this unparalleled pride. And now began the trouble about Kizyalov. Some maintained that he was a traitor, others that he was an honorable senator. Heated with drink, men fought with swords. There were no sentries, no one maintained order, no one carried on any supervision. Each did as he wished, went where it seemed to him best, stood where it pleased him best. The servants created a disturbance. Oh, merciful God, that was a pleasure trip, no military expedition. A carnival upon which the honor of the Commonwealth was danced away, drunk away, ridden away, and finally traded away. "We are yet alive," said Pan Volodiyovski.
"And God is in heaven," added Skshetuski.
Another pause, and then Vyershul continued. "We are totally ruined, unless God works a miracle, ceases to punish us for our sins and shows us undeserved mercy. There are moments when what I have seen appears incredible to me and I feel as if it was all a nightmare."
"Go on, sir," said Zagloba. "You came to Pilavyets, and after that?"
"And stopped there. What the commanders decided there, I do not know. At the day of judgment they will give an account for it, for if they had then attacked Hmyelnitski suddenly, he would have been beaten and completely routed, as true as God is in heaven. In spite of the disorder, the want of discipline, the tumult and the lack of a leader. The blacks there were already filled with fear. They were consulting how they should deliver up Hmyelnitski and the captains. And he himself was thinking of taking to flight. Our prince rode from tent to tent, praying, entreating, threatening, 'Let us make an assault, otherwise the Tartars will come, let us attack them,' and he tore his hair, and the other leaders looked at one another and nothing. They were drinking and holding a council. There was a rumor that the Tartars were coming, that the Khan was approaching with 200,000 horsemen. They continued their council. The prince shut himself up alone in his tent, for they had rebuffed him completely. It was already common talk among the soldiers that the chancellor had forbidden Prince Dominik to begin a battle, that negotiations were being carried on. The disorder increased. Finally the Tartars came, but God was yet with us on the first day. The prince attacked them, Osinski and Pan Lashch held out bravely, obliged the horde to vacate the field, killed a considerable number and then. Here Pan Vyershul's voice became inaudible.
"And then?"
asked Zagloba. Then came a terrible, indescribable night.
I remember that I was keeping watch with my men beside the river when, suddenly, I heard the thunder of cannon and a screaming in the Cossack camp as if they were firing a salute. Then I remembered that they had told me yesterday that the whole Tartar force had not arrived, but only Tukhay Bey with a portion of them. I thought therefore when I heard them firing salutes that the Khan must have come himself, until all at once a tumult arose in our camp. I sprang forward with some of my men. "What has happened?" They answered, "The commanders have fled." I hastened to Prince Dominik, he was gone; to the cupbearer, he was gone; to the crown ensign, he was gone. Jesus of Nazareth, the soldiers were running about on the square; screams, shouts, crying, noise, tumult, the flash of torches in every direction. "Where are the commanders? Where are the commanders?" Others cried, "To horse! To horse!" Others again, "Save yourself, brothers! Treason! Treason!" Holding their hands in the air with wild looks, their eyes starting out of their heads, crowding each other, trampling, crushing each other, they mounted their horses and hurried off, blindly without their weapons. Others cast away helmets, armor, weapons, tents. Finally the prince, in his silver armor, appeared at the head of his hussars. 6 torches were carried beside him. He stood up in his stirrups and cried, "Gentlemen, I am still here. Come to me." His call remained unanswered. They heard nothing. They crowded upon the hussars, threw them into confusion, trampled men and horses to the ground, and we hardly succeeded in saving the prince. Then the whole army, plunging over trampled fires in the darkness, like a rushing stream, like a swollen cataract. The whole army fled in wild terror out of the camp, scattered, disappeared, fled. There is no longer any army, no leaders, no commonwealth, only ignominy, and the Cossack's foot is on the neck. Pan Vyershul groaned and pulled on the reins, for madness and despair had possession of him, and this despair was shared by the rest, who rode through the night and rain like men bereft of reason. They had ridden for some time. Zagloba interrupted: "Without fighting a battle! Oh ye knaves! Oh ye dogs! Do you remember how boastful they were in Zbaraj? How they were going to eat Hmyelnitski without pepper and salt? Oh you knaves!" "Why," cried Vyershul, "they fled after the first battle they won against the Tartars and the ^blacks,' after a battle in which even the militia fought like lions."
"This is the finger of God," said Skshetuski, "but there is some mystery here which must be cleared up."
"It is not unusual for soldiers to run away," said Volodiyovski, "but in this case the leaders were the first to leave the camp, as though they would intentionally make the victory easier for their enemies, and give over their army to slaughter."
"That's just it, that's just it," said Vyershul, "it is said that it was done on purpose."
"Done on purpose? By God's wounds, that cannot be."
"So it is said, but why? What is behind that? Who can guess?"
"Oh, may the earth swallow them up, may their race die out and their memory be covered with everlasting ignominy," said Zagloba.
"Amen," said Skshetuski. "Amen," said Volodiyovski.
"Amen," repeated Pan Longin.
"There is only one man who can yet save the country, if they will give him the baton and the remaining powers of the Commonwealth. There is only one, for neither the nobility nor the army will hear of any other."
"The prince," said Skshetuski.
"It is he."
"We will stand and fall with him. Long live Yeremi Vishnovyetski!" cried Zagloba.
"Long may he live!" answered about a score of unsteady voices.
But the cry died away, for it was no time for cheers when the ground seemed to be opening under their feet, and the heavens seemed threatening to fall down on them. There was no time for shouts and vivats. Meanwhile day was breaking, and in the distance, the walls of Tarnopol became visible in the dim morning light. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 9 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The first fugitives from Pilavyets reached Lemberg at daybreak on the 26th of September, at the moment that the gates of the town were opened. The dreadful news spread with the rapidity of lightning through the whole town, awakening in some doubt and terror, in others, and these the greater number, the desire for a desperate battle. Skshetuski had arrived with his division 2 days later, when the town was already full of fugitive soldiery, nobility and armed citizens. They were already thinking of preparing for defense, as the Tartars were expected to arrive at any moment, but they did not yet know who would place himself at their head and what steps would be taken. Consequently, panic and disorder reigned. Many fled from the town to seek safety for their families and their possessions, but the dwellers in the vicinity, on the contrary, sought shelter in the town. The departing and entering crowds blocked the streets and caused tumults for the right of way. Everywhere might be seen carriages, packages, bundles and horses, also soldiers of the most varied uniforms. On all faces might be seen uneasiness and feverish expectation, despair or resignation. At every moment, like a sudden blast of wind, came fresh terror. Loud cries were heard, "They come! They come!" and the crowd rolled forward blindly like a wave, driven by mad fear, until they saw that a new company of fugitives was approaching, and these companies increased in number. But what a sad sight was presented by these soldiers who, a short time before, had marched out from here in gold and plumes, with songs on their lips and pride in their eyes to march against the peasant mob. Today they came back tattered, famished, haggard, and covered with mud, on weary horses, the signs of disgrace in their faces, more like beggars than knights. They might have aroused pity if there had been time for any such feeling in this town, against whose walls the entire force of the enemy might soon be raging. And each one of these disgraced knights comforted himself with the knowledge that he had so many thousands of companions in shame. All hid themselves in the first hour, in order to recover themselves, to make complaints, to utter curses and threats, to prowl about the streets, to drink in the wine shops and to increase, if possible, the disorder and the panic. For each one repeated the same thing: "The Tartars are on our heels!" Some said they had seen smoke behind them, others swore by all the saints that they had already been obliged to defend themselves against their pursuers. The crowds who surrounded the soldiers listened attentively to these tidings. The roofs and church towers were packed with thousands of anxious citizens, the alarm bells were rung, and a crowd of women and children choked the churches, in which, amid the glow of wax candles, gleamed the sacred host. Skshetuski forced his way gradually with his company from the Hmyelnitski gate through crowds of horses, wagons, soldiers, and through groups of citizens who were standing beneath their banners and through the people who looked in astonishment at this squadron which moved in perfect battle order through the town. They began to shout to one another that help was coming. At once a most baseless joy took possession of the populace, who crowded round Skshetuski in order to seize his stirrup. Other soldiers approached with the cry, "Those are Vishnovyetski's men! Long live Prince Yeremy!" Such a crowd collected that the regiment could only move forward a step at a time. Suddenly a division of dragoons, with an officer at their head, came towards them. The soldiers separated the crowd, the officer crying, "Out of the way! Make room!" and striking with the flat of his sword those who did not immediately move out of his way. Skshetuski recognized Kushel. The young officer heartily greeted his friend. "What times! What times!" he said.
"Where is the prince?"
asked Skshetuski.
"He would have died of sorrow if you had remained away much longer. He was already very anxious about you and your men. He is now in the convent of St. Bernard. I am sent out to keep order in the town, but Grozvaia has already taken hold of the thing. I will ride with you to the church. They are going to hold a council there."
"In the church?"
"Yes, they want to offer the prince the baton of field marshal, for the soldiers declare that they will not defend the town under any other leader."
"Let us go then. I also am in a hurry to see the prince." The two companies united and rode off together. On the way Skshetuski inquired about everything that had happened in Lemberg, and if they had decided to defend it.
"They are just considering the matter," said Kushel. "The citizens want to defend it. What times these are! The men of lower rank show more heart than the nobles and the soldiers."
"And the commanders, what has happened to them? Are they in the town, and will they not make difficulties for the prince?"
"If he only does not make any himself. There have been more favorable opportunities of giving him the field marshal's baton, now it is too late. The commanders dare not let themselves be seen. Prince Dominik rested for a short time in the archbishop's palace and then went on his way. It was well he did so, for you cannot believe how bitter the soldiers are against him. Although he has gone, they will keep crying, 'Give him to us, we will cut him down.' He would not have escaped an attack.
The cupbearer arrived here first, and he actually began to complain of the prince, but now he is quiet, very quiet, for he has been threatened too. They accuse him to his face, and he only swallows his tears. Everything is dreadful. What times these are! I tell you I thank God that you were not at Pilavyets, that you did not need to fly, for it is a wonder that all who were there did not go crazy."
"And our division?"
"No longer exists. Hardly one man remains. Vurtsel is lost, Hmyelnitski and Zatsvilikhovski are also lost. Vurtsel and Hmyelnitski were not at Pilavyets for they remained at Konstantinov. That Beelzebub, Prince Dominik, left them behind there in order to weaken our prince's power. No one knows if they escaped or were taken by the enemy. Old Zatsvilikhovski has disappeared like a stone in the water. God grant he may not be killed."
"Are many soldiers gathered here?"
"Enough, but what good does that do? The prince alone can restore order if he takes the command, for they will obey no one else. The prince was terribly anxious about you, and the soldiers. Yours is the only entire regiment that is left. We were already mourning for you."
"Anyone who is mourned at this time may count himself happy."
They rode for a time in silence, looking at the crowd and listening to the noise and the cry, "The Tartars! The Tartars!" They came across the horrible spectacle of a man torn in pieces, whom the crowd suspected of being a spy. The bells rang unceasingly.
"Will the horde be here soon?" asked Zagloba. "The devil knows. Perhaps they may be here today. This town cannot defend itself long. Hmyelnitski is coming with 200,000 Cossacks beside the Tartars." "The town is lost," answered the nobleman. "It would have been better for us to have ridden away at breakneck speed. To what end have we won so many victories?" "Over whom?" "Over Kshyvonos, Bohun, God knows over whom besides." "But," said Kushel, and turning to Skshetuski he asked in a low voice: "And you, dear Yan, has not God comforted you? Have you not found what you sought? Have you at least heard any news?"
"Now is no time to think about that," cried Skshetuski. "Of what consequence am I and my affairs in comparison to what has happened? All is vanity, vanity, until at length death comes."
"That is true," said Kushel. "The whole world must be coming to an end very soon."
They had reached St. Bernard's church, which was brightly lighted. An enormous crowd of men stood before the church, but no one could enter, for a cordon of halberdiers defended the entrance and allowed only the more important officers to enter. Skshetuski formed his men in two ranks.
"Let us go in," said Kushel. "Half the Commonwealth is in the church."
They entered. Kushel had not exaggerated much. All who were prominent in the army and in the town had assembled to the council. There were in the church voyevodas, castellans, colonels, cavalry captains, foreign officers, spiritual dignitaries, a crowd of nobility, a number of officers of lower rank, and some civil officers under Grozvayer, who was in command of the citizens. There were present also the prince, cup bearer, one of the commanders, the Voyevoda of Kiev, the Starosta of Stobnitski, and Vesel and Artashevski, and the Lithuanian field marshal Pan Osinski. These sat before the high altars so that the public could see them. They took counsel in feverish haste, as is usual in such cases. The speakers rose on benches and conjured the chief officers not to give the town into the hands of the enemy without resistance.
"And though we should ourselves be destroyed in the attempt, the town will hold out, the Commonwealth will recover. What do we need for defense? The walls are there, the soldiers are there and the determination is there, only the leader is lacking."
And as this was said, a murmur arose in the crowd, which soon resolved itself into a loud shout. The people were seized with enthusiasm.
"We will die, we will willingly die," they cried, "to wipe out the disgrace of Pilavyets, to save the country."
And now was heard a clashing of swords and the bare blades gleamed in the candlelight while some called out:
"Calm yourselves, let us take counsel quietly. Shall we defend ourselves or shall we not?" "We will defend ourselves, we will defend ourselves," cried the crowd, so that the walls rang. "We will defend ourselves. Who will lead us? Who is our leader? Prince Yeremy, he is our leader, he is a hero. We will defend the town and the Commonwealth will give him the command. Long live Yeremy!"
Now from 1,000 throats arose a shout that made the walls tremble and the panes in the church windows rattle.
"Yeremy! Yeremy! Long live the prince! Long live the prince! Victory to him!"
1,000 sword blades glittered. All eyes were turned towards the prince and he rose quietly with a furrowed brow. Instantly there was a deep silence. "Gentlemen," said the prince in a sonorous voice which, amid the silence, reached every ear, "when the Cimbri and the Teutons attacked the Roman Commonwealth, no one cared to undertake the consulate, until Marius took it. But Marius had the right to seize it, for no leader had been chosen by the Senates. And I would not seek flight amid this danger, but would dedicate my life to my beloved fatherland; but I dare not accept the baton as, by so doing, I might offend my country, the Senate and the higher authorities. I will not be a self appointed leader. Among us is the man to whom the Commonwealth would give the baton, that is the crown cup bearer." The prince was forced to stop speaking, for he had no sooner mentioned the name of the cup bearer than a frightful noise and clashing of swords ensued. The crowd became restless, gave vent to their feelings and flamed up like powder to which a spark has been applied.
"Away with him! Kill him! Periot!"
Echoed through the crowd. "Periot! Periot!" sounded in louder tones. The cup bearer sprang from his seat, pale, with large beads of cold perspiration on his forehead. Threatening forms approached nearer the altar, and already were heard the ominous words, "Give him to us." The prince, who saw what turn things were taking, stood up and stretched forth his right hand. The crowd stopped short. They thought the prince was going to speak. In a moment all was quiet. But the prince only wished to quiet the storm, to quell the tumult, to allow no shedding of blood in the church, and he sat down again when he saw that the danger was over. Separated from him only by the Voyevoda of Kiev sat the unfortunate cup bearer. His gray head had sunk on his breast, his hands hung listlessly at his side, and from his mouth came these words broken with sobs:
"Lord, for my sins I am willing to bear my cross."
The old man might have awakened pity in the hardest heart, but the mob is usually unmerciful, and the noise began afresh. Suddenly the Voyevoda of Kiev stood up, and motioned with his hand that he was about to speak. He was a companion in arms of Prince Yeremy, so that the people listened to him willingly. He, however, turned to the prince and conjured him in the most touching manner not to refuse the offer of the baton, and not to fail to save his country. "When the Commonwealth is in danger, let all private discord cease. She will not be saved by him who has been appointed, but by him who is most competent to save her. Take the baton, thou unconquered hero, take it! Save her! Not the town alone, the whole Commonwealth. In her name I, the old man, entreat thee, and with me all ranks, all men, all women and children entreat thee. Save us! Save us!" Something now occurred which moved all hearts. A woman in deep mourning approached the altar, and casting some jewels and gold ornaments at the feet of the prince, she kneeled before him and cried, sobbing loudly:
"We bring thee our possessions, we give our lives into thy hands. Save us! Save us, or we are lost!"
At this sight the senators, the soldiery, and with them the whole crowd broke into loud weeping and with one voice the cry resounded through the church: "Save us!" The prince covered his eyes with his hands, and when he raised his face, his lashes were wet with tears. But still he hesitated. What would be the effect on the Commonwealth if he should accept the dignity of commander? Now the cup bearer arose.
"I am old," he said, "unhappy, and bowed with care. I ought to lay down the burden which is beyond my strength. In the sight of the crucified one, and of the assembled knights, I deliver up my baton. Take it."
And he handed the symbol of his office to Prince Vishnovyetski. There was a moment of such deep silence that one might have heard the winging of a fly. Then Prince Yeremy's voice was heard, saying in solemn tones: "For my sins, I will accept it." Now ensued a wild scene in the crowd. They pressed forward, fell at the feet of the prince, and cast their treasures and gold before him. The news flew like lightning through the whole town, the soldiers were almost crazy with joy, and cried that they would march against Hmyelnitski, the Tartars and the Sultan. The citizens no longer thought of giving themselves up, but only of defending themselves, to the last drop of blood. The Armenians brought voluntary gifts of money to the town hall some time before there was any talk of an assessment. The Jews, in their synagogues, raised a cry of gratitude. The cannon on the ramparts announced the joyful news. In the streets, muskets, guns and pistols were fired. The cry, "Long live Yeremy!" continued the whole night. Whoever did not understand the situation might have thought that the town was celebrating a great triumph, or was keeping a feast. And yet, at any moment, 300,000 of the enemy, a larger army than the Emperor of Germany or the French king could call into the field, and more savage than Tamerlane's forces, might besiege the walls of this town. End of Book 3, Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 10 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A week afterwards, on the morning of the 6th of October, the terrible and unexpected news was spread in Lemberg that Prince Yeremy, taking with him the greater part of the army, had left the town, and no one knew whither he had gone. Groups of people collected before the archbishop's palace. At first they would not believe the news. The soldiers surmised that if the prince had really gone it must have been at the head of a large division of the army to explore the neighborhood. It was said that deserters had spread false reports, for they affirmed that at any moment Hmyelnitski and the Tartars might appear. And since the 26th day of September, 10 days had already passed without any sign of the enemy. The prince wished to convince himself with his own eyes whether there was any danger and would probably return when he had verified the reports. Besides, he had left several regiments, and everything in readiness for defense. This was what really happened. All kinds of orders were given, posts assigned and the cannon brought on the ramparts. In the evening Captain Skshetuski arrived with 50 dragoons. They were surrounded at once by an eager crowd, but he would not talk with them, but went straight to General Artsishevski. They both sent for Grozvayer, and after a consultation went to the town hall. Skshetuski there told the terrified audience that the prince had gone never to return. At the first moment, all were thunderstruck and bold voices cried, "Traitor!" But Artsishevski at once arose. He was an old man, celebrated as a leader for his great services in the Holland army, and he spoke as follows to the soldiers and the councillors. "I have heard insulting words that had better never been spoken, for despair could not justify them. The prince has gone away and will never return, that is true. But what right have you to demand that a leader, upon whose shoulders rests the salvation of the whole country, should defend your little town alone? What would happen if the rest of the army of the Commonwealth were surrounded by the enemy? We have here neither provisions, nor arms, nor food for such a large army. Moreover, I tell you, and you may believe my words, that the more soldiers you have shut up here, the shorter the time of defense will last, for hunger would besiege us sooner than the enemy. Hmyelnitski cares more for the person of the prince than he does for your town. When he finds out therefore that he is no longer here, that he has collected a new army, and may come here to garrison it, he will be the more likely to give in to you and listen to negotiations. Today you grumble, but I tell you that the prince, in leaving this town and threatening Hmyelnitski from outside, is protecting you and your children. Contain yourselves, defend yourselves, keep off the enemy for a time, and you will not only save the town, but render the Commonwealth an everlasting service. For the prince can meanwhile gather new forces and garrison other fortresses. The torpid Commonwealth will rouse itself from slumber, and hasten to your assistance. He has opened the only way of salvation, for if he had fallen a sacrifice to hunger with his forces, no one would have remained to repulse the enemy, who might then go without resistance to Cracow and Warsaw and swarm over the whole country. Therefore instead of grumbling run to the walls to defend yourselves, your children, the town, and the whole Commonwealth." "To the walls! To the walls!" repeated several bold voices. Grozvayer, an energetic and courageous man, remarked: "Your silence, gentlemen, pleases me, and let me tell you that your prince has not gone away without arranging everything for the defense. Everybody knows what to do. What has happened, had to happen. I have charge of the defense and I will protect you till death." Hope kindled anew in the anxious hearts, and Skshetuski then took up the word: "His Excellency sends word that the enemy is at hand. Lieutenant Skshetuski with one of his wings came across a Tartar chambul of 2,000 men and defeated them. The prisoners say that an enormous force is following them." This news made a great impression. There were a few moments of silence and all hearts beat joyfully.
"To the ramparts!" said Grozvayer. "To the ramparts! To the ramparts!" repeated the assembled officers and citizens.
At this moment a noise was heard outside the windows. Thousands of voices arose from a roaring crowd, that resembled the waves of the sea. Suddenly the door was opened with violence, several citizens dashed through it, and before the council had time to ask what had happened, a shout arose: "Flames in the sky! Flames in the sky!" "And the word is become flesh," said Grozvayer. "To the ramparts! To the ramparts!" The hall was deserted. A moment later the thunder of cannon shook the walls of the town and made the inhabitants tremble, announcing to the suburbs and the outlying villages that the enemy was at hand. The eastern sky was blood red as far as the eye could reach. It looked as though a sea of fire was approaching the town. The prince, meanwhile, had marched to Zamost, and after he had destroyed the little Tartar camp of which Kshetuski had spoken, he set to work to repair and garrison it, as it was already a natural fortress, and in a short time had rendered it impregnable. Skshetuski, with Pan Longin and a portion of the squadron in the citadel, had remained with Pan Veyerts, the starosta of Valetsk. The prince proceeded to Warsaw in order to demand from the Diet means to provide a fresh force, and also to take part in the election of the king, which was to be held at that time. Vishnovyetski's fate and that of the whole Commonwealth hung on this election, for if Prince Charles were elected, the war party would maintain the upper hand, the prince would receive the chief command over the united armies of the Commonwealth and it would lead up to a decisive battle, for death or life, with Hmyelnitski. Prince Casimir, although well known for his personal courage and for his warlike character, was justly considered a partisan of Chancellor Ossolinski, whose politics tended to negotiations with the Cossacks, and the granting to them of great concessions. Both brothers made no end of promises and strove to increase the number of their followers. Consequently, as they each had an equal chance, no one could foresee the result of the election. The chancellor's party feared that Vishnovyetski, thanks to his ever increasing fame and the love which the nobility and the knights bore him, would obtain a majority for Prince Charles; and the prince, on account of these apprehensions, desired to support his candidate in person. Therefore he hastened to Warsaw, with the certainty that Zamost was in a condition to stand a long siege against the whole strength of Hmyelnitski and the Crimea. Lemberg might, to all appearances, be regarded as secure, for Hmyelnitski would certainly not waste time in storming this town when he had the far more important Zamost before him, which blocked his way into the heart of the Commonwealth. These thoughts cheered the prince and filled his heart with renewed confidence, which he needed in his present anxious condition regarding the fate of his country. He hoped surely that, even if Casimir were chosen, he would see that the war had become an unavoidable necessity, and that this terrible rebellion could only be drowned in a sea of blood. He expected also that the Commonwealth would fit out another army, for even negotiations could not be carried on without the assistance of a mighty military force. Lulled by such thoughts, the prince, under the protection of several regiments, rode alongside Zagloba and Volodiyovski. The former swore by all he held dear that he would bring about the election of Prince Charles, as he knew how to talk to his noble brethren and how to take them. The latter commanded the prince's escort. In Siennits, not far from Minsk, the prince was surprised by an agreeable and quite unexpected meeting. He found Princess Grizelda there. She was hastening from Brest-Litevsk to Warsaw, so as to be in greater safety, and also with the hope that she might find the prince there. Their meeting was a very happy one and all the more so, as it was so unexpected. The princess, although a woman of iron courage, threw herself with sobs and tears into the arms of her husband, and could not be quieted for some hours. For how often had she given up all hope of ever seeing him again. And now God had permitted him to return more famous than ever, with more veneration accorded him than any of his race had yet received. The greatest leader, the one hope of the Commonwealth. The princess, raising her head from his shoulder, looked through her tears at his tanned emaciated face, at his noble forehead, upon which care and fatigue had traced deep furrows, at his eyes, red and weary from sleepless nights, and her tears flowed afresh and all her ladies of honor wept with her from the depths of their hearts. Gradually she became calmer, and accompanied by the prince went into the spacious house of the provost. and then began questions and inquiries about friends, about courtiers and knights who had been considered as part of their own family, and who were associated in her memory with Lubni. The prince quieted her anxiety about Pan Skshetuski, and explained to her that he had only remained in Zamost because, amidst all the sorrow that God had laid on him, he could not endure the noise of the capital, but preferred rough military service, in order to deaden the wounds of his heart. The prince then introduced Pan Zagloba and praised his exploits. "This is an incomparable man," he said, "who not only snatched the young Panna Kurtsevich out of Bohun's hands, but also led her in safety through Hmyelnitski's camp, and through the midst of the Tartars, and also conducted himself in the most praiseworthy manner at Konstantinov." When the princess heard this, she was profuse in her compliments to Pan Zagloba, repeatedly held out her hand for him to kiss, and promised him at some future time a better reward. The incomparable man bowed low, maintaining the modesty of a hero, and then he became puffed up and winked over at the court ladies, for although he was old and did not make any further conquests among the fair sex, he was yet flattered that so many had heard of his bravery and his exploits. But this meeting was not one of unmixed joy, for, apart from the thought of the sad times that oppressed the Commonwealth, the princess was painfully affected when, in answer to her frequent inquiries for this or the other well known knight, she received the answer: "He is dead, he is dead, he is fallen." The young ladies were also cast down, for among these names were more than one that they loved. Thus joy was blended with sadness, and tears with smiles. But the one who grieved the most was Pan Volodiyovski, for in vain he looked around him on all sides and cast his eyes in every direction. Princess Barbara was not to be seen. Indeed, during the fatigues of war, the continual battles, encounters and marches, this cavalier, who was by nature as susceptible in love as he was inconstant, had partially forgotten his fair lady. But now, when he saw the court ladies of the princess and the life in Lubni came vividly to his mind, he thought to himself that, now the hour of rest had arrived, it would be agreeable to sigh and to awaken afresh the flame of his heart. But as he could not do this, and his old inclination, as if out of obstinacy awoke once more, Pan Volodiyovski grieved greatly and looked as if drenched by rain. He hung his head and his slender moustachios, which were usually twisted upwards till the ends almost reached his nostrils like the feelers of a cockchafer, now hung down too. His pug nose seemed to grow longer, his face had lost its ordinary cheerful expression, and he stood still, and did not move, even when the prince in turn praised his courage and his remarkable endowments. What did he care for words of praise if she could not hear them? Anusia Borzobohata took pity on him, and although they continually had spats, she resolved to comfort him. With this intention, after casting a side glance at the princess, she moved gradually nearer to the knight until she was close beside him. "Good morning, Pan," she said. "We have not seen one another for a long time." "Alas, Panna Anna," answered Pan Michael, in a melancholy voice, "a flood of water has poured over us since then and we meet in sad times, and not all of us." "It is true that not all of us are here, for many knights have been killed." Here Anna sighed and presently continued: "Our number is smaller than it was, for Panna Shenyutovna is married and Princess Barbara remained with the Voyevodovna of Vilna." "And she will be married too?" "No, she is not thinking about that yet, but why do you ask, sir?" As she said this she dropped her dark little eyes so that only the eyelids were visible and looked askance beneath her lashes at the knight. "On account of my well wishes for the family," answered Pan Michael. "That is right. Pan Michael," answered Anusia, "for Princess Barbara is a very good friend of yours. She often asked, 'Where is my young knight who at the tourney in Lubni has thrown down so many Turkish heads, for which I rewarded him? What is he doing? I wonder if he is alive and still remembers us?'" Pan Michael raised his eyes gratefully to Anusia, and was happy, and then observed that Anna had improved remarkably. "Did Princess Barbara really say that?" he asked. "As true as I live, and she remembered how you jumped across the moat for her that time you fell into the water." "And where is Pani Voyevodovna of Vilinov?" "She was with us in Brest Litovski, a week ago she went to Belsk, and from there will go to Warsaw." Volodiyovski looked at Anusia the second time and could not contain himself any longer. "And you, Panna Anna," he said, "have grown so beautiful that it fairly blinds one to look at you."
The girl smiled thankfully. "Pan Michael, you are only saying this to capture me." "I might have done it once," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "God knows I tried and could not, and now — I wish Pan Podbipyenta happiness." "And where is Pan Podbipyenta?" asked Anusia in a low tone, with her eyes cast down. "In Zamost with Skshetuski. He has been promoted to the lieutenancy and is in active service, but if he had known whom he would see here, as true as God is in heaven he would have taken leave and ridden here with giant strides. He is a great cavalier who deserves every favor." "And did he meet with reverses in the war?" "It seems to me that you don't want to ask that, but whether he has got the 3 heads that he was determined to cut off." "I do not believe that he meant that in earnest." "And yet you must believe it, Panna, without those heads he can do nothing. He is seeking every opportunity to find them. At Makhnovka we even rode into the middle of the battle in which he was fighting his way into the crowd, in order to look at him. The prince himself was with us, for I must tell you that I have been in many battles, but I never saw such slaughter as I saw there, and I will never forget it. When he fastens your scarf round him, he can fight terribly. He will find his 3 heads. Do not be anxious." "May each one find what they seek," said Anusia, sighing. Volodiyovski also sighed and turned his eyes to the ceiling. He was suddenly surprised at something he saw in one corner of the room. In this corner an angry, fiery face entirely unknown to him was staring at him. This face possessed a gigantic nose, and moustaches that looked like wisps and twitched nervously as if in suppressed passion. Anyone might have been frightened for that nose, those eyes and moustaches, but little Pan Volodiyovski was not at all backward, therefore, as said above, he only wondered, and turning to Anusia asked: "What kind of man is that in the corner who is looking at me as if he would like to swallow me, which moved quickly like an old tomcat at prayers?" "That," said Anna, showing her little white teeth, "that is Pan Kharlamp." "What kind of a heathen is that?" "He is no heathen at all but the captain in the light horse, of the Voyevoda of Vilna, who is taking us to Warsaw and is to wait there for the Voyevoda. Do not offend him. Pan Michael, for he is a great man eater." "I see that, I see that; but if he is a man eater there are fatter morsels than I. Wherefore should he sharpen his teeth on me and not on someone else?" "Because," said Anusia, giggling gently. "Because what?" "Because he is in love with me and told me himself that he would tear anyone to pieces who came near me, and now, believe me, it is only the presence of the prince and princess that prevents him from seeking a quarrel with you immediately." "Now you have it," said Pan Volodiyovski gladly. "Is that so, Panna Anna? Oh, I see now that it was not in vain that we sang, like unto a Tartar horde, hast thou taken captive the heart. Do you remember, Panna? You cannot move from one place to another without someone falling in love with you." "That is my misfortune," said Anna, with her eyes cast down. "Ah, what a Pharisee you are! What would Pan Longin say?" "Is it my fault that this Pan Kharlamp follows me? I cannot bear him, I do not want to see him." "Well, well, see to it, Panna, that he does not shed any blood on your account. You can dress a wound with Podbipyenta, but when it comes to a question of love it is dangerous to trifle with him." "I wish he would cut off his ears, I would be glad of it." As she said this, she whirled round like a top and in a moment was on the other side of the room beside Pan Carboni, the prince's medical attendant, to whom she whispered much and entered into a lively conversation. The Italian fixed his gaze on the ceiling as if he were in perfect ecstasy. Meanwhile Zagloba had approached Volodiyovski, and winked at him roguishly with his sound eye.
"Pan Michael," he said, "who is that crested lark?"
"Panna Anna Bozobohata Krasienska, the lady in waiting to the princess."
"And a fine creature. Eyes like saucers, little mouth in a picture and a neck. Ah!" "Nothing, nothing." "I congratulate you."
"Give us peace, sir, that is Pan Longin's fiancee, or as good as his betrothed."
"Pan Longin? But by God's wounds, he has made a vow of chastity; and besides, even if there is this understanding between them, he could hide her behind his coat collar; she could perch upon his moustache like a fly. What now?"
"Yes, she will manage him. Hercules was stronger, and yet a woman outwitted him."
"If only she does not play him false; but I, as true as I am Zagloba, will do my best to bring that about."
"There are many others in your position, although she is a good girl and comes from a good family. It is a pity because she is young and pretty."
"You praise her because you are a true cavalier, but she is a great flirt, I am certain of it."
Beauty attracts people. As for example, do you see that captain yonder? They say he is dreadfully in love with her."
Pshaw! And just look at that crow she is talking to now. Who the devil is he?"
"That is the Italian Carboni, the prince's physician."
"Watch Pan Michael, how his gig lamps sparkle and look as though they were in delirium. Ah, it is bad for Pan Longin. I know something about it, for when I was young I had many experiences. At a suitable time I will tell you about all that I went through, but if you care I will tell you at once."
Zagloba began to whisper into the little knight's ear and to blink more furiously than ever, but just then came the command to proceed on the journey. The prince got into the carriage with the princess in order to converse freely after their long separation. The young court ladies were in the other carriages, the knights mounted their horses, and all set out. In the van were the court suite, the soldiers a little behind them, for the country was quiet in this region, and the escort was only for form and not for safety. They went therefore from Siennits to Minsk and from there to Warsaw, making frequent stops as was the custom at that time. The highway was so packed that they advanced very slowly. Everyone from far and near was hastening to the elections, from far and near even from far Lithuania. Here and there whole noblemen's suites met each other, whole trains of gilt coaches surrounded by heyduks dressed in Turkish manner, behind whom came the court companies, Hungarian and German; now divisions of Janissaries, now Cossacks, and finally the important squadrons of the unconquerable Polish cavalry. Each of the more distinguished Poles endeavored to appear with as much gorgeousness, display and number of followers as possible. Beside the numerous cavalcades of the magnates, moved the smaller and less important district and provincial dignitaries. Every now and then, from out the clouds of dust, appeared a single nobleman's carriage, and in each carriage sat a nobleman, or a priest with a crucifix or an image of the Holy Virgin on his breast, attached to a silk ribbon. All were armed with a musket on one side and a sword on the other, and among the active or retired officers, lances protruded nearly 2 yards at the back of the saddle. Pointers and greyhounds ran in and out among the carriages, not for hunting, since it was not on a hunting expedition, but for the amusement of their owners. In the rear, pages led horses with costly saddles that were covered completely so as to protect the costly equipments from dust and rain. Then came creaking wagons with wheels made of woven reeds, carrying the tents and provisions for the masters and servants. When the wind suddenly blew the dust from the highway, the procession was wrapped in a cloud and looked like a 100-colored serpent, or a ribbon embroidered in mystical figures of golden silk. Here and there the joyous strains of Italian bands or of the Janissaries might be heard, especially in the ranks of the royal and Lithuanian regular soldiers, of which there were numbers in that throng. These accompanied the procession as escort of the royal dignitaries. Everywhere were heard cries, noise, shouts, questions and wranglings, because one would not get out of another's way. From time to time soldiers and officers rode up to the prince's train with the request that they would make room for one or the other dignitary, or else to inquire who was travelling here, but as soon as they heard the answer, "The Voyevoda of Russia," they at once announced it to their masters, who then left the road clear, or if they were ahead, turned aside to look at the prince's train. The nobles and the soldiers crowded together at the halting places, looking with eager eyes at the greatest warrior of the Commonwealth. There was no lack of cheers, for which the prince gracefully expressed his thanks, partly from his natural kindliness and partly in order to win adherents for Prince Charles, which were often captivated at the mere sight of him. The prince's regiments, those soldiers that were called Rusinov, were also regarded with the same curiosity. They were no longer ragged and worn, as after the battle of Konstantinov, for the prince had bought them new uniforms in Zamost. Nevertheless the crowd gazed at them as though they were monsters from beyond the sea, for the inhabitants of some of the surrounding towns of the capital thought that they came from the end of the world. They told one another wonderful stories about those mysterious steppes and forests, in which such knights were born, admired their faces that were browned by the wind from the Black Sea, their proud look, and a certain savagery of appearance that distinguished them from their wild neighbors. But most of the glances turned, after the prince, on Pan Zagloba,
who as soon as he noticed the surrounding people who were admiring him, looked sturdily and boldly and rolled his eyes so frightfully, that the crowd began to whisper to one another, "He must be the most distinguished of all the knights." Others said, "This fierce dragon must have driven many souls from their bodies." When such words reached Zagloba's ears, he endeavored to conceal his inward satisfaction by a still more fierce demeanor. Now he spoke to the crowd, now he ridiculed them, and especially the companies of the Lithuanian horsemen, whose heavy cavalry wore a golden loop across their shoulders, while the light cavalry wore a silver one.
"What is it you have on, Pan Loop?"
cried Zagloba, at sight of them, and more than one ground their teeth and grasped their swords, but when they remembered that he belonged to a regiment of the Voyevoda of Russia they let it pass, spat on the ground, and avoided any quarrel. Near Warsaw the crowd became so dense that one could hardly advance at all. The election of the king appeared to assemble more people than usual, for the nobility thronged hither from the farthest Russian and Lithuanian regions, not only on account of the election but also to seek safety in Warsaw. And yet the election would not be for several days, as the first assembly of the Diet had hardly begun. But everyone went there 1 or 2 months in advance in order to find quarters in the city, to bring themselves to the remembrance of this one or the other one, to look for promotion and invitations to dinner at the different lords' houses, and in fact after the harvest to enjoy the luxury of the capital. The prince looked through the windows of his carriage at this crowd of knights, soldiers and nobles, at this wealth, at these gorgeous clothes, and thought how many soldiers he could have armed with that money, what an army he could have sent into the field. How did it happen that a commonwealth that was so thickly populated and so rich and full of valiant knights, should be so powerless that she could not protect herself against Hmyelnitski and the wild Tartars? Why was it? He could not understand. Hmyelnitski's thousands could be answered by more thousands, if this nobility, these soldiers, these riches and abundance, these regiments and squadrons would have served the public interests as readily as they did their own private interests. "There is no more virtue in the Commonwealth," thought the prince. "The great body is beginning to decay, the old valor has become enervated in the delights of comfort. The nobles and the soldiery no longer love the fatigues of war." The prince was partially right, but he considered the situation of the Commonwealth from the standpoint of a warrior and a leader who would willingly have turned every man into a soldier, and would have led him against the enemy. Valor was still to be found and came to the front, when a little later, much more serious wars threatened the Commonwealth. She lacked another thing that the martial prince did not foresee at that moment, but that his enemy the Crown Chancellor, who was a more experienced statesman than Prince Yeremy, well understood. The pointed towers of Warsaw gleamed in the grey distance. The prince's reflections were interrupted and he gave orders which the officers on duty imparted to Volodiyovski, the leader of the escort. Consequently Pan Michael left his place at the side of Anusia's carriage, where he had been riding, in order to join his company, which was some way behind, and bring them up with the rest. He had not gone many steps when he heard somebody coming up behind him. He looked round. It was Pan Kharlamp, captain of the Voyevoda of Vilna's light cavalry, Anusia's adorer. Volodiyovski reined in his horse for he understood at once that he would have to meet this man, and Pan Michael loved such things with his whole soul. Pan Kharlamp rode up beside him and, at first said nothing, but panted and tugged fiercely at his moustache, evidently seeking for words. Finally he said: "I greet you, Pan Dragoon." "I greet you, Pan of the Line."
"How dare you call me that?" asked Kharlamp, grinding his teeth. "Me a captain and a companion in arms, eh?"
Pan Volodiyovski began to throw into the air the little axe which he had in his hand, his whole attention apparently being only directed to endeavoring to catch it by the handle at every turn, and he answered indifferently: "Because I do not recognize your rank by your loop."
"You insult officers with whom you are not equal."
"And why?" innocently asked the rascal Volodiyovski.
"Because you are serving in a foreign regiment."
"Calm yourself," said Pan Michael. "Even if I am in the dragoons, I am an officer and not one of the least, but in the highest rank of the Voyevoda's service. You can therefore speak to me as your equal, or as your superior." Pan Kharlamp began to understand that he was not dealing with a person of no importance, as he imagined, but he continued to grind his teeth, for Volodiyovski's indifference made him still more angry. He said, therefore:
"How did you dare to get in my way?"
"Oh, I see you are anxious for a quarrel."
"Perhaps, and I will tell you one thing." Here Pan Kharlamp leaned over to Volodiyovski and said in a low tone: "I will cut your ears off if you get in my way where Panna Anna is concerned." Volodiyovski again twirled his little axe, as if his right hand were accustomed to such play, and said mockingly to Pan Kharlamp: "Oh, gracious sir, permit me to live a little longer, permit me, permit me." "No, that will not do, you cannot escape me so easily," said Pan Kharlamp, seizing the little knight by the arm. "I will not try to escape you," said Volodiyovski gently, "but at present I am on duty and am hurrying to execute my master's orders. Let go my sleeve, sir, let it go, I beg you, for otherwise there will be nothing left for me to do but to cut you over the head with this axe and knock you from your horse." The voice which had commenced so gently now hissed so dangerously that Pan Kharlamp involuntarily looked at the little knight in astonishment and let go his sleeve. "Oh, that makes no difference," he said, "you will have to meet me in Warsaw. I will not let you out of my sight." "I will not hide myself, but how can we settle this affair in Warsaw? Have the goodness to tell me. I, a simple soldier, have never yet been there, but I have heard of court martials that punishes the unsheathing of a sword in the presence of the king, or his representative, with death." "One can see that you have never been in Warsaw and are a boor, as you fear the court, and do not know that during the interregnum the chapter dispenses justice, and in this case an explanation will be easy, and for the sake of your ears they would not be likely to cut off my head, believe me."
"I thank you for your information and beg for further instructions, for I see you are not a bad instructor and are also a well informed man. And I, as a man who has only studied the minor sciences, and hardly know how to make an adjective agree with a noun, should I venture, which may God forbid, to call you a fool, only wish to know if I should say stultus and not stulta or stultum." Here Pan Volodiyovski again tossed his axe. Pan Kharlamp became embarrassed, and his face flushed and drew his sword. At the same moment the little knight raised forth his axe and it gleamed in the air. They looked at one another for a moment like two aurochs, with distended nostrils and eyes flashing fire. But Pan Kharlamp was the first to remember that he would have to answer to the Voyevoda himself if he should attack any officer in his service, so he was the first to sheath his sword.
"Oh, you will find me, you son," he said.
"You will find me, you beet broth," said the little knight. And they separated. One rode to join his cavalcade, the other to his regiment which had advanced during this time, and clouds of dust filled the air from the hoofs of the approaching horses. Pan Michael did not take long to place his regiment in order and to ride at their head. Presently Zagloba trotted up to him.
"What did that sea scarecrow want with you?" he asked Volodiyovski.
"Pan Kharlamp? Oh, nothing, he was only calling me out."
"Now you have it," said Zagloba. "He will bore you through his nose. Look out, Pan Michael, if you fight with him, that you do not cut off the largest nose in the Commonwealth, for it would require an unusually large grave mound. How happy is the Voyevoda of Vilna! Others are obliged to send out military expeditions against the enemy, but this nobleman of his can scent the enemy from afar. But why does he call you out?"
"Because I rode beside Panna Anna Bozobohata's carriage."
"Pshaw! You should have told him to go to Pan Longin at Zamost. He would have received him with pepper and ginger. This beet broth swiller's fortune is not so great as his nose."
"I said nothing to him about Pan Podbipyenta," said Volodiyovski, "for how could I, as long as he left me in peace? Just out of obstinacy I will make desperate love to Anusia. I shall get some enjoyment out of it, and what can we find better to do in Warsaw?"
"We shall find something to do, Pan Michael, do not fear," said Zagloba, winking. "In my young days, when I was the regiment tribute collector, we marched over the whole country, but nowhere did I find such gay life as in Warsaw."
"Do you think it is different from our life beyond the Dnieper?"
"There is no comparison."
"I am quite curious," said Pan Michael, and added, after a pause, "and I will nip this beet broth swiller's mustache, for he wears it too long." End of Book 3, Chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 11 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Several weeks had passed. Fresh nobles came crowding every day to the election. In the town the population had increased tenfold. For, beside the crowd of nobles, thousands of merchants and bazaar traders came thither from different parts of the world, from distant Persia to the coasts of England beyond the sea. In the quarter of the town called Woli they had put up a wooden building for the Senate, and round about it might be seen already thousands of tents which completely covered the ground. No one knew as yet which of the two candidates would be elected, the king's son Casimir, the cardinal, or Charles Ferdinand, the Bishop of Plotski. Both parties exerted themselves to the utmost. Thousands of circulars were distributed, setting forth the virtues and faults of the candidates. Both sides had many and powerful adherents. To Charles's party belonged, as we know, Prince Yeremy, and this was all the more dangerous for the opposite party that it seemed more and more probable that he would carry with him the nobility, who were very devoted to him and on whom everything depended. But Casimir was not lacking in strength. The provincial governors were on his side, and he had the influence of the chancellor. The primate also seemed to favor him, and behind him stood the greater number of the magnates, each of whom had a considerable following. And among these magnates was Prince Dominik Zaslovski Ostrogski, Voyevoda of Sandomir, who, although actually dishonored after the affair of Pilavyets and even threatened with justice, was still the greatest lord in the Commonwealth, yes, even in the whole of Europe, and had besides unlimited wealth to throw into the balance for his candidate. Nevertheless, Casimir's adherents had many moments of bitter doubt, for, as we have said, everything finally depended on the nobility, who, from the 4th of October, had begun to pour into Warsaw, and were still coming in by thousands from all parts of the Commonwealth, and carried away by the greatness of Vishnovyetski, and the prince's interested generosity, declared one and all for Prince Charles. Charles was able and hospitable and did not fail on this occasion to give considerable sums towards forming fresh regiments, which were to be placed under Vishnovyetski's command. Casimir would willingly have followed his example and it was not stinginess, but on the contrary a too great open-handedness which had caused continual depletion of his treasury, that now prevented him from giving. During this time, active consultations were going on between the two parties. Messengers were sent daily between Nyaporinta and Yablonna. Casimir, on account of his seniority and in consideration of brotherly love conjured Prince Charles to withdraw and leave the field clear for him. But the bishop would not listen to this request, and wrote that it was not right to turn away any fortune that might come to him, especially as this fortune was in accordance with the suffrage of the whole Commonwealth, which had nominated him for its ruler. And meanwhile the time passed. The 6 weeks' interval was coming to a close and, with it, the terror of the Cossacks, for news had arrived that Hmyelnitski had raised the siege of Lemberg, after storming it several times, and that he was now before Zamost, the last rampart of the Commonwealth, which he was storming day and night. It was also said that besides the ambassador whom Hmyelnitski had sent with a letter, and an announcement that, as a Polish nobleman, he declared in favor of Prince Casimir, he had sent to Warsaw a whole swarm of disguised Cossack captains, who had sneaked into the ranks of the nobility without being recognized. They were dressed like the true nobility, and could not be distinguished from them even in their speech, and were especially like the nobility from the Russian district. Some had gone there, it was said, out of pure curiosity, in order to see the election festivities and to see Warsaw. Others had gone to find out what was said about the coming war, how many soldiers the Commonwealth could put in the field and what money she had to spend on it. Much that was told about these guests might be true, for among the Zaporojian captains there were many noblemen who lived in the Cossack fashion and also understood Latin, which made it all the more difficult to recognize them. In the farther steppes, Latin did not flourish and people even like the Princess Kurtsevich did not understand it, as well as Bohun and other atamans. These and similar rumors, which had circulated in the town, as well as in the election camp, combined with the news of Hmyelnitski's approach and the expeditions of the Cossacks and Tartars who were advancing to the Vistula, filled men's hearts with fear and unrest, and often gave rise to tumults. It was quite enough among the assembled nobility to suspect anyone of being a Zaporojian in disguise and, in a moment, before he could justify himself, he was cut to pieces by their swords. In this manner, several innocent men came to their death and the dignity and earnestness of the election suffered in consequence; especially as, in those times, drunkenness was not looked upon with much disfavor.
The chapter for the security of the place could not restrain the continual disputes which at the first opportunity turned into a fight. But if earnest men who were filled with the love of good and of peace lamented these tumults in the face of the danger which threatened their country, the frivolous, the fighters and the drunkards, the dice throwers and ruffians who were in their element, considered this time as their period of harvest and committed all sorts of misdemeanors with the greatest audacity. It is not necessary to say that Pan Zagloba was their leader, as one might have supposed from his distinguished position, as well as his insatiable thirst for drink, and his fluent tongue, which was equaled by none, and his absolute self-confidence which nothing could shake. At times he was even attacked by melancholy and then he shut himself up in his room or in the tent, saw no one, and when he came out he was in a horrible temper and ready for serious quarrels and fighting. It transpired that, in a similar humor, he had wounded Pan Dunchevski of Ravianina seriously, for no other reason than that in passing by, he had pushed against Zagloba's sword. At such times he could endure the company of no one but Pan Michael, to whom he then complained that a longing to see Skshetuski and the "poor girl" was consuming him. "We have forsaken them, Pan Michael," he would say, "like traitors we have given them over into ungodly hands, and you cannot excuse yourself with your nemine excepto. What do you suppose is happening to her, Pan Michael?" It was in vain that Pan Michael told him that if the catastrophe at Pilavyets had not overtaken them they would have sought the "poor girl," but that now it was impossible, as the whole might of Hmyelnitski's forces separated her from them. The nobleman, however, would not be comforted, but became more furious, and even swore that the world now consisted only of feather quilts, childishness, and Latinity. These attacks of sadness, however, only lasted a short time, and after they were over, Zagloba drank and caroused more than ever, as though to make up for lost time. He passed most of his time in the wine shops, in the company of the greatest sots or women of the town, and Pan Michael was his faithful companion. Pan Michael, an excellent soldier and officer, had not the slightest degree of that earnestness which misfortune and sorrow had developed in Skshetuski. He fulfilled his duties to the Commonwealth, in striking wherever he was told, and did not bother himself about anything else. He did not understand public affairs. He grieved over a mischance of war, but it did not occur to him that these tumults and brawls were just as injurious to the country as a defeat in battle. In one word, he was a flighty youngster and, having once been swallowed up in the whirlpool of the capital, was submerged to his ears and hung like a chain round Zagloba who was his master in deviltry. He rode about, therefore, with the other nobles, to whom Zagloba told the most incredible things over the wine, gained adherents for Prince Charles, drank with Zagloba, screened him in emergencies, and went everywhere with him, to the electioneering camp and about the town together like flies in boiling water, there was no corner they did not penetrate. They were seen in Nyaporenta, in Yablonna, and at all the dinners and suppers at the houses of the magnates and in the inns. In fact everywhere, and they enjoyed everything. Pan Michael's young palm itched to make itself felt and to prove that the Ukrainian nobles were better than any other, and that the prince's soldiers were above all others. So they rode off to look for adventure among the Lenchytsans who were the best swordsmen, and especially among the partisans of Prince Dominik Zaslavski whom they both hated above all. They entered into disputes only with the most desperate ruffians whose reputation was well known and could not be doubted, and at once began to seek a quarrel. "You, sir, seek a quarrel," said Pan Michael to Zagloba, "and then I will take it up." Zagloba, who was not to be beaten in a war of words and who in a single fight with a brother nobleman was no coward, did not always agree to playing second fiddle, especially in disputes with the Zaslavskis; but when it was a question of fighting with any Lenchytsans, he halted, and even if the other man had drawn his sword, Zagloba would say: "My good sir, I should have no conscience if I were to expose you to an inevitable death by fighting with you. Perhaps you had better try with my little son and pupil, but I do not know if you will fare any better with him." After this speech Volodiyovski would come to the front, with his pointed little moustache twirling upwards, his pug nose, and a stupid expression on his face; and whether his substitution was accepted or not, he would intervene as he really was a master above all masters, began at once to fight and usually laid his opponent low, after a few rounds. They both, therefore, sought such entertainment. Their fame continued to increase among the restless spirits of the nobility, especially Zagloba's fame, for they said: "If that is his pupil, what must the master be?" But it was a long time before Volodiyovski could find Pan Kharlamp. He even thought that he had been sent back to Lithuania on some business. 6 weeks had elapsed, during which time public affairs had made a great advance. The struggle between the two candidates and brothers, the exertions of their adherents, the violence and excitement of the partisans, had all pretty nearly passed from remembrance. It was already known to all that Yan Casimir would be elected, for Charles had withdrawn and left the field clear for his brother. It seemed strange that Hmyelnitski's voice should be heard and that it should have any weight. It was thought that he would bow to the majesty of the king, especially such a king, one who had been chosen according to his wishes. These surmises for the most part were verified by the event. This turn of the wheel of fate was a heavy blow to Vishnovyetski who, like Cato of olden times, had never ceased to advise the destruction of this Zaporojian Carthage. Now, under these circumstances, the only step to take was that of negotiation. The prince saw, indeed, that these negotiations would result in nothing or, in a short time, would be brought to nothing by the force of circumstances; and he saw nothing but war in the future and was filled with anxiety at the thought of whither this war would lead. After the conclusion of these negotiations, Hmyelnitski would become stronger and the Commonwealth weaker. And who would then venture to lead their forces against such a celebrated leader as Hmyelnitski? Would not new defeats, new misfortunes come to pass, which would exhaust their resources to the uttermost? For the prince did not deceive himself. He knew that he, the most dreaded of Prince Charles' adherents, would not receive the chief command. It was true that Prince Casimir had promised his brother that he would honor his adherents as he did his own, for he had a noble soul; but Casimir sided with the political party of the chancellor, consequently, another would obtain the baton, not he. Woe to the Commonwealth, however, if this one should not be a more experienced leader than Hmyelnitski. A twofold sorrow filled the soul of Prince Yeremy: anxiety about the future of the mother country, and that indescribable feeling that takes possession of a man who sees that his services are not valued; that he does not obtain justice, and that others are allowed to supplant him. Yeremy would not have been a Vishnovyetski if he had not been haughty. He felt in himself the power to wield the baton and he had deserved it. Consequently he suffered a twofold disappointment. It was said even among the officers that the prince would not wait for the end of the election, but would leave Warsaw; but that was not true. The prince not only did not leave, but even went to Nyeporents to see Prince Casimir, by whom he was received most graciously; and after a long audience, returned to the town, because military affairs demanded his presence. It was a question of the transport of provisions to the soldiers, which the prince had earnestly urged. Besides this, new regiments, dragoons and infantry had to be formed at Prince Charles's expense. The first were to be sent at once to Russia, the others were to be trained. For this purpose, Yeremy sent, in all directions, officers who were experienced in the organization of troops, in order to bring those regiments and squadrons into the desired condition. Kushel and Vyershul were also sent out, and at last it came to Volodiyovski's turn. He was summoned one day before the prince who gave him the following orders: "You are to go to Zaborova by way of Babits and Lipki, where horses intended for the regiment are waiting. Look them over and make your selection and pay Pan Chakhovski, and then bring them home for the soldiers. You can draw the money here in Warsaw on my account from the paymaster." Volodiyovski lost no time in setting to work, drew the money and, that very day, rode off with Zagloba to Zaborova, accompanied by 10 men and a wagon to convey the money. They rode slowly, for the whole regiment this side of Warsaw was swarming with noblemen, servants, wagons and horses. Every hamlet was so crowded on the road to Babits that every cabin was filled with guests. One might easily meet with an accident among this crowd of men of the most varied dispositions, and the two friends, in spite of their polite behavior, did not escape some adventure. When they reached Babits they noticed, outside the inn, several noblemen who were just mounting their horses in order to ride away. Both parties were just about to pass each other with a friendly salute when, suddenly, one of the riders spied Pan Michael and, without saying a word, sprang towards him on horseback.
"So here you are, little brother," he cried. "You hid yourself, but I have found you. You will not escape me. Hey, gentlemen," to his comrades, "wait a little. I have something to say to this little officer and would like you to hear my words." Volodiyovski smiled, for he had recognized Kharlamp.
"God is my witness, I did not hide myself," he said. "I was looking for you myself to see if you were still cherishing your hatred against me, but we could not find each other."
"Pan Michael," whispered Zagloba, "you are under orders."
"I remember," growled Volodiyovski.
"Stand forth!" shouted Kharlamp. "Gentlemen, I promised this youth, this beardless boy, that I would cut off his ears, and I will cut them off as sure as my name is Kharlamp, yes, Kharlamp. Be witnesses, gentlemen, and you, youngster, prepare to fight."
"I must not, as I love God, I must not, allow me a few days' time."
"What? Can't? Coward, you are afraid. If you do not stand up on the instant, I will thrash you so that you will call on your grandmother and grandfather. Oh, you gadfly, you poisonous insect, you can get in a man's road and insult him and sting him with your tongue, but when it comes to a duel, you are not to be found."
Here Zagloba intervened.
"It seems to me, gentlemen, that you are dodging the question," he said to Kharlamp. "Look out that this gadfly does not really sting you, for then no plaster will help you. Fie to the devil! Do you not see that this officer is under orders? Look at this wagon full of gold which we are taking to the regiment, and understand that he is guarding a treasure, and that you dare not injure his person, dare not touch him. Whoever cannot understand that must be a fool and no soldier. We are in the service of the Voyevoda of Russia, and we don't fight with such fellows. Today it cannot be. Delayed does not mean run away."
"That is really the case, if they are travelling with money, they dare not," said one of Kharlamp's companions.
"What do I care for their money?" screamed the furious Kharlamp. "Let him stand forth or I will thrash him."
"I will not fight today, but on the word of a knight," said Pan Michael, "I will meet you in 3 or 4 days, wherever you wish, as soon as my duties are at an end. And if you, gentlemen, are not satisfied with this promise, I will give the order to fire on you, for I shall believe that I am not dealing with noblemen, not even with soldiers, but with bandits. Choose therefore, by all the devils, for I have no time to stand here." At Volodiyovski's last words, the escort of dragoons at once aimed their muskets at the assailants, and this movement, together with the decided words of Pan Michael, made an evident impression upon Pan Kharlamp's comrades.
"Give in," they said to him, "you are a soldier yourself and know what duty means, and it is certain that you will get satisfaction, for this is a bold fellow like all the men of the Russian companies. Calm yourself, we beg you."
Pan Kharlamp fumed for a few moments longer and then, he noticed that he should either make his comrades angry, or force them into an unequal fight with the dragoons. So he turned to Volodiyovski and said: "Promise me that you will meet me." "I will look for you myself, if for no other reason, than because you have twice demanded it. In 4 days I shall be ready for you. This is Wednesday, let it be Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Choose the spot."
"There are too many people in Babits," said Kharlamp. "There might be some unpleasantness. Let us meet here, near Lipki, for it is quieter and nearer for me, for my quarters are in Babits."
"And will you gentlemen appear in full force?"
said Zagloba, the careful.
"Oh, that is unnecessary," said Kharlamp. "I will bring my 2 relations, Pan Skshetuski. You, sir, will also appear without your dragoons?"
"It may be the custom with you to ride to a duel with a military escort," said Pan Michael. "With us it is not usual."
"Well, then in 4 days, on Saturday in Lipki, near the inn. And now God be with us," said Kharlamp.
God be with
us,"
answered Volodiyovski and Zagloba. The adversaries parted peacefully. Pan Michael was pleased at the idea of this approaching pastime and promised himself that he would take Kharlamp's moustache, after cutting it off, as a present to Longin. They rode at a fair speed to Zaborona, where they found Prince Casimir, who had come here for the hunting. But Pan Michael only saw his future king at a distance, for he was in a hurry. In 2 days he had finished his affairs, chosen the horses, and having paid Pan Tchaikovsky for them, returned to Warsaw and finished his journey by going to Lipki for the duel, accompanied by Zagloba and Pan Kushel, whom he had invited to be his seconds. They arrived in good time, a full hour before the event was to come off. When they reached the inn, which was kept by a Jew, they stepped inside to wet their throats with a little mead and converse over the glasses as they drank.
"Scab, is the landlord at home?" asked Zagloba of the innkeeper.
"The master is in the town."
And are there many noblemen here in Lipki?"
"No, the place is almost empty. I have only one gentleman here. He is sitting in the parlor, a rich man with servants and horses."
"Why did he not go to the castle?"
"Probably he does not know our lord. Besides, the castle has been closed for a month."
"Perhaps it is Kharlamp,"
said Zagloba. "No," said Volodiyovski.
"But Pan Michael, it seems to me that it is."
"What now?"
"I am going to see who it is. Jew, has the gentleman been here long?"
"He only arrived today. He has not been here quite 2 hours."
"And do you not know where he comes from?"
"I do not know, but it must be from a long distance, for his horses are very tired. The men say from the other side of the Vistula."
"Why did he come to Lipki?"
"Who can tell?"
"I will see about it," repeated Zagloba. "Perhaps it is a friend, an acquaintance."
And approaching the closed door of the parlor, he knocked with his fist and asked:
"May I come in, sir?"
"Who is there?" cried a voice from within.
"A friend?" said Zagloba, opening the door. "Pardon, sir, perhaps I am disturbing you," he added, sticking his head into the room.
Suddenly he drew back, slammed the door as if he had seen death. On his face was depicted horror, mingled with utter astonishment, and with his mouth open, he looked in bewilderment at Volodiyovski and Kushel. "What is the matter?" asked Volodiyovski.
"By Jesus' wounds, keep still," said Zagloba. "Yonder, Bohun!"
"Who? What happened to you?"
"In there, Bohun!"
Both officers sprang to their feet. "Have you lost your senses? Think again, who is it?"
"Bohun! Bohun!"
"It is not possible."
"As true as I live, as true as I stand before you, I swear by God and all the saints."
"Why are you so frightened?" said Volodiyovski. "If he is here, God has given him into our hands. Calm yourself, are you quite certain it is he?"
"As true as I am speaking, I saw him. He is dressing himself."
"And did he see you?"
"I do not know. I think not."
Volodiyovski's eyes flashed like live coals. "Jew," he cried softly, waving his hand furiously, "come here. Does a second door lead into that room?" "No, only the one into this room." "Kushel, go to the window," whispered Pan Michael. "Oh, now he will not escape us again." Kushel, without saying a word, hurried out of the room. "Come to your senses," said Volodiyovski, "the sword does not hang over your neck, but over ours. What can he do to you? Nothing."
"I simply cannot recover from my astonishment,"
answered Zagloba, and thought to himself:
"It is true, why should I fear? Pan Michael is with me, let Bohun be afraid."
And assuming a fierce look, he grasped the hilt of his sword.
"Pan Michael, he cannot escape us again."
"I wonder if it is really he. I can hardly believe it. What could he be doing here?"
"Hmyelnitski has sent him out as a spy, that is certain. We will catch him and give him his choice. Either he must give up the princess, or we will threaten to hand him over to justice."
"If he would only give up the princess, devil take him."
"Pshaw! There are not too few of us. We two and Kushel the third. He will defend himself like mad, and especially as he has some attendants with him."
"Kharlamp will come with 2 men, then we shall be 6, more than enough." At this moment the door opened and Bohun stepped into the room. He evidently had not seen Zagloba looking in at the door, for, at sight of him, he started, his face became crimson and his hand flew like lightning to the hilt of his sword. But it was the work of a moment, the glow faded out of his face and he became paler than usual. Zagloba looked at him and said nothing. The ataman also stood in silence. One could have heard the wings of a fly in the room, and these 2 men, whose fate was so strangely interwoven, acted at this moment as if they did not know each other. They stood thus for some moments. To Pan Michael it seemed an eternity.
"Jew," said Bohun suddenly, "is it far from here to Zaborova?"
"No, it is not far," answered the Jew. "Is your lordship going to set out at once?"
"I am,"
said Bohun, putting his foot on the step which separated his room from the inn parlor.
"With your permission?"
exclaimed Zagloba. The chieftain stood, as if rooted to the spot, and turning to Zagloba, fixed his black, dreadful eyes on him.
"What do you wish?" he asked curtly. "Why, it seems to me that we have met somewhere. Did we not see each other at that wedding at the farm in Russia?"
"We did," said the chieftain proudly, placing his hand again on the hilt of his sword.
"How is your health?" asked Zagloba, "for you rode away so hastily from the house that day that I did not even have time to take leave of you."
"And you were sorry?"
"Certainly I was sorry. We would have had a little dance. The company had become more numerous."
Here Zagloba pointed to Volodiyovski.
This cavalier had just arrived and wanted to make your acquaintance."
"Enough of this," cried Pan Michael, suddenly springing forward. "Traitor, I arrest you."
"And by what right?" asked the ataman, raising his hand proudly.
"Because you are a rebel, an enemy of the Commonwealth, and have come hither as a spy."
"And who the devil are you?"
"Oh, I do not need to introduce myself, but you will not escape me."
"We shall see," said Bohun. "I would not hesitate to tell you who I am, sir, if you were to call me out with swords, like a soldier; but as you threaten me with arrest, so let it be. See, here is a letter that I am bringing from the hetman of the Zaporojians to Prince Casimir, and as I did not find him in Nyeporenta, I am travelling to Zaporova to see him. How is that? Will you arrest me now?"
Then Bohun looked proudly and disdainfully at Volodiyovski, and Pan Michael looked as embarrassed as a boarhound whose prey is about to escape. He knew not what to do and turned his questioning glance on Zagloba. For a moment, there was a deep silence.
"Ah!" said Zagloba, "that will not help you. As you are an ambassador, we dare not arrest you, but you dare not meet this cavalier with your sword, for you fled before him once and the earth fairly groaned."
Bohun's face became purple, for now he recognized Volodiyovski. Shame and wounded pride overcame the fearless warrior; the remembrance of that fight burned like fire. It was the one indelible stain on his soldier's honor, which he prized more than his life, more than anything else. And the merciless Zagloba continued in a cold-blooded manner.
"Your trousers were flapping and this cavalier took pity on you and gave you your life. Fie, Pan warrior, you have a woman's face but also a woman's heart. You were courageous enough in presence of the old princess, and the boy princes, but before a knight you play a different tune. Carrying letters, kidnapping girls, that is your business, but not making war. As true as I love God, with my own eyes I saw your trousers flapping. Fie, fie! And even now you speak about the sword when you are carrying a letter. How can one fight with you when you hide yourself behind a letter? Sand in one's eyes, sand in one's eyes. Fie, Sir Cossack! Hmyelnitski is a good soldier, Kshyvonos is good, but there are many cowards among the Cossacks."
Bohun suddenly sprang forward on Zagloba, who sprang just as quickly behind Volodiyovski, so that the two young knights stood face to face.
"I did not flee from you out of fear, but in order to save my soldiers," said Bohun.
"I do not know why you fled, I only know that you did run away," said Pan Michael.
"I am ready to call you out even at this very moment."
"Do you call me out?"
Volodiyovski asked, his eyes twinkling. "You have robbed me of my soldier's honor, you have insulted me, I must have your blood."
"Good," said Volodiyovski.
"Volente non fit injuria."
"If they are willing, there is no harm," said Zagloba.
"But who will take the letter to the prince?" "Do not let your head ache on that account, that is my affair." "Fight away then, if it cannot be helped," said Zagloba. "If you, chieftain, have luck with this cavalier, remember I come in as second. And now, Pan Michael, come into the hall, I have something of importance to say to you."
The two friends went out, calling Kushel from the window of the parlor, and Zagloba said:
"Gentlemen, we are in a bad way. He has really a letter to the prince. If we kill him it is a criminal offence. Think of it, the chapter Propter Securiatim Loci exercises justice within a circuit of 2 miles, and this man is as good as an ambassador. A hard case, we shall be obliged to hide ourselves afterwards or possibly the prince might shelter us, otherwise it might go hard with us. But again, if we let him go free it is still worse. It is our only opportunity to free our poor girl. God evidently wishes to help her and Skshetuski. What shall we do? Let us consider, gentlemen."
"You will certainly find a means," said Kushel.
"I have brought it as far as this that he has called us out himself, but we need witnesses, strangers. My idea is that we should wait for Kharlamp. I will take it upon myself to relinquish his right to come first, and if necessary to bear witness that we were challenged and had to defend ourselves. We must also find out particularly from Bohun where he has hidden the girl. If he should die, she would be of no use to him. Perhaps he will tell us, if we conjure him, and if he will not tell us, it is better that he should not live. We must move carefully and with consideration. My head is bursting, sirs."
"Who will fight with him?" asked Kushel.
"Pan Michael first, then I," said Zagloba.
"And I will be the third." "That must not be," interrupted Pan Michael. "I alone will fight him. If he cuts me down, that is his luck. Let him go off safe and sound."
"Oh, I told him that I would," said Zagloba, "but if you are determined, gentlemen, I will give it up."
"Well, that is his own affair, if he wishes to fight you and no one else. Shall we go to him?"
"Let us go."
They entered the room and found Bohun in the parlor drinking mead. The chieftain was perfectly calm.
"Listen, sir," said Zagloba, "for we wish to talk to you on important matters. You called out this cavalier, that is all right. But you must know that, as you come as an ambassador, the law protects you, for you are among civilized people and not among wild beasts. We cannot challenge you, but we ask you to acknowledge before witnesses that you challenged us of your own free will. Several noblemen are coming here, with whom we are to fight. You must explain this all to them. We, however, will give you our word, as knights, that, if fortune favors you in your encounter with Volodiyovski, you may go free and no one will hinder you, unless you wish to try your luck with me."
"Good," said Bohun. "I will explain it to the gentlemen, and will tell my servants that they shall deliver the letter and tell Hmyelnitski, if I fall, that I myself gave the challenge; and if God gives me luck in recovering my lost honor with this knight, I will then request you to draw your sword." As he said this he looked into Zagloba's eyes, which much embarrassed the nobleman, who coughed and spat on the floor and answered:
"Good! When you have tried your luck with my pupil, you will know what task lies before you. But that is a secondary matter. There is another more important point, with regard to which we will appeal to your conscience; for although you are a Cossack, we wish to treat you as a knight. You have kidnapped Princess Helena Kurtsevich, the betrothed of our companion in arms and our friend, and are hiding her away. Now, if we should call you out on that account it would matter not that Hmyelnitski had made you an ambassador, for this is abduction, a capital offence, which would be very soon dealt with. But as you are going to fight and may probably be killed, consider what would happen to this poor girl if you should fall. Do you, who love her so much, desire her shame and unhappiness? Must she be deprived of protection, be given over to shame and misfortune? Do you wish even after your death to be an executioner?"
Here Zagloba's voice became unusually serious. Bohun grew pale and said: "What do you want me to do?"
"Tell us where she is imprisoned, so that in case of your death we may find her and take her back to her betrothed. God will have mercy on your soul if you will do this." The chieftain buried his face in his hands and became absorbed in thought. The three friends noted carefully each change in that mobile countenance, which had suddenly assumed an expression of such deep sadness that one might have thought that anger, fury, or any other cruel feeling had never been reflected there; but that this man had been created only for love and tenderness. The silence lasted some time, until Zagloba's voice broke it, saying: "But if you have already wronged her, may God damn you, and may she at last find refuge in a convent."
Bohun raised his sad, moist eyes and said:
"If I have wronged her, see here! I do not know how you gentlemen of the nobility, you knights and cavaliers, love. But I am a Cossack. I preserved her from death and shame in Bar, and then took her into the wilds and watched her as the eye of my head. I have not touched a hair of her head, but have fallen at her feet and bowed my forehead to the ground before her as before an image. She told me to go away. I went and have not seen her since, for my mother, War, has kept me a prisoner." "God will reward you for that on the last day," said Zagloba, sighing deeply. "But is she perfectly safe there? Kshyvonos and the Tartars are there."
"Kshyvonos is encamped near Kamenets and sent me to Hmyelnitski to ask if he should go to Kudak. He has probably gone, and where she is, there are neither Cossacks, Poles, nor Tartars; she is safe there."
"Where is she then?"
"Listen, gentlemen, Poles, let it be as you say. I will tell you where she is and will allow her to be given up to you, but in return for this, give me your word as knights that, if God helps me, you will not look for her. Promise me this on your own account, as well as for Skshetuski, and then I will tell you." The three friends looked at one another.
"We cannot do that," said Zagloba.
"No, by our soul we cannot," cried Kushel and Volodiyovski. "Indeed," said Bohun, knitting his brows and his eyes flashing. "Why can you not do that, gentlemen?"
"Because Skshetuski is not here. Besides, you must know that no one of us will cease to search for her, even though you have buried her beneath the ground." This then is the kind of way you wish to deal with me? Thou, Cossack, give thy soul and we will pay thee for it with the sword. Oh, you cannot do that. Do you think perhaps that my sword is not made of steel, that you can already croak over me like crows over carrion? Must it be I that fall and not you? You demand my blood, I seek yours. We will see who has the most luck." "Then you will not tell us." "What should I say more? Death and destruction to you all." "Death and destruction to you yourself. You deserve to be cut to pieces." "Try it," said the chieftain, suddenly rising to his feet. Kushel and Volodiyovski also sprang to their feet. Threatening glances were exchanged, the angry breasts heaved more quickly, and who knows what would have happened, if Zagloba, who was looking out of the window, had not called out: "Kharlamp is coming with his seconds." In a few moments, the light cavalry captain, with two companions, Pan Strzelecki, stepped into the room. After the first greeting, Zagloba took him aside and began to explain the matter to them. And he was so plausible that he persuaded them to wait, especially by assuring them that Pan Volodiyovski requested only a short delay, and would be ready as soon as he should have finished with the Cossack. And then Pan Zagloba explained the terrible hatred that all the prince's soldiers had long cherished for Bohun, that he was an enemy of the whole Commonwealth, and one of the most dreaded rebels, and last but not least, that he had stolen the princess, a young lady belonging to a noble house and the betrothed of a nobleman who was a model of knightly virtue. "And as you, sirs, belong to the nobility and count yourselves among the brotherhood of companions in arms, the insult should be felt by all of us, as any injury to one is felt by the whole brotherhood. Would you suffer it that she should go unavenged?" Pan Kharlamp demurred at first and said that if this was the case it was fitting that they should fight Bohun on the spot. "And Pan Volodiyovski, as previously arranged, can meet me." Zagloba had to explain to him why this could not be and that it was not knightly for so many to attack one man. Fortunately the two Pans Strzelecki agreed with him, as they were both steady, sensible men, and at length the obstinate Lithuanian let himself be persuaded and agreed to delay. During this time, Bohun had gone to his men and returned with Sergeant Elyashenka. He told him that he had challenged two noblemen to a duel, which he repeated aloud in presence of Kharlamp and the two Strzelecki's. "But we wish to say," said Pan Volodiyovski, "that if you are the victor it will depend on yourself whether you fight with Pan Zagloba. On no account shall one of the others challenge you. You shall also not be attacked by this crowd of men, but may go away whither you will, on our word as knights. And I beg you, gentlemen, who have just arrived, to make the same promise on your part." "We promise," said Kharlamp and the two Strzelecki's solemnly. Bohun now handed Hmyelnitski's letter to the prince, to Elyashenka, and said: "Give this writing to the crown prince, and if I die, tell him and Hmyelnitski that it was my own fault and that I was not killed by traitors." Zagloba, who was observing everything, remarked that Elyashenka's earnest face betrayed not the slightest uneasiness. One saw that he had perfect confidence in his ataman's skill. Meanwhile Bohun, turning proudly to the nobleman, said: "Well, who is to die and who is to live? Let us go." It is time, they all said, tucking their coats into their belts, and carrying their swords under their arms. They went out of the inn and towards the river which flowed between thickets of bramble, wild roses, flags, and young pine trees. October had scattered the leaves but the bushes grew so closely that they extended like a grey veil across the desert prairie, far away to the forests. The day was cloudy, but there was that peculiar mixture of sadness and cheerfulness which is seen only in the beauty of an autumn day. The sun tinged with gold the branches of the trees and lighted up the yellow sand hills, which stretched along the right bank of the stream. The duellers and their seconds went toward these sand hills. "We will stop here," said Zagloba. "Agreed," they all answered. Zagloba's uneasiness increased, and at last he approached Volodiyovski and whispered: "Pan Michael." "What is it?" "For God's sake, Pan Michael, do your best. Skshetuski's fate lies in your hands, the freedom of the princess, your own life and mine, for may God prevent it; but if you should be unlucky I know of nothing that will save me from this murderer." "Why did you call him out then?" "The word is spoken. I depended upon you. Pan Michael, for I am getting old, my breath is short and I am clumsy, and this rascal can bound like a cricket. He is a rascally hound. Pan Michael." "I will do my best," said the little knight. "May God be with you. Do not lose your presence of mind." "Why should I?" At this moment one of the Pan Strzelecki's approached. "Your Cossack is a queer fellow," he whispered. "He acts as if he were our equal or even better than we are. He has a sense of chivalry, his mother must have looked at a nobleman." Said Zagloba, "more probably a nobleman looked at his mother." "That is what I think," said Volodiyovski. "Let us take position," said Bohun suddenly, "stop here." "Let us take position, let us take position." They took position, the nobles in a semicircle and Volodiyovski and Bohun opposite one another. Volodiyovski, with an air of experience in such matters which belied his youth, tried the ground with his foot to see if it was hard enough, then he looked about him to take in all the inequalities of the ground, and it was evident that he took the matter seriously. He had to settle with a knight, the most celebrated in the Ukraine, in whose honor popular songs were sung, and whose name was known to the extremest limits of Russia, even to the Crimea. Pan Michael, a simple lieutenant of dragoons, counted a great deal on this duel, as he would either meet with a glorious death or an equally glorious victory. He therefore omitted nothing that might render him worthy of such an opponent. His face consequently became so earnest that Zagloba, when he noticed it, was fairly frightened.
"He is losing courage," he thought. "It is all up with him, as it is with me."
Volodiyovski, after investigating the ground thoroughly, unbuttoned his coat. "It is cool," he said, "but we shall be warm enough soon." Bohun followed his example. They both took off their coats and stood in their shirt sleeves, with the right sleeve turned back. But how small little Pan Michael looked beside the tall, powerful ataman, one could hardly see him. His seconds looked uneasily at the Cossack's broad chest and powerful muscles which appeared under the turned back sleeve, looking like knotted cords. It was as though a little bantam should undertake to fight with an enormous hawk of the steppes. Bohun's nostrils were distended, as if they smelt blood, his face appeared to be drawn up, so that the black locks over his forehead almost reached his eyebrows, his sword twitched in his hand, the fierce eyes seemed to pierce through his opponent, he awaited the signal. And Volodiyovski held up his bare sword to the light once more, tugged at his yellow moustache and took his position. "It will be a regular butchery," growled Kharlamp to Syelitski. Then Zagloba's voice said, rather unsteadily:
"In the name of God, begin!"
End of Book 3, Chapter 11. Book 3, Chapter 12 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The swords swished through the air and blade clashed blade. They soon changed their ground, for Bohun attacked so furiously that Pan Volodiyovski was obliged to spring back a few steps, and his seconds did the same. Bohun's strokes fell like lightning and the excited beholders could not follow them with their eyes. It seemed to them as though Pan Michael was completely surrounded, and covered with sword thrusts, and that God alone could save him from this attack. There was continuous swishing of swords, which fairly disturbed the air as though a wind were blowing in their faces. The fury of the chieftain increased. He was possessed with the madness of battle, and drove Volodiyovski before him like a hurricane. The little knight continued to retreat and to defend himself. His outstretched right arm hardly moved, the wrist alone describing small but rapid semicircles quick as thought, as he warded Bohun's wild strokes. He caught each stroke, parried it, again guarded, and retreated at the same time, fixing his eyes on those of the Cossack, and remaining perfectly calm in the midst of the serpentine lightning strokes, only on his cheeks were two red spots. Zagloba shut his eyes and listened to stroke upon stroke, clash upon clash.
"He is still defending himself," he thought.
"He is still defending himself," whispered the two Syelitskis and Kharlamp. "He is already driven to the bank," added Kushel softly. Zagloba opened his eyes again and looked up. Volodiyovski's back was against the bank, but he did not appear to be wounded and his face only grew redder and a few drops of sweat stood out on his forehead. Zagloba's heart beat with hope.
"Pan Michael is a fighter of fighters," he thought, "and the other man will finally become exhausted."
Bohun's face grew pale, sweat covered his forehead, but his opponent's resistance only increased his rage. His white teeth gleamed beneath his moustache and a growl of anger escaped him. Volodiyovski never took his eye off him and continued to guard. Suddenly, feeling the bank beside him, he pulled himself together. His seconds thought he was about to fall, but he bent forward, crouched, and threw himself like a stone at the breast of the Cossack.
"He is attacking!"
cried Zagloba. "He is attacking," repeated the others. It was really the case. Now the chieftain retreated and the little knight, who had found out the whole strength of his opponent, pressed on him with so much energy that his seconds gasped for breath. He was evidently becoming excited, the little eyes flashed fire. Again he crouched and again sprang forward, changing his position at every moment, describing circles around the chieftain and forcing him to turn round constantly.
"An adept! An adept!"
cried Zagloba.
"You are lost," said Bohun
Suddenly. "You are lost," answered Volodiyovski like an echo. Here the Cossack used a trick which was only known to the most practiced fighters. He suddenly changed his sword from the right to the left hand, and made such a powerful stroke that Pan Michael fell to the earth as though struck by lightning.
"Jesus Maria!"
cried Zagloba. But Pan Michael had fallen intentionally, and Bohun's sword cut through the empty air. The little knight at once sprang up like a wild cat, and slashed with almost the whole length of his sword across the breast of the Cossack. Bohun tottered, took a step forward, and with an effort gave a last blow, which Pan Volodiyovski parried with ease. Twice he struck his opponent's bowed head, and the sword dropped from Bohun's powerless hands and the warrior fell on his face in the sand, which presently became a wide pool of blood beneath him. Elyashenka, who had been present at the fight, threw himself upon the body of the ataman. The seconds were unable to speak a word for some time, and Pan Michael also was silent. He leaned both hands on his sword and panted heavily. Zagloba was the first to break the silence.
"Pan Michael, come to my arms,"
he said in an unsteady voice. They all surrounded him.
"You are a fighter of the first rank, may the balls strike you," said Pan Syelitski.
"I see you are a tough knot," said Kharlamp. "I will stand up with you so that no one may say I was afraid; but if you should punish me like that I should still say I congratulate you, I congratulate you."
"Let that go, gentlemen, for to tell the truth, you really have no good reason to fight,"
said Zagloba.
"That will not do, for it is a question of my reputation," said the light cavalryman, "for which I would willingly sacrifice my head."
"I care nothing about your head, but let us give it up," said Volodiyovski, "for I am really not standing in your way as you think. There is another in the case who is more fortunate than I."
"How so?"
"On the word of a knight."
"Make it up," cried
the Syelitskis and Kushel.
"Let it be so,"
said Kharlamp, holding out his arms. Volodiyovski threw himself into the outstretched arms and they kissed one another till the banks re-echoed, and Kharlamp remarked:
"I had no idea that you could give that giant such a beating, and yet he understood how to wield a sword."
"I never would have believed him to be such a swordsman. Where can he have learned it?" Here the general attention was directed to the prostrate form of the Cossack chieftain. Elyashenka had turned his master over so that his face was upturned, and he looked with tears for any sign of life. Bohun's face was not recognizable for it was covered with blood, which flowed from the wounds in the head and congealed in the cool air. The shirt on his breast was also soaked with blood, but he still gave signs of life. He was evidently in the death convulsion, his feet twitched and his hands were clenched and dug in the sand. Zagloba looked at him and motioned with his hand.
"He has had enough," he said. "He is taking leave of the world."
"Ah," said one of the Syelitskis looking at the body, "he is quite dead."
"Bah, he is almost hacked through and through."
"He was not a bad knight," murmured Volodiyovski, shaking his head.
"I have something to say about that,"
added Zagloba. During this time Elyashenka was trying to lift the unfortunate ataman, to carry him away; but, as he was no longer young and strong, and Bohun was almost a giant, he was unable to do it. It was some furlongs to the inn and Bohun might expire at any moment. When the sergeant saw this, he turned to the gentlemen.
"Gentlemen," he cried, folding his hands, "help me, for God and the Holy Virgin's sake! Do not let him die here like a dog. An old man like me cannot manage it alone, and there is no one near."
The gentlemen looked at one another, their hatred for Bohun had vanished from all hearts.
"True, it is not fitting that we should leave him here like a dog," murmured Zagloba. "As we fought a duel with him we can no longer consider him a peasant, but as a soldier who needs assistance. Who will help me to carry him, gentlemen?"
"I," said Volodiyovski.
"Carry him on my cloak," added Kharlamp.
In a few minutes Bohun was placed on the cloak at either end of which was Zagloba, Volodiyovski, Kushel and Elyashenka, and the procession moved with slow steps towards the inn, accompanied by Kharlamp and the two Syelitskis.
"He has a strong hold on life," said Zagloba. "He is still moving. Good God, if anyone had told me that I should be his nurse and carry him as I am doing now, I would have laughed. What a fool I am. I have a very tender heart, I know, but it cannot be helped. I will bind up his wounds once again. I hope that we shall never meet again in this world, and I want him to have a pleasant remembrance of me in the other."
"Do you really think, then, that he will not recover?" asked Kharlamp.
"He recover! I would not give an old rag for his life. It was so ordained and can't be changed. Even if he had escaped from Volodiyovski's hands he would not have got away from me. But I am glad it happened as it has, for I am already looked upon as a slayer without mercy. What can I do if anyone puts himself in my way? I had to pay Pan Dunchevski 500 gold zlatos indemnity, and you all know that the Russian property does not bring in any income at present."
"That is true, they have completely plundered you over there," said Kharlamp.
"Oh, this Cossack is heavy," said Zagloba. "I am quite out of breath. Plundered! I should say they had plundered, but I hope that the Diet will make some provision for us. If it does not, we shall all starve to death. How heavy he is, how heavy! Look, his wounds are beginning to bleed again. Pan Kharlamp, run to the inn and tell the Jew to knead up some bread and cobwebs. It is true it will not be of much use to a dead man, but it is our Christian duty to stanch the wounds. He will die more easily. Lively, Pan Kharlamp!"
Pan Kharlamp ran ahead, and as soon as they had finally brought Bohun into the room of the inn, Zagloba set to work to bandage him with great skill and deftness. He staunched the blood, closed the wounds, and then, turning to Elyashenka, said:
"You, old man, are no longer needed here. Ride speedily to Zaborova and entreat that they will allow you to see the leader at once. Give him the letter and relate all that you witnessed, just as you saw it. If you lie I shall find it out, for I am the confidant of the illustrious prince, and I will have your head chopped off. Greet Hmyelnitski from me, for he knows and loves me. We will give the ataman honorable burial, and you, attend to your business. Do not wander out of your way, for someone may kill you before you have time to find out who it is. God be with you, go, go!"
"Permit me, sir, to wait until he is perfectly cold."
"Go, I tell you," said Zagloba angrily. "If not, I will have you given up to the peasants in Zaborova, and greet Hmyelnitski for me."
Elyashenka bowed low and went out. Zagloba, however, said to Kharlamp and the Syelitskis:
"I sent away the Cossack, he had nothing to do here, and if he should be killed, as may easily happen, they would blame us. These Zaslavskis and the chancellor's mongrels will be the first to cry out that the prince's men, contrary to God's commands, have murdered the whole Cossack embassy. But a clever head is of use in all emergencies. We will not let ourselves be pounded into grits by these fools, these barley porridge eaters. And you, gentlemen, give your testimony should it be necessary, and tell how everything happened, and that he himself called us out. I must also give orders to the bailiff here to have him buried somewhere. No one here knows who he is, and they will think he is a nobleman and bury him with honors. It is time to set out, Pan Michael, for we must bring word to the Prince Voyevoda."
The death rattle in Bohun's throat interrupted Zagloba's speech.
"Oh, the soul is seeking its way," said the nobleman. "It is growing dark already, he will find the darkness in the other world; but as he has not wronged our poor girl, may God grant him everlasting rest, amen. Let us mount, Pan Michael, I forgive him everything from my whole heart, although in truth, I got more in his way than he did in mine. But now this is the end. Farewell, sirs, I am pleased to have met such noble knights. Do not forget to give your testimony should it be necessary."
End of Book 3, Chapter 12. Book 3, Chapter 13 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prince Yeremy received the news of Bohun's death with indifference, especially when he learned that men who did not belong to his regiments were ready to bear witness that Volodiyovski had been challenged. If the affair had not taken place a few days before it was publicly announced that Yan Casimir had been chosen, if the struggle of the two candidates, Yeremy's opponents, with the chancellor and Prince Dominik at their head, had still been going on, they would have made of this circumstance a weapon against him, in spite of all witnesses and all testimony. But after Charles's withdrawal, men's minds were otherwise engaged, and probably the whole event would be completely forgotten. Khmyelnitski might possibly make use of it to show that he had again suffered an injustice, but the prince expected rightly that the king's son, in answering the letter, would also point out the manner in which his ambassador had come to his death, and Khmyelnitski would not dare question the royal word. The prince was particularly anxious that his soldiers should not be brought into any political difficulty. He rejoiced on Skshetuski's account that this had happened, for the recovery of the young Princess Kurtsevich was now much more possible and practicable. She might be found, freed or rescued, and no matter at what cost, the prince would spare nothing, not even the greatest cost, to release the sorrow of his favorite knight, and to give him back his happiness. Volodiyovski had gone to the prince in fear and trembling, for, though in general he was no coward, he feared the prince's frown as he feared fire. How great then was his astonishment and joy, when, after receiving his message and reflecting for a few moments, the prince drew a costly ring from his finger and said: "I esteem your self-restraint, gentlemen, for if you had been the first to attack him, great and serious trouble might have resulted in the assembly, and if the princess is found, Skshetuski will owe you everlasting gratitude. I hear that you, Volodiyovski, cannot keep your sword in its sheath as some cannot restrain their tongue, and you deserve a penalty on that account. But as you acted in the interests of your friends and maintained the reputation of our regiments in a duel with such a well known warrior, take this ring in remembrance of the day. I knew that you were a good soldier and swordsman, but I hear that you are a master of masters."
"He," cried Zagloba, "he would cut off the devil's horns in the third round. If your Highness should ever wish to cut off my head, may I entreat that no other than he should be given the task, for I know my transit to the other world would be rapid. He cut Bohun twice across the breast and then gave him 2 strokes on the brain box."
The prince loved knightly deeds and good soldiers, so he smiled pleasantly and asked: "Have you ever found anyone who equals you with the sword?" "Once, Skshetuski wounded me slightly, but I also wounded him. At the time your Highness put us in the tower. Among others, Pan Podbipyenta would be a match for me, for he has superhuman strength, and even perhaps Kushel if he had better eyes."
"Do not believe him, your Highness," said Zagloba, "no one can withstand him."
"Did Bohun defend himself long?" "I had hard work with him," said Pan Michael. "He knew how to fight with his left hand."
"Bohun told me himself," interrupted Zagloba, "that he spent whole days practicing with the Kurtseviches, and I saw him practicing with others in Chigrin."
"Do you know what, Pan Volodiyovski," said the prince with pretended earnestness, "supposing you ride to Zamost, call out Hmyelnitski to fight with swords and, with one stroke, deliver the Commonwealth from all its sorrow and misery." "If your Highness commands, I will go, if Hmyelnitski will only fight with me," answered Volodiyovski. The prince replied: "We are joking, while the world is going to ruin. But you really must ride to Zamost, gentlemen. I have word from the Cossack camp that as soon as Prince Casimir's election is announced, Hmyelnitski will raise the siege and retreat to Russia. He does this either from real or pretended interest to the king, or because his forces might be easily routed at Zamost. So you must go there and tell Skshetuski what has happened, and that he must look for the princess. Tell him that he may take as many men as he needs for his expedition from our regiment under the Starosta of Valet's command. And I will grant him leave and a safe conduct, which you will take to him, for I am deeply interested in his happiness." "Your Highness is a father to all of us," said Volodiyovski, "and we will serve you faithfully to the end of our days." "I do not know if my following may not diminish before long," said the prince, "if all my possessions in the Dnieper land are lost; but as long as they last what is mine is yours." "Oh," cried Pan Michael, "our poor property will always be your Highness's property."
"And take mine with the rest," said Zagloba.
"I do not need it as yet," said the prince graciously. "Besides, I hope that even if I should lose everything the Commonwealth will take care of my children." The prince spoke these words in a moment of clairvoyance of what might come to pass. Some 10 years later, the Commonwealth gave his only son the best that it had to offer, the crown; but at the present time the prince's gigantic fortune had decreased considerably.
"Well, we got out of it finely,"
said Zagloba, after he and Volodiyovski had left the prince.
"Pan Michael, you are sure of promotion. Let me see the ring. By God, it is worth 100 zlotas (florins). The stone is very beautiful. Let us ask an Armenian in the bazaar about it tomorrow. One could carouse for its value in eating and drinking and other delights. What do you say, Pan Michael? That is a soldier's maxim, live today, perish tomorrow, and the meaning is that it does not pay to think of tomorrow. Man's life is short, very short, Pan Michael. The most important thing is, however, that from now on the prince has taken you to his heart. He would have given 10 times as much to have made Skshetuski a present of Bohun, and you have done it. Believe me, you are on the high road to promotion. Has not the prince given villages in life tenure to his knights, or even given them out and out? A ring is of no value, he will certainly give you something else, and probably marry you at last to one of his relations."
Pan Michael almost jumped. "How do you know that?"
"That what?"
"I only meant what notion have you got in your head? How could such a thing come to pass?"
"Does not everything come to pass? Are you not a noble, and are not all nobles equal? Have not all the magnates distant cousins among the nobility, and do they not give them in marriage to their favorite attendants? Has not the Suffchynski in Sich a distant relation of the Vishnovyetski for a wife? They are all brothers, Pan Michael, all brothers, even if one serves another; for we are all descended from Japhet, and the whole distinction in rank and riches depends on whether you can obtain them or not. It is said that, in other places, there are considerable differences in rank among the nobility, but that is a mangy nobility. I understand differences between dogs, as for instance setters, greyhounds, and bloodhounds, by their voice in hunting. But consider, Pan Michael, with the nobility it is not so, or we should all be hounds and not nobles, which disgrace to our noble condition our good Lord does not permit."
"You are right, sir," said Volodiyovski, "but the Vishnovyetski are almost of royal blood."
"And you, Pan Michael, might not you be chosen for king? I should be the first to insist on nominating you. Like Pan Zygmunt Skarshevski, who swears that he would elect himself if he were not a dicer. Everything with us, thank God, is by free suffrages, and our poverty alone, not our birth, stands in our way."
"That's just what it is," sighed Pan Michael.
"What is to be done? They have robbed us completely, and we shall be completely ruined, if the Diet does not give us some help, utterly ruined. Is it any wonder that a man who is naturally abstemious should take to drinking under such circumstances? Come, Pan Michael, let us drink a glass of beer, perhaps that will comfort us somewhat."
During this conversation they had reached the old town and stepped into a wine room, before which stood several boys, holding the furs and cloaks of their masters, who were drinking inside. They sat down at a table, ordered a bottle, and considered what it was best to do, now that Bohun was dead.
"If it is true that Hmyelnitski is raising the siege of Zamost and there will be peace, the princess is ours," said Zagloba.
"We must go as soon as possible to Skshetuski. We will not leave him again until we have found the princess."
"We will go together, but now it is impossible to reach Zamost."
"That makes no difference if God only helps us later." Zagloba emptied his glass.
"He will help us, he will help us," he said. "Listen, Pan Michael, to what I tell you."
"What is it?"
"Bohun is dead."
Volodiyovski looked up in astonishment. "Who knows that better than I do?"
"You deserve all credit, Pan Michael. You know it and I know it. I watched you fighting, I see you now; and nevertheless I have to repeat it to myself, for sometimes it seems as if it were only a dream. What an anxiety is removed, what a knot your sword has cut. May the balls strike you. By God, it is incredible. No, I cannot stand it any longer. Let me embrace you once more, little Michael. Believe me, when I first met you, I thought to myself, a little creature, and see what a fine creature it is that has beaten Bohun. Bohun lives no longer, no, not a trace, no ashes left, killed, dead, forever and ever. Amen."
Here Zagloba put his arms around Volodiyovski and kissed him, and Pan Michael was moved to tears, as though he were mourning Bohun. Finally, he managed to free himself from Zagloba's arms and said: "We did not see him die and he is a tough fellow. Supposing he should get well?"
"For God's sake, what do you mean?" said Zagloba. "I am ready to ride to morrow to Lipki to order him the most splendid funeral, if he is only dead."
"And what good would that do? You would not kill a wounded man. It is often so with sword wounds. If a man does not give up the ghost at once, he generally creeps out of it somehow. The sword is not like a bullet."
"No, it is impossible. The death rattle was beginning as we rode away. Oh, no, it is impossible, his breast was cut open like the door of a shed. Let him rest, you cut him as if he were a hare. We must go to Skshetuski as soon as possible to help him and comfort him, for he is worrying himself to death."
"Or he has gone into a monastery, as he told me himself."
"No wonder. I should do the same thing in his place. I know no cavalier who is more worthy than he, but none who is more unhappy. Oh, God is proving him severely, very severely."
"Stop there, sir," said Volodiyovski, who was a little drunk, "for I cannot keep from tears."
"And how can I then?" answered Zagloba. "Such an honorable knight, such a soldier, and then the girl. You do not know her. She is a dear little worm."
Here Zagloba began to bellow in a deep bass, for he loved the little princess very dearly, and Pan Michael accompanied him in a somewhat higher key, and they drank wine mixed with tears, and their heads sank on their breasts. They sat for some time in gloomy silence. At length Zagloba brought his fist down on the table.
"Pan Michael, why do we weep? Bohun is slain."
"Ah, that is true," said Volodiyovski.
"We ought rather to rejoice. What fools we are not to go and look for her at once."
"Let us start at once," said Volodiyovski, standing up.
"Let us drink," said Zagloba. "God grant that we may yet hold her children over the font, and all that because we have killed Bohun."
"It serves him right," ended Pan Michael, who did not remark that Zagloba was already sharing the fame of Bohun's death. End of Book 3, Chapter 13. Book 3, Chapter 14 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At length the Te Deum Laudamus sounded in the cathedral in Warsaw, and the king was enthroned in his majesty. The cannon thundered, the bells rang, and confidence was restored to all hearts. Now at last the time of interregnum, disputes, and unrest was over, which had been so terrible for the Commonwealth, especially as it happened at a time of general misery. Those who had trembled at the thought of the approaching dangers, now breathed freely, as the election had passed more quietly than any had dared to hope. Many believed that the unexampled civil war was now over, once for all, and that all that remained for the newly chosen king was to sentence the guilty ones. Hmyelnitski's attitude also confirmed this hope. The Cossacks who were obstinately besieging the fortress of Zamost declared as one man for Yan Kazimir. Hmyelnitski sent by Provost Hunzelmorski letters full of assurances of submission and fealty, and by other messengers, humble entreaties for himself and the Zaporojian armed. It was also known that the king in accord with the policy of the Chancellor Ossolinski, wished to make important concessions to the Cossacks. As before the defeat of Pilavyets the word war had been in everyone's mouth, now everyone spoke of peace. It was expected that after so much misfortune the Commonwealth would breathe freely, and that all her wounds would be healed under the new regime. Finally Snierovski went with a letter from the king to Hmyelnitski. And, soon after, the joyful news was spread abroad that the Cossacks had left Zamost and were going to the Ukraine, where they would quietly await the commands of the king, and a commission which should investigate the wrongs of which they complained. It seemed to all as though a seven-hued rainbow, promising peace and quiet, overarched the land after a storm. Indeed, evil prophecies and forebodings were not wanting, but in face of the happy reality, no great importance was attached to them. The king travelled to Chenstohovo to thank the heavenly intercessor for his election and to place himself under her further protection, and then he went to Cracow for the coronation. The royal officials followed in his train, and Warsaw was deserted. The refugees from Russia alone remained behind, as they did not dare to return to their ruined property, or perhaps had none. Prince Yeremy, as a senator of the Commonwealth, was obliged to go with the king, but Volodiyovski and Zagloba at the head of a dragoon regiment, went by forced marches to Zamost, in order to announce to Skshetuski the joyful news of Bohun's death, and then to set out with him to look for the princess. Zagloba left Warsaw not without a certain sadness, for he was as happy as a fish in the sea among this enormous crowd of noblemen, amid the noise of the election, and the uninterrupted carousing and quarreling, in company with Volodiyovski. But he was comforted by the thought that he was returning to an active life, to adventures and intrigues, which he was planning; besides he had his own opinion of the dangers of the capital, which he explained to Volodiyovski in the following manner.
"It is true, Pan Michael, that we have done great things in Warsaw, but God preserve us from remaining there too long. I tell you we should have become effeminate like those celebrated Carthaginians, who were completely ruined by the enervating life in Capua. And the worst of all are the women, they lead one to destruction; for mark you, there is nothing more dangerous than a woman. I am already old and yet they try to attract me."
Never mind that," interrupted Volodiyovski.
"I have often said to myself that it is time to get some sense, but I am so warm blooded. You have more phlegm, but I am choleric. But that is a secondary matter, we are now going to begin another life. There have been times when I was unhappy without war. Our regiment is in good condition and near Zamost there are enough rioters; we can amuse ourselves with them on the way to the princess. We will then find Skshetuski and that giant, that Lithuanian crane, that hop pole Pan Longin, for we have not seen him for a long time."
"You long to see him, and yet when you see him you do not give him any peace."
"Because when he speaks it is as when your horse moves his tail and he stretches out every word as a shoemaker does a piece of leather. It is all strength with him, not intelligence. When he embraces anyone he squeezes his ribs through the skin. But on the other hand there is not a child in the Commonwealth who could not hang him up on a hook. Is it not absurd that a man of such fortune should be so stupid?"
"Is he really so rich?"
"He? When I first met him he had a belt that was so full of money he could not fasten it, and dragged it about with him like a sausage. You might hit it with a stick and it would not bend. He told me himself how many villages he possessed, but who could remember all their heathenish names. He owns half a district, it is a great family among the soup swillers, the family of the Podbipyenta."
"Are you not over coloring it somewhat?"
"I am not, for I am repeating only what he told me himself, and he never told a lie in his life, for anyway he is too stupid to tell a lie."
"Well then, Anusia will be in the fullest sense of the word princess. But as for his stupidity, I do not agree with you at all. He is a reticent man and so sensible that no one can give better counsel in an emergency. He is no rascal, but God has given to very few such a fluent tongue as you have. That cannot be denied. He is a great knight and the noblest of men, the best proof of it is that you yourself love him and like to see him."
"He is a scourge of God," growled Zagloba. "The only reason I want to see him is that I like to roast him about Panna Anna."
"I would not advise you to do that, for it might be dangerous. One can amuse oneself at his expense, but in this case he would lose patience."
"Let him lose it, I will cut off his ears as I did Donchevski's."
"Let it alone, sir, I would not advise my worst enemy to try it."
"Tut, let me only see him."
Zagloba's wish was fulfilled sooner than he expected. When they reached Kontskovoli, Volodiyovski determined to rest, for the horses were very tired. Who can describe the astonishment of the two friends when, on entering the dark hall of the inn, the first person they met was the nobleman, Pan Podbipyenta.
"How are you, sir? It is a long time since I saw you," said Zagloba. "So the Cossacks in Zamost did not cut you to pieces."
Podbipyenta embraced one after the other with both arms and kissed them on the cheeks.
"Oh, it is good to see you again," he said joyously.
"Where are you going?" asked Volodiyovski.
"To Warsaw, to the prince."
"The prince is not in Warsaw, he has gone to Cracow with the king, to carry the orb before him at the coronation."
"And Pan Veyher has sent me to Warsaw with a letter, and to find out where the prince's regiments are going, for thank God they are no longer needed in Zamost."
"You do not need to go there, for we are bringing commands." Pan Longin was annoyed, he had wished with his whole heart to see the prince, the court, and especially a certain little person at this court. Zagloba winked meaningly at Volodiyovski.
"Well then, I will go to Cracow," he said, after a short pause. "I received orders to deliver the letter and I will do so." "Let us go into the room and warm ourselves with some beer," said Zagloba. "And where are you going?" asked Longin.
"To Zamost, to Skshetuski."
"The lieutenant is not in Zamost." "Old woman, here's a cake. Where is he then?"
"Somewhere near Khorosh. He is scattering groups of peasantry. Hmyelnitski retreated, but his officers are burning and plundering on the road. The starosta of Valets has sent Pan Jacob Rogovski to scatter them."
And Skshetuski is with them?
"Yes, but they are going separately, for there are great differences between them, of which I will tell you later."
They had entered the room. Zagloba ordered 3 pots of beer to be heated, and approaching the table at which Longin and Volodiyovski were already seated, he said:
"You do not yet know the greatest and most joyful news, Pan Podbipyenta. The news that we, I and Pan Michael, have killed Bohun."
The Lithuanian almost jumped from the bench in his astonishment.
"My own dear brothers, can that be?"
"As true as we are both alive."
"And the 2 of you killed him?"
"We did."
"That is news indeed. Oh God, God!" said the Lithuanian, clapping his hands. "You say you both killed him, how could you both do it?"
"In this way. I managed by craft to bring him to such a pass that he challenged us, do you understand? Upon which Pan Michael fought him and cut him up like an Easter sucking pig. He laid him out like a roast capon, do you understand?"
"Then you did not both fight him?"
"Now look here," said Zagloba, "you must have been bled and your understanding have become weakened. Do you think I could fight with a dead man, or slay one already down?"
"But you said you both fought him."
Zagloba shrugged his shoulders.
"One must have the divine patience with this man. Pan Michael, did not Bohun call us both out?"
"He did," said Volodiyovski.
"Now do you understand?"
"Well, let it be," answered Longin. "Skshetuski looked for Bohun near Zamost, but he was not there any longer."
"How do you mean that Skshetuski looked for him?"
"I see that I must tell you everything from the beginning just as it happened," said Longin. "We remained, as you know, in Zamost and you went to Warsaw. We did not have to wait long for the Cossacks. They came in enormous crowds from Lemberg. One could not see the end of them from the walls. But our prince has provided for Zamost so well that it can hold out for 2 years. We began to believe that they would not storm the fortress and were very sorry on that account, for we were all looking forward to their defeat. As there were also Tartars among them, I hoped that the merciful God would give me my 3 heads."
"Pray for one and that a good one," answered Zagloba.
"Oh, you are the same as ever, sir, that does not sound well," said the Lithuanian. "Well, we thought that they would not storm the town, but they were almost mad in their obstinacy of heart and began to build machines, and then to storm us. It appeared later that Hmyelnitski himself did not wish that, but Charnota, their field commander, stormed in upon him, and said that he was trying to run away, like a coward, and to make friends with the Poles; and then Hmyelnitski had nothing for it but to send Charnota forward. What then happened, little brothers, I cannot tell you. There was nothing to be seen but smoke and fire. At first they attacked us boldly, filled the trench, and sprang on the walls. We made it so hot for them, however, that they fled, not only from the walls, but from their own engines. Then we moved out with 4 regiments, and pursued them and slaughtered them like cattle."
Volodiyovski rubbed his hands. "Ah, I am sorry that I was not at that entertainment," he cried excitedly.
"I too might have been of some use there," said Zagloba with quiet assurance.
"And those that fought the best there was Skshetuski and Jacob Rogovski," continued the Lithuanian. "Both noble knights, but very antagonistic to each other. Rogovski, particularly, sought a quarrel with Skshetuski and would undoubtedly have called him out, if Pan Veyher had not forbidden the duel under pain of death. We could not understand at first why Pan Rogovski wanted to fight, until we discovered that he was a relation of Pan Lashch whom, you remember, the prince drove out of the camp on Skshetuski's account. This accounted for Rogovski's anger towards the prince, and towards all of us, and especially towards the lieutenant. This was the discord between them, between 2 men who, during the siege, covered themselves with glory, and who before that had wished to kill each other. They were both first on the walls, first in a sally, until Hmyelnitski finally got tired of attacking us and the regular siege began, not omitting any treachery which might bring about the fall of the town."
"He trusts in cunning more than anything," said Zagloba.
"A mad, and at the same time, an obscure man," added Podbipyenta.
He thought that Pan Veyher was a German; probably he knew nothing of the Voyevoda of Pomerania of the same name, for he wrote a letter with the intention of persuading the starosta to betray the town, as if he were a stranger and a hireling. But Pan Veyher told him in a letter what he thought of him, and that he had come with his temptation to the wrong man. In order to make his dignity apparent, the starosta insisted on sending this letter by some person of importance, and not by a trumpeter; and, as one was sure to be killed among such wild beasts, none of our men were anxious to go. So I undertook it, and now, listen, for the best is to come."
"We are listening attentively," said the two friends.
"Well, I rode there and found the hetman drunk. He received me in a rage, especially when he had read the letter, and threatened me with his baton; and I humbly commended my soul to God and thought to myself, if he touches me I will smash his head with my fist. What was to be done, little brothers, what could I do?" "It was noble of you to think that," said Zagloba slyly. "But his officers sought to calm him and stepped between us," said Longin, "especially a young man, who was so bold as to seize him round the waist and pull him back, saying, 'You shall not go, little father, you are drunk.' I looked more closely to see who was protecting me, astonished at his boldness, and that he was so familiar with Hmyelnitski, and it was Bohun."
"Bohun?"
cried Volodiyovski and Zagloba. "Bohun himself. I recognized him, for I had seen him in Rozloga, and he recognized me. I heard him say to Hmyelnitski, 'That is a good friend of mine,' and Hmyelnitski, with a sudden resolve that often comes to a drunkard, said, 'If he is thy friend, little son, give him $50 and I will give him a safe conduct.' And he gave me the safe conduct, but as for the money, I said, so as not to irritate the animal, that he should save it for the haiduks, for it is not the custom among officers to receive tips. They treated me with great respect as I left the tent, but I had hardly got outside when Bohun came up to me. 'We met each other once in Rozloga,' he said. 'Yes, I remember,' I said, 'but at that time I did not expect, little brother, that I should see you again in this camp,' and he answered, 'It is not my own will, but misfortune that has brought me here.' During the conversation I told him also how we had beaten him behind Yarmolints. 'I did not know with whom I was dealing at that time,' he said. 'I was wounded in the hand and had poor soldiers, for they imagined that Prince Yeremy was fighting them.' 'And we did not know who you were,' I said, 'for if Pan Skshetuski had known it, one of you would not be alive today.'
"You were right, but what did he think of it?" asked Volodiyovski.
He became embarrassed and said no more about it. He then told me that Kshyvonos had sent him with letters to Hmyelnitski near Lemberg, that he might recover himself a little, and that Hmyelnitski would not let him return because he needed him as a representative on other missions. Finally he asked, 'Where is Pan Skshetuski?' and when I said in Zamost, he answered, 'Then perhaps we may meet,' and then we parted."
"I judge that immediately after that Hmyelnitski sent him to Warsaw," said Zagloba.
"He did, but wait a minute, sir. I returned to the fortress and reported to Pan Veyher about my mission. It was already late at night. The following day they stormed us again, more obstinately than at first. I had no opportunity to see Skshetuski for 3 days, when I told him that I had seen Bohun and spoken to him. There were a number of officers standing near, among them Rogovski. When he heard that, he said mockingly, 'I know that it is a question of a lady. If you are such a knight as people claim, there is Bohun. Challenge him to a duel with swords, and be sure that this duelist will not let you off. We shall enjoy a fine spectacle from the walls. They make more fuss about you Vishnovyetski men here than you deserve.' Skshetuski looked at Pan Rogovski as if he would bite him. 'Do you advise me?' he asked. 'That is well, but I do not know if you, who make little of our valor, have the courage to go down among the ^blacks' and deliver my challenge to Bohun.' And Rogovski answered, 'I have the courage, but I am neither kith nor kin to you, I will not go.' The others now laughed at Rogovski. 'Oh,' they said, 'now you are getting faint hearted; but when it was a question of somebody else's skin, you were very brave.' Rogovski, who is very proud, grew angry and undertook to do it. The following day he took the challenge, but Bohun was not there. We did not believe his report, but now after what you have told me I see that he spoke the truth. Hmyelnitski must have really sent Bohun away and that was when you killed him."
"Yes, that was it," said Volodiyovski.
"But tell us," asked Zagloba, "where shall we now find Skshetuski, for find him we must in order to go with him at once to look for the girl."
"You can learn more about him on the other side of Zamost, for they talk of nothing else. He and Rogovski have completely routed Kalin, a Cossack colonel, by driving him towards one another from opposite directions. After that Skshetuski destroyed, on his own account, 2 Tartar chambuls, defeated Burlay and fought different mobs."
Does Hmyelnitski allow that?
"Hmyelnitski would have nothing to do with them and says they were fighting contrary to his orders, otherwise no one would believe in his fealty and obedience to the king." "How bad the beer is in this Konskovski," remarked Zagloba. "Behind Lublin you will ride through a devastated land," said the Lithuanian, "for the expeditions went beyond Lublin, and the Tartars drag everybody into slavery, and God alone knows what they have plundered beyond Zamost and Rubiesh. Skshetuski has already rescued several thousand prisoners and sent them back to the fortress. He is working with all his might, paying no attention to his health."
Here Longin sighed and hung his head thoughtfully. Presently he resumed:
"See here, I think that God in his great mercy will surely comfort Skshetuski and give him that alone which will make him happy, for this knight's services are many. In these times of destruction and self-interest, where each one thinks of himself, he forgets his own interests. He could have obtained leave from the prince long ago, in order to seek the princess; but instead of that, when the terrible blow struck our dear mother country, he never slackened in his duty for a moment and worked unceasingly, though his heart was bleeding." "He has the soul of a Roman, no one can deny it," said Zagloba. "He might serve as an example, especially to you, Pan Podbipyenta, for all through the war, instead of thinking of your mother country, you are looking for your 3 heads." "God sees my heart," said Longin, raising his eyes to heaven. "God has already rewarded Skshetuski with Bohun's death," said Zagloba, "and also by allowing the Commonwealth a time of rest. Now the time has come for him to think of looking for his lost happiness." "Will you gentlemen accompany him?" asked the Lithuanian.
Will not you?
"I could do it with my whole heart, but what will become of the letters? I have one from the Starosta of Yelets to His Majesty the King, another to the prince, and a third from Skshetuski, also to the prince, with a request for leave."
"We are bringing him his leave."
"Sure, but I must deliver the letters." "You must go to Cracow, there is nothing else to be done. But I tell you frankly that, in our expedition to look for the princess, I should like to have such fists and such shoulders as yours in our company, but I do not want you on any other account, for there we must simulate. The safest thing would be to put on Cossack dress and pretend we are peasants, but you would attract so much attention by your enormous height that everyone would ask what kind of Pole is that? Whence comes such a Cossack? Besides, you cannot understand much about their language. No, no, you go to Cracow and we shall have to get along without you."
"I am of your opinion," said Volodiyovski.
"Then we will let it remain so," answered Longin. "May God in his mercy bless and guide you. Do you know where she is hidden?" "Bohun would not tell me, we know only what I heard when Bohun kept me a prisoner in the pig pen, but that is enough." "How will you find her?"
"That is my affair," said Zagloba. "I have succeeded in doing more difficult things. The chief thing now is to get to Skshetuski as soon as possible."
"Ask about him in Zamost. Pan Veyher must know where he is. He corresponds with him, and Skshetuski delivers the prisoners up to him. May God bless you."
"The same to you," said Zagloba. "When you are in Cracow with the prince, remember us to Pan Kharlamp."
"Who is that?"
"He is a Lithuanian of such great beauty that he has turned the heads of all the princess's ladies in waiting in the capital."
Pan Longin started.
"Sir, you are joking."
"Goodbye, sir, the beer in Konskovski is wretched," concluded Zagloba,
winking at Volodiyovski. End of Book 3, Chapter 14. Book 3, Chapter 15 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pan Longin set out for Cracow with a heart pierced by an arrow, and cruel Zagloba, accompanied by Volodiyovski, went to Zamost, where they did not even stay one day. The commandant starosta of Velets had told him that it was a long time since he had heard anything of Skshetuski, and he thought that the regiments which Skshetuski commanded had gone to garrison Zbaraj, in order to protect that region from the bands of freebooters.
This was all the more probable from the fact that Zbaraj, being the property of the Vishnovyetski, was especially liable to the attacks of the prince's deadly enemy. A long and weary road lay before Volodiyovski and Zagloba, but, as they were obliged to travel this road in their search for the princess, and it mattered not whether sooner or later, they started without delay, resting no longer than was absolutely necessary, or than was required to rout the wandering bands. They rode through regions so desolate where sometimes, for days at a time, they never saw a human soul. The little towns lay in ashes, the villages were burned down and desolate, their inhabitants killed or taken into slavery. They found nothing on their way but corpses, ruins of houses and churches, smoking remains of villages, and howling dogs upon the ashes. Whoever had survived the Tartar Cossack invasion, crept away into the depths of the forest and endured cold and hunger, not daring to come out of the forests for fear the danger might not be over yet. Volodiyovski fed his horse on the bark of trees, or cobs of half burned corn, which they picked up amid the ruins of what had been granaries; but they hurried forward seeking their subsistence chiefly in the provisions which they took from the marauding companies. It was already the end of October and in proportion as the former winter, much to the astonishment of all, had passed without snow, frost, or ice, this winter was more severe than usual. The whole course of nature seemed changed. The earth was frozen hard, snow lay upon the plains, and along the margin of the rivers, a thin coating of ice could be seen in the mornings. The weather was dry, the pale sunbeams gave a little warmth at midday, but morning and evening a dark red glow was seen in the sky, the sure sign of an early and severe winter. In addition to war and famine, a third deadly enemy threatened the wretched people — frost. And yet, everyone looked for it longingly, as it was a far surer impediment to war than any negotiations. Pan Volodiyovski, as a man of experience and one who knew the Ukraine thoroughly, was full of hope that the expedition to find the princess would surely be successful, for the chief hindrance, the war, had been removed for some time. "I do not believe in Hmyelnitski's sincerity," he said, "or whether he is returning to the Ukraine out of love for the king, or from the cunning of a fox. He knows that the Cossacks are good for nothing if they cannot fight behind earthworks; and in the open field, although they were 5 times our number, they could not stand against our regiments. They are now going into winter quarters and will drive the herds into the snow. The Tartars also want time to drive their captives home. If the winter is severe, we shall have peace until the grass is green once more."
"Perhaps longer, for they certainly respect the king's authority; but we do not need so much time. God willing we shall arrange Skshetuski's wedding for Shrovetide."
"If only we do not miss him now, that would be a fresh trouble."
"He has 3 regiments with him, so it will not be like looking for one grain in a bushel. Perhaps we may overtake him before we reach Zbaraj, if he is detained anywhere among the hay dammocks."
"We cannot overtake him, but we ought to hear something about him on the road," answered Volodiyovski. This, however, was not easy, for the peasants had seen regiments passing by, had heard of encounters with the marauders, but no one could tell whose men they were, as they might have been Rogovski's men just as easily as Skshetuski's. The two friends had no certainty in the matter. But they heard definite news of the defeat of the Cossacks by the Lithuanian soldiers. The rumor was already taking shape on the eve of Volodiyovski's journey from Warsaw, but it was doubted at first. Now the news with all details was circulated through the whole country as an absolute certainty. The Lithuanian victory made up for the defeat of the royal forces by Hmyelnitski. Polksiennyts and savage Nebada had lost their heads, and the still more redoubtable Kshechovski who, instead of a starostaship and a voyevodaship and other honors, had earned impalement among the ranks of the rebels. It seemed as though a strange Nemesis had avenged the German blood which he had shed in killing Colonels Flick and Werner in the reeds of the Dnieper, for he fell into the hands of the German regiment Radziwill. Although sorely wounded, he was dragged away to the stake, upon which the unfortunate man lingered in agony the whole day long before he finally gave up his black soul. This was the end of one who, through his courage and warlike genius, might have become a second Stefan Hmyelnitski, but whose insatiable desire for wealth and position led him into treachery and perjury, and in the end sent him to the most frightful of deaths, a death fit for Kshyvonos himself.
Polksiennyts and Nebada who were with him had lost almost 20,000 Cossacks on the field of battle, all who had not perished in the swamps of the Prypets. Fear spread like a storm wind across the thriving Ukraine, for all believed that after the great triumphs at the Zolta Woda, Korsun and Pilavyets, a time of defeat had arrived, similar to those which the rebels had experienced at Solonits and Kumeyka. Hmyelnitski himself, although at the height of his fame and more powerful than ever, vacillated when he heard of the death of his friend Kshechovski, and began again to seek for knowledge of the future among the fortune tellers. They prophesied various things, among others, that a new war would take place. They spoke of conquests and defeats, but could not tell the hetman what would happen to him personally. Through Kshechovski's death and on account of the winter, the truce was of longer duration. The country began to settle down. The devastated villages were once more inhabited and confidence returned to all the despairing and troubled hearts. With the aid of this confidence, after a long and difficult journey, our two friends arrived happily in Zbaraj, where, after announcing themselves at the castle, they at once went to the commandant, in whom, to their great astonishment, they recognized Vyershul. "And where is Skshetuski?" Zagloba asked after the first greetings were over. "He is not here," answered Vyershul. "Have you the command of the garrison?" "Yes. Skshetuski was in command, but he went away and left me as commandant until his return." "And when did he promise to return?" "He did not say; indeed he did not know himself, but he said when he left, 'If anyone should come for me, tell them to wait for me here.'" Zagloba and Volodiyovski looked at one another. "How long has he been gone?" asked Pan Michael. 10 days." "Pan Volodiyovski," said Zagloba, "let Pan Vyershul give us some supper, for we cannot take counsel on hungry stomachs. We will continue our conversation at the supper table." "I am only too delighted to wait on you, gentlemen, for I am just going to sit down to table myself. Besides, Pan Volodiyovski, as my superior officer, will now take the command; so I am his guest and not he mine." "Keep the command, Pan Kryshtof," said Volodiyovski, "for you are older than I am and, besides, I must leave again soon." It was not long before supper was ready. They sat down and ate and drank with enjoyment, and after Zagloba had somewhat satisfied his hunger with 2 plates of soup, he said to Vyershul: "You have no idea, sir, where Pan Skshetuski is gone?" Vyershul ordered the servants to leave the room and after a moment's reflection, he said: "I have an idea, but Skshetuski is very anxious to keep the matter a secret, and that is why I would not speak before the servants. He took advantage of a favorable opportunity, for we shall probably remain here quietly until the spring, and in my opinion has gone to look for the princess who is in Bohun's hands." "Bohun is no longer alive," said Zagloba. "How is that?" Zagloba now related for the 3rd or 4th time all that had happened, for he always enjoyed telling it. Vyershul, like Longin, could not sufficiently express his astonishment, and finally said: "Well, then, it will be easier for Pan Skshetuski." "It just depends on whether he finds her. Did he take any men with him?" "No one, he rode alone, with one little Russian boy and 3 horses." "Then he set to work prudently, for one can do nothing there except with cunning. One might get as far as Kamenets with a regiment, but in Ushits and Mohilov there are nothing but Cossacks. There are good winter quarters there. There is a nest of them in Yampol and one must go there either with a whole division or quite alone." "But how do you know that he has gone into that region?" asked Vyershul. "Because she is hidden somewhere behind Yampol and he knew that; but there are so many glens, hollows, and bush that it would be hard enough to find her if one knew the exact spot, and how much harder when one does not know. I rode to Yahorlik with horses and also to a council, that is how I know. If I were with him, it might be more easy, but as he is alone, I doubt very much if he finds her, unless some accident should show him the way, for he would not dare to ask anyone." "Then you, gentlemen, wish to accompany him?" "Yes, but what shall we do now, Pan Michael, shall we follow him or not?" "I leave that to your good judgment."
10 days have passed since he left, we cannot overtake him, and besides, he said we were to wait for him. God knows what way he may have taken. He may have followed the old highway that leads through Ploskir and Bar, or he may have gone by way of Kamenets Podolski. It is hard to decide."
"Remember also, gentlemen, that there are only surmises and we have no certainty that he has gone to look for the princess."
"That's just it, that's just it," said Zagloba. He may have only gone to get information and then to return to Zbaraj, for he knew that we would go with him and he may be expecting us just at this time. It is a difficult matter." "I would advise you to wait 10 days," said Vyershul. "10 days is nothing. Shall we wait or not?" "I think perhaps we had better not wait, for what should we lose by setting out to morrow? If Skshetuski does not find the princess, perhaps God will give us better luck." "See here. Pan Michael, we cannot undertake this thing without due consideration. You are young and anxious for adventure," said Zagloba, "but there is a danger, for if he is looking for her alone, and we are also looking for her, it might easily arouse suspicion among the people in that neighborhood. The Cossack people are sly and fear that any one may discover their plans. They may be arranging with the Pasha, whose territory borders on Khotsim, or with the Tartars beyond the Dnieper for a war. Who can tell? In that case they will keep a watchful eye on strangers, and especially on any who may be asking their way. I know them. We might easily betray ourselves, and what then?"
"Well, it would be all the more easy for Skshetuski to fall into some trap, and we ought to hasten to his assistance."
"That is very true."
Zagloba sank into deep thought so that his temples twitched. Presently he roused himself and said:
"Taking everything into consideration, I think we ought to set out."
Volodiyovski breathed freely. "And when?"
"After we have rested here about 3 days, so that we may be fresh in body and soul."
The following day, the two friends began their preparations for the journey, but suddenly and quite unexpectedly, the evening before they were to start, Skshetuski's boy, the young Cossack Siga, arrived with news and letters for Vyershul. When Zagloba and Volodiyovski heard of it they went at once to the commandant's quarters and read what follows: "I am in Kamenets whence the road through Satanov is safe. I am going to Yahorlik with Armenian merchants to whom Pan Bukovski directed me. They have Tartar and Cossack safe conducts which will ensure them a safe journey as far as Akerman. We are going to Ushits, Mohilov and Yampol with silks, stopping in every place where there is the slightest trace of life. Perhaps God will help us to find what we seek. Tell my comrades Volodiyovski and Pan Zagloba to wait for me in Zbaraj if they have nothing else to do, for the road I have left behind me cannot be travelled by large numbers, on account of the great mistrust of the Cossacks, who are wintering in Yampol and along the Dniester to Yagorlik, and have turned their horses out in the snow. What I cannot do by myself, 3 of us could not do, and I can easily get through as an Armenian. I thank you, Pan Kryshtof, from my whole soul for your decision, which I shall never forget as long as I live, but I could not wait for her any longer, for I passed every day in torture. I could not tell whether they would come, and this was just the time to set out, when all the merchants are setting out to buy candied fruit and silk stuffs. I am sending back my faithful boy. Take him under your protection. I have no need of him, and I am afraid that as he is so young he may chatter about our affairs. Pan Bukovski vouches for these merchants that they are honest, and I believe it, in the belief that everything rests in the hands of the Almighty, who, if He will, may show us His mercy and shorten our tortures. Amen." Pan Zagloba, after reading the letter through, looked at his companions, who were silent. At last Vyershul said: "I suspected that he had gone there." "And what remains for us to do?" asked Volodiyovski.
"Well, what?" said Zagloba, shrugging his shoulders. "There is nothing for us to do there. I am glad that he is travelling with the merchants, for he can spy round everywhere without anyone being suspicious. They will buy something in every cabin and every country house, for half the Commonwealth has been plundered. It would be difficult for us, Pan Michael, to get beyond Yampol. Skshetuski is as dark as a Wallach, and could easily pass for an Armenian. You would easily be recognized for your flaxen moustache. Even a peasant's disguise would not be of much use. God bless him! We are of no use there, I must confess, although I am sorry to think that we cannot lift a hand to rescue that poor child. However, we have done Skshetuski a great service in killing Bohun, for if he were alive, I would not answer for Yan's life."
Volodiyovski was much disappointed. He had looked forward to a journey full of adventure, and now he had the prospect of a tedious sojourn in Zbaraj. "Perhaps we can ride to Kamenets," he said.
"And what would we do there? What should we live on?" answered Zagloba. "It does not make any difference within what walls we vegetate, we must wait in any case, for such a journey will take Skshetuski a long time. A man remains young as long as he is occupied." Here Zagloba let his head droop in a melancholy manner. "And he grows old in inaction, but what is to be done? Let him go without us. To-morrow we will have a solemn mass said that God may give him good luck. We have killed Bohun. That is the principal thing. Let the horses be unsaddled, Pan Michael, we must wait." The following morning, long, monotonous days of expectation began for the two friends. And neither drinking mead nor throwing dice was able to enliven them. They stretched out endlessly. The severe winter made itself felt. Snow, 2 feet deep, covered everything like a shroud; the roofs of Zbaraj as well as the whole earth. Wild animals and flocks of birds approached human habitations. All day long was heard the croaking of innumerable flocks of crows and ravens. December passed. January, February, and still no news of Skshetuski. Zagloba became melancholy and declared he was growing old. End of Book 3, Chapter 15. Book 3, Chapter 16 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The commissioners who had been sent by the Commonwealth to carry on negotiations with Hmyelnitski finally made their way to Novosiolek amid the greatest difficulties, and remained there waiting for an answer from the victorious hetman, who during this time remained in Chigrin. They waited sadly and anxiously for, during their whole journey, they had been exposed to death, and their difficulties increased at every step. They were continually surrounded, by night as by day, by swarms of "blacks" who had become perfectly savage from war and slaughter, and howled for the death of the commissioners. From time to time they came upon bands, without a leader, consisting of murderous and savage herders, who had not the slightest conception of the law of the land and thirsted for blood and booty. The commissioners had indeed an escort of 100 horse, commanded by Pan Bryshovski and besides that, Hmyelnitski, foreseeing what might occur to them, had sent Colonel Donyets to protect them with 400 Cossacks. But the escort might at any time prove insufficient, for the crowd of "blacks" increased every hour, and assumed an ever more threatening attitude; and whoever wandered for a moment from the train or from his regiment, disappeared forever. They were like a handful of travelers surrounded by a herd of hungry wolves. Thus whole days and weeks passed until one night in camp at Novosiolek they all believed that their last hour had come. The company of dragoons and the escort under Donyets had been carrying on a regular battle to protect the lives of the commissioners, who were already saying their prayers and commending their souls to God. The Carmelite Lentovski gave them absolution, one after another, while from outside, each gust of air brought frightful cries, firing, hellish laughter, the clash of scythes, and cries of death and destruction, as well as demands for the head of the Voyevoda Kisiel, who was an especial object of their hatred. It was a long, dreadful winter night. The Voyevoda Kisiel sat motionless for several hours, his head buried in his hands. He did not fear death, for since the time he left Hushch he was so exhausted, so weary and sleepless, that he would have gladly stretched out his arms to death; but his soul was filled with boundless despair. Was it not he who as a Russian in blood and bone had first undertaken the role of a peacemaker in this unexampled war? Was it not he who, everywhere, in the Senate and at the councils, had stepped forward as the most zealous advocate of negotiations? He who had supported the policy of the chancellor and the primate, he who had condemned most fiercely Prince Yeremi, who had worked in good faith for the welfare of the Cossack people and of the Commonwealth, and had believed with the whole might of his earnest soul that negotiations and concessions would settle everything, soothe and heal the bleeding wounds. And now, at the very moment that he was taking the baton and the concessions for the Cossacks to Hmyelnitski, he despaired of everything, for he saw with his own eyes the futility of his exertions, and beheld before him emptiness and an abyss. Did they then demand nothing but blood, desire no other freedom than the freedom to rob and burn, thought the Voyevoda, suppressing the groan that sought to escape from his noble heart. "The head of Kisiel! The head of Kisiel! And destruction to him!" was the answer to his thoughts from the mob. And the Voyevoda would willingly have sacrificed his white, careworn head, if one last spark of belief had not restrained him.
The belief that something else was needed for their salvation and that of all the Cossacks, as well as for the welfare of the Commonwealth. Let the future teach them how to demand that. And as he thought of this, a ray of hope and a certain amount of confidence lighted for a moment the darkness with which despair had clouded his soul, and the unhappy old man persuaded himself that these "blacks" did not represent the whole Cossack people, not even Hmyelnitski and his colonels, and that negotiations must be entered into with him. But would they be lasting so long as 500,000 of rabble were under arms? Would they not be disregarded at the first breath of spring and vanish like the snow which now lay on the steppes? Here he thought of the words of Prince Yeremi, "One can show mercy only to the conquered." And again his thoughts became gloomy and again the abyss opened at his feet. It was past midnight, the noise and the confusion had lessened, but the storm outside was raging more fiercely, and the snow was forming drifts. The weary rabble scattered in the various houses, and hope returned to the commissioners' breasts. Wojciech Mieszowski, the under-chamberlain of Lemberg, rose from the bench on which he was sitting, listened at the window which was covered with snow, and said: "It seems to me that we shall, with God's help, survive until the morning." "Perhaps Hmyelnitski may send us a larger escort, for we cannot get to him with this one," said Sniarovski. Zielenski, the cup-bearer of Bratslav, laughed bitterly. "Who would take us for peace commissioners?" "I was sent repeatedly as an envoy to the Tartars," said the standard-bearer of Novgorod, "but in all my life I never made such a mission as this. In our person the Commonwealth is suffering more humiliation than she underwent at Korsun and Pilavyets. I tell you, gentlemen, we ought to turn back, for there can be no question of negotiations." "Let us turn back," repeated Bjozovski, the Castellan of Kiev. "As we cannot have peace, let us have war." Kisiel raised his brows and fixed his glassy eyes on the Castellan. "The Zolta Woda, Korsun and Pilavyets," he said gloomily. And they were all silent until Kulchinski, the treasurer of Kiev, began to tell his beads aloud, and the master of the hounds Skshetuski put his hands to his head and repeated: "What dreadful times! What dreadful times! God have mercy on us!" The door was here opened, and Bryshovski, the dragoon captain of the Bishop of Posen, who was looking for shelter, stepped into the room. "Illustrious Voyevoda," he said, "a Cossack desires an audience." "That is well," answered Kisiel. "Have the 'blacks' already scattered?" "They have gone, but tomorrow they will come again." "Did they attack you badly?" "Frightfully, but Donyet's Cossacks killed several of them. Tomorrow they are going to burn us out." "Well, let the Cossack come in." Presently the door was opened and a tall black-bearded form stood on the threshold. "Who art thou?" asked Kisiel. "Jan Skshetuski, lieutenant of the hussars of the Prince Voyevoda of Russia." The Castellan Bjozovski, Kulchinski, and the master of the hounds Skshetovski sprang from their seats. They had all served the year before under the prince, and had been at Makhnova and Konstantinov and knew Pan Yan well, and Skshetovski was even related to him. "Can it be? Is it true? Then you are Pan Skshetuski?" "What are you doing here? How did you get here?" asked Skshetovski, putting his arms around him. "In the disguise of a peasant, as you see," said Skshetuski. "Illustrious Voyevoda," cried the Castellan Bjozovski, "this is the bravest knight of the regiments of the Voyevoda of Russia, celebrated in the whole army." "I greet him with a joyful heart," said Kisiel. "He must be a very determined knight to have managed to get as far as this." Then turning to Skshetuski, "What is your request from us?" "That you will permit me to travel with you, gentlemen." "You are putting yourself into the jaws of the dragon, but if you wish it we have no objection." Skshetuski bowed in silence. Kisiel looked at him in astonishment. He was struck by the earnestness and sorrow in the stern face of the young knight. "Tell me, sir," he asked, "what motive drives you into that hell which no one visits voluntarily?" "Unhappiness, illustrious Voyevoda." "That was a useless question," said Kisiel. "You have lost someone you love and wish to seek them there." "That is it." "Is it long since?" "Since last spring." "What? And you have only now started out to find them? It is almost a year. What have you been doing all this time?" "I have been fighting under the Voyevoda of Russia." "Would not that magnanimous master grant you leave?" "I would not take it." Kisiel looked once more at the young knight and there was a silence, which was interrupted by the Castellan of Kiev.
All of us who have served under the prince know of this young cavalier's misfortune. We have all shed tears over him, and we often regretted that he preferred to serve his country as long as the war lasted, instead of thinking of his own happiness. But it was only the more praiseworthy, he has set a rare example in these degenerate times." "If it prove that my word has any weight with Hmyelnitski, believe me, sir, I will bespeak his kindness in your undertaking," said Kisiel. Skshetuski bowed again. "Go and rest now," said the Voyevoda graciously. "You must be very tired, and we all are, for we have not had a moment's rest." "I will take him to my room, he is a relative," said the master of the hounds, Kshetovski. "Let us go and take some rest also," said Bjozovski, "as we do not know if we shall get any sleep tomorrow night." "Perhaps an everlasting sleep," answered the Voyevoda. Then he retired to his room, at the door of which his boy was awaiting him, and the others also retired. Kshetovski took Skshetuski into his quarters, which were only a few doors away. The boy lighted them with a lantern. "How dark the night is, the snow is falling harder than ever," said the master of the hounds. "Ah, Pan Yan, what hours we have passed through! I thought that our last hour had come. The ^blacks' had almost placed their knives at our throats. Bryshovski had lost courage and we were beginning to take leave of each other." "I was among them," answered Skshetuski. "Tomorrow evening they expect a new band of murderers whom they have informed of your presence here. Tomorrow we must set out, no matter what happens. You are going to Kiev, are you not?" "That depends on Hmyelnitski's answer which Prince Chetvertinski has gone to obtain. This is my room, step in, Pan Yan. I ordered some wine to be heated and we will fortify ourselves before going to sleep." They stepped into the room, where a mighty fire burned in the chimney. The steaming wine was standing on the table. Skshetuski eagerly reached for a glass. "I have touched nothing since yesterday," he said. "You look wretched, it is easy to see that you are wasted by sorrow and fatigue. But tell me about yourself, for I know your affairs. You intend, then, to seek the princess among those people?" "To seek her or death," answered the knight. "You will sooner find your death. How do you know that the princess is there at all?" asked the master of the hounds. "Because I have already looked for her elsewhere." "Where?" "Along the Dniester as far as Yahorlik. I travelled with some Armenian merchants, for I had proofs that she was hidden there. I have been everywhere, and now I am going to Kiev because Bohun is said to have taken her there." Skshetuski had scarcely mentioned Bohun's name, when the master of the hounds raised both hands and clasped his head. "By God!" he cried, "I have not told you the most important thing. I heard that Bohun was killed." Skshetuski turned pale. "What?" he said. "Who said so?" "That nobleman who had already rescued the princess and who fought so bravely at Konstantinov. I met him as he was riding to Zamost, we passed each other on the road. Almost before I had asked him what news he had, he answered that Bohun was dead. 'Who killed him?' I asked. He answered 'I did,' and we separated." The color which had mounted into Skshetuski's face suddenly paled. "That nobleman," he said, "is always joking. One cannot believe him. No, he cannot possibly have killed Bohun." "And did you not see him, Pan Yan? For I remember that he said he was going to Zamost to see you." "I did not expect him in Zamost. He must now be in Zbaraj. But I was in a hurry to overtake the commissioners, so I did not come from Kamenets by way of Zbaraj and have not seen him at all. God only knows if all that he told me about her that time was true. He pretends that while Bohun had him prisoner, he overheard that he had hidden her behind Yampol, and was then going to take her to Kiev for the marriage ceremony. Perhaps there is no more truth in that than in anything else that Zagloba says." "Why did you want to go to Kiev?" Skshetuski did not reply and, for a time, no sound but the howling of the wind was to be heard. "For," said the master of the hounds, putting his finger on his forehead, "if Bohun is not dead, you would fall into his hands." "I am going there to find him," answered Skshetuski gloomily. "Why?" "God shall decide between us." "But he will not fight with you, but will put you in chains at once and kill you or sell you to the Tartars." "I shall go with the commissioners under their protection." "God grant that we may manage to keep our own heads out of the noose, and how can we talk of the protection we grant?" "If it is hard to live, it will be easy to die." "Have mercy on yourself, Yan, for in this case it is not a question of death only, for no one can escape that, but they may sell you to the Turkish galleys." "Do you think so, Pan Kshetovski? Do you think that it will be worse for me than it is now?" "I see you are in despair, you have no confidence in God's mercy." "You are mistaken, sir. I say that it fares badly with me on earth, but by God's help I have been reconciled long ago. I desire nothing, do not complain, do not curse, do not run my head against a wall. I only try to fulfill what seems to be my duty, as long as life and strength hold out. But sorrow is wasting you like a poison. God gave the sorrow that it might waste me and will send a remedy when he sees fit." "That is an unanswerable argument," said the Master of the Hounds. "God alone can help you. Our hope for ourselves and for the Commonwealth rests in him. The king has gone to Chenstohovo. Perhaps he will entreat the Most Holy Virgin for us, otherwise we are lost." A silence ensued, broken only by the challenge of the dragoons outside. "Wer da?" "Yes, yes," said the Master of the Hounds after some time, "we all belong more to the dead than to the living, the people of this Commonwealth have forgotten how to laugh. They only sigh like the wind in the chimney. But I believed that better times would come, before I set out to come here with the others. I see now that my hope was unfounded. Ruins, war, hunger and death. Nothing else, nothing else." Skshetuski was silent, the flames which darted from the hearth up the chimney lighted up his stern, emaciated face. Presently he raised his head and said earnestly: "All is transitory, all passes, vanishes, and nothing remains." "You speak like a monk," said the Master of the Hounds. Skshetuski did not answer. The wind moaned ever more sadly in the chimney. End of Book 3, Chapter 16.
Book 3, Chapter 17 of With Fire and Sword, A Tale of the Past. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Samuel A. Binion. Book 3, Chapter 17. The following morning, the commissioners, accompanied by Skshetuski, left Novosiolek. It was a melancholy journey, for at every halting place, in every little town, they were threatened with death, and everywhere met with insults that were worse than death; more particularly as the commissioners, in their person and office, represented the majesty of the Commonwealth. Pan Kisiel became ill, and they had to carry him in his sleigh into all the inns where they stopped for the night, and into the houses and bakeries. The Under Chamberlain of Lemburg shed tears at the insults to himself and at the Commonwealth. Captain Bryshovski also fell ill from annoyance at the abuse they received and from their fatigues. So Skshetuski took his place and led the unfortunate cavalcade further into the crowds of rebels, amid insults, threats, rough treatment, and fighting. In Byalogrod it seemed as though the last hour had come for the commissioners. The mob beat Bryshovski, who was sick, killed Pan Gniazdowski, and nothing but the arrival of the Metropolitan, to hold an interview with the Voyevoda, prevented the intended slaughter. In Kiev they would not allow the commissioners to enter the town. On the 11th of February, Prince Czetwiertyński returned without an answer from Hmyelnitski. The commissioners did not know what to do or in what direction to turn. If they returned, they would leave behind them the enormous banks of peasantry who were waiting only for the breaking off of negotiations to murder the embassy. The mob became bolder. They seized the bridles of the dragoons' horses, blocked their way, threw stones, pieces of ice, and frozen snowballs into the Voyevoda's sleigh. In Gvozdova, Skshetuski and Doniec were obliged to fight a bloody battle, in which they routed several hundred of the "blacks." The soldiers of Novogorod and Śmierovski rode again to Hmyelnitski to represent to him that he should come to Kiev for further negotiations. But the Voyevoda had little hope that they would reach him alive. In Chvastova the commissioners were obliged to remain inactive and look on while the people killed prisoners of both sexes. They drowned them in holes in the ice, poured water over them in the icy air, thrust them with hay forks, and flayed them alive with their knives. 18 such days had passed before an answer finally came from Hmyelnitski, saying that he would not go to Kiev, but would wait in Pereyaslav for the Voyevoda and the commissioners. The unfortunate envoys breathed freely once more, in the hope that their tortures were now at an end, and after they had crossed the Dnieper at Tripol, they went for the night to Voronkov, which was only 6 miles from Pereyaslav. Hmyelnitski came half a mile on the road to meet them, apparently out of respect for the royal embassy. How he had changed from the time when he had exalted himself in order to avenge the supposed insult, quantum mutatus ab illo, as the Voyevoda of Kisiel justly wrote. He came with a number of horses, with officers, sergeants, and military music, with the bunchuk and red uniform as though he were a ruling prince. The commissioners' suite at once stopped, but Hmyelnitski sprang forward for the foremost sleigh in which sat the Voyevoda, looked for a time into his reverend countenance, raised his fur cap slightly, and said: "I greet you, Pan Commissioners, and you, Voyevoda. You should have undertaken to negotiate with me earlier, when I was less important and did not know my own strength; but as the king sends you to me, I will receive you joyfully into my country." "We greet you, Hetman," answered Kisiel. "His Majesty the king sends us to inform you of his forgiveness and to grant you the justice you seek." "For the forgiveness I thank him, and the justice I have already obtained myself by holding this," here he tapped his sword, "at your necks; and I will continue to procure it if you do not give me satisfaction." "You do not receive us very graciously, Hetman of the Zaporojians, as ambassadors of the king." "I will not negotiate with the snow on the ground, but at a more convenient time," answered Hmyelnitski roughly. "Let me get into your sleigh, Kisiel, and then I will do you the honor of driving with you." As he said this, he dismounted and approached the sleigh. Kisiel, however, moved over to the right side, leaving the left free for Hmyelnitski. When he saw this, he frowned and said: "Let me sit at the right side." "I am a senator of the Commonwealth." "What do I care for that? Pan Pototski is the first senator and crowned hetman, and I hold him a prisoner and will let him go when I see fit, perhaps to morrow with some others to be impaled." Kisiel's pale cheeks flushed. "I represent the king in my person." Hmyelnitski's face lowered, but he restrained himself and sat down at the left of Kisiel, murmuring: "He may be king in Warsaw, but I am king in Russia. I have not yet humbled you enough, I see." Kisiel did not reply, but raised his eyes to heaven. He had a foretaste of what awaited him, and he thought rightly that if the way to Hmyelnitski was a Golgotha, a sojourn with him was martyrdom itself. The horses hastened to the town, 20 shots were fired from the cannon, and all the bells rang. Hmyelnitski, as though he wanted to prevent the commissioners from considering the salute as an exceptional honor granted to him, said to the Voyevoda: "I have received not only you, but other ambassadors sent to me in the same manner." And Hmyelnitski spoke the truth. Ambassadors had been sent to him as though he were a reigning prince. On his return from Zamość, while he was yet impressed by the election and by the defeats he had suffered from the Lithuanian army, the hetman did not possess half his present pride; but since Kiev had received him with torches and flags, since the Academy had greeted him in the following words: "Tanquam Moisem, servatorem, salvatorem, liberatorem populi de servitude legitica et bono homine Bogdan, by the grace of God," and when they finally called him illustrissimus princeps, there was aroused the beast in him, according to the word of one of his contemporaries. He actually felt his own power on a firm footing, which he had hitherto lacked. The embassy was a tacit recognition not only of his power, but also of his sovereignty. The faithful friendship of the Tartars, which he had bought by an abundance of booty and many unfortunate prisoners, which this leader of the people had allowed them to pick from among the people, was an assurance of assistance against every enemy. Consequently Hmyelnitski, who at Zamość had bowed to the royal majesty and to the will of the monarch, was now blinded with pride, and, convinced of his own strength, of the disorder of the Commonwealth, and of the inefficiency of her leaders, was now ready to lift his hand even against the king. His ambitious soul was already dreaming, not of the independence of the Cossacks, not of the restoration of the former privileges of the Zaporojians, not of justice to himself, but of a sovereign estate in which he would wear the prince's cap and bear the scepter. And he felt himself master in the Ukraine. Zaporoj stood by him, for under no commander had it been so swamped with blood and booty. The naturally savage people thronged to him, for while the Mazovians and the Wielkopolska bore without murmuring that burden of authority and oppression which all over Europe rests on Ham descendants, the Ukraine peasant breathed in with the air of the steppes such an intense, passionate love of freedom as could flourish nowhere else but in the wide steppes. How could he follow his master's plough, when his glance was bounded by God's and not by man's desert; when from beyond the rapids Sich called to him, "Leave your masters, come to freedom;" when the cruel Tartar had taught him to fight, and his eyes had become accustomed to the smoke of the cannon and to the slaughter, and his hands to handling firearms? Why not rather raid with Hmyelnitski and snap his fingers at his masters, than bend his proud back before a sub-governor? And another reason why the people flocked to Hmyelnitski was that whoever did not do so was made prisoner. In Stambul they gave 10 cartridges for one slave, and 3 slaves for one bow seasoned in the fire, so plentiful were they. The rabble had no choice. A curious song descended from the memory of those times, and was long sung by subsequent generations around their fires, a curious song about that leader who was called the Moses of the Zaporojians. Oh, that the first, best bullet might not miss this Hmyel! The towns, the villages, and the hamlets disappeared; the land was changed into a desert and a ruin, a wound which centuries could not heal. But that leader and hetman did not or would not see it, for he never looked behind him; he grew more important, and fertilized the land with blood and fire, and destroyed his own people, his own country, in his frightful selfishness. And even now he was conducting the commissioners to Pereyaslav amid the thunder of salutes and the ringing of bells, as if he were a sovereign lord, a hospodar, and a prince. The commissioners moved forward into the lion's den with bowed heads, as the last spark of hope was extinguished in their hearts. Skshetuski, who was riding behind the second sleigh, looked eagerly at the faces of the officers who had come with Hmyelnitski, to see if Bohun was among them. After his fruitless search along the Dniester, as far as beyond Yahorlik, he had come to one decision, as his last and only hope of solving the difficulty. He determined to seek Bohun and challenge him to a duel, for life or death. The unhappy knight knew indeed that in this game of chance Bohun might take him without any fight, or give him over to the Tartars. But he thought better of him than that. He knew his bravery, his rashness, and was almost sure that, without any hesitation, Bohun would decide on an honorable duel for the sake of the princess. He therefore arranged his plans in the midst of his sorrow, and decided to bind Bohun by an oath, in case he should fall, to give Helena her liberty. Skshetuski did not think of himself, and on the consideration that Bohun might say, "If I die, she is neither for you nor for me," he was ready to agree to that and to swear to it, if he could only get her out of his hands. She could seek refuge in a cloister for the remainder of her life. He hoped to find peace in war, and, if he should not fall, he would become a monk as soon as peace was declared, as all suffering souls did in those days. Pan Skshetuski saw his way plainly and clearly, and as the idea of a duel with Bohun had been suggested to him in Zamość, and as his search among the ravines of the Dniester had been unavailing, this seemed to be the only resource left him. For this purpose he had hastened without resting from the Dniester till he reached the commissioners, hoping that he would inevitably find Bohun among Hmyelnitski's attendants, or in Kiev. He hoped it all the more earnestly as, according to what Zagloba had said in Yarmolints, the Cossack was going to Kiev to his wedding, with 300 candles. Skshetuski now sought him in vain among the colonels, but, in return, he found many acquaintances, whom he had known in former times of peace, such as Dziadział, whom he had often seen in Chahrin, Jaszewski, who had come as an envoy from Sich to the prince, and Jarosha, a former officer of the prince Naokołopalca, and Hrusha, and many others. He determined to ask them. "We are old acquaintances," he said, approaching Jaszewski. "I knew you in Lubni, you are Prince Yeremi's favorite," answered the officer. "We drank and caroused together in Lubni. And what is your prince doing?" "He is well." "He will not feel quite so well in the spring. He and Hmyelnitski have not yet met. But they will meet, and then one of them will have to die." "As God ordains." "Come, God is gracious to our little father Hmyelnitski. Your prince will never return across the Dnieper to his Tartar coast. Hmyelnitski has many warriors, and whom has the prince? He is a true soldier. And are you not serving any longer under his banner?" "I am travelling with the commissioners." "Well, I am glad to have met an old acquaintance." "If you are glad, you can do me a service, and I will ever be grateful to you." "What kind of service?" Tell me where Bohun is, the famous ataman, formerly of the Pereyaslav battalion, who must be in high standing among you to day." "Silence!" answered Yashevski threateningly. "It is fortunate for you that we are old acquaintances, and that we have drunk together, otherwise I would have laid you out in the snow with this club." Skshetuski looked at him in astonishment, but, as he had a good deal of self restraint, he simply closed his hand on his club. "Are you mad?" "I am not mad, and I do not wish to threaten you, but Hmyelnitski has given orders once for all, that if any of you, or even the commissioners, should ask any questions, we were to kill you on the spot. If I do not do it, some one else will, so I warn you out of kindness." "But I am asking as a private matter." "Well, that makes no difference. Hmyelnitski gave the order to his colonels and told them to repeat it to the rest. Should anyone ask for a bundle of wood for the stove, or for potash, kill him dead. Tell that to your people." "I thank you for the advice," said Skshetuski. "I warned you, but any other Pole I would have killed." A pause followed. The cavalcade had arrived at the gate of the town. Along both sides of the road, and in the streets, were swarms of "blacks" and of armed Cossacks, who out of respect for Hmyelnitski did not curse or throw snow, but looked gloomily at the commissioners, and grasped the hilts of their swords. Skshetuski formed his dragoons into a square, raised his head, and rode quietly and proudly through the wide street, paying not the slightest attention to the threatening glances of the crowd. In silence, however, he thought how much presence of mind, sang froid, and Christian patience would be required to do what he had undertaken, so as not to fall a victim at the first step in this sea of hatred. CHAPTER 18. Book 3, Chapter 18 of With Fire and Sword, A Tale of the Past. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Samuel A. Benyon. Book 3, Chapter 18. On the following day the commissioners held long consultations as to whether they should at once present Hmyelnitski with the king's gifts, or whether they should wait until he had become more humble and showed some regret. It was decided to endeavor to win him over by kindness and the king's favor, by handing him the gifts at once. It was announced that the presentation would take place, and the ceremony was appointed for the following day. From early morning bells rang and shots were fired. Hmyelnitski waited outside his residence, in the midst of his colonels and all the officials, and the immense crowd of the Cossacks and the "blacks." He wanted to show the whole nation what honor the king was bestowing upon him. He sat therefore in the midst of his regiment, with the bunchuk on an elevation, clad in a white cloak lined with sable, and, beside him, the envoys from neighboring countries. With his hands placed on his sides, standing on a velvet cushion with gold fringe, he awaited the commissioners. There came from the "blacks" at every moment a murmur of joy and gratification at sight of the leader in whom, prizing power as they did above everything else, they saw the embodiment of this power. He was just such a figure as the popular fancy pictured, this unconquered hero, the victor of the hetmans, of the nobility, and especially of the Poles, who, before his time, had enjoyed the fame of being invincible. Hmyelnitski had grown somewhat older during this war, but he still held himself erect, his giant shoulders still betrayed the old ability to overthrow kingdoms or erect new ones. His strong face bore the impress of the unyielding will and uncurbed pride, and the consciousness of security gained by victories. But it was red from excessive drinking, anger and fear were slumbering in the furrows of his face. It was easy to guess that if they should be aroused, the people would give way beneath their terrible power, as a forest before a storm. His eyes, whose lids were inflamed, were already flashing with impatience that the commissioners had not come earlier with their gifts. The frost froze his breath, which looked like two clouds of steam coming from his nostrils, like the two columns of the smoke that come from Lucifer's nostrils, and in this mist that came from his lungs he looked proud and gloomy in his festal array, with the envoys at his side, in the midst of his colonels, with a sea of "blacks" around him. Presently the commissioners drove up, before them came the drummers beating their drums, and behind them the trumpeters with their trumpets to their mouths, and their cheeks blown out giving forth a melancholy, long drawn out sound, as though it were the funeral of the glory and dignity of the Commonwealth. Before the band, the master of the hounds Skshetuski bore upon a cushion of velvet the baton. Kulchynski, the treasurer of Kiev, bearing a red flag with the eagle and the inscription on it, came next. Then came Kisiel walking alone, tall and thin, his white beard flowing down to his waist, with suffering depicted on his aristocratic face and his soul filled with boundless despair. A few steps behind the Voyevoda came the rest of the commissioners, and the procession closed with the dragoons of Bryshovski under Skshetuski. Kisiel walked slowly, for this moment showed him plainly that, beneath the tattered veil of negotiations, beneath the appearance of welcoming the king's favor and his pardon, something else, the humiliating truth peeped out, and even a blind man could see it, and even deaf ears could hear it, because it cried aloud to all. Thou, Kisiel, dost not go now as a bearer of favors, but thou goest on foot in order to beg for favor. In return for the baton and the standard to this leader of peasants, in the name of the whole Commonwealth, thou, her senator and Voyevoda. The soul of the Lord of Brusilov was crushed. He felt as powerless as a worm, as lowly as dust, and in his ears sounded the words of Yeremi: "It is better not to live than to be the slave of peasants and heathen." What was he, Kisiel, in comparison with this Prince of Lubni, who had opposed this rebellion with a frowning brow, amid the sulphurous fumes of war, wrapped in the smoke of gunpowder like Jupiter? What was he? Under the burden of these thoughts, the heart of the Voyevoda was broken, smiles forsook his face forever, joy had fled from his heart. He felt only that he would 100 times rather die than take one more step forward on this road. But he went on nevertheless, for his whole past life, all his efforts and endeavors, and the whole pitiless logic of his earlier attempt at negotiations drove him forward. Hmyelnitski awaited him with his hands placed on his side, with pouting lips and frowning brow. The train advanced, and Kisiel stepped forward until he reached the elevation. The trumpeters ceased their music, the drums stopped beating, a deep silence fell on the crowd. Only the frosty air moved the flag that Pan Kulchynski carried. Suddenly the stillness was broken by a voice, curt but commanding, in which was expressed the unspeakable might of despair, which takes no count of anything or anybody. "Dragoons to the rear! Follow me!" It was Skshetuski's voice. All heads turned in that direction, even Hmyelnitski raised himself in his chair to see what was happening. The commissioners paled. Skshetuski was standing in his stirrups, erect, pale, with flashing eyes, his unsheathed sword in his hand, and, partly turned towards the dragoons, he repeated in thundering tones the command: "Follow me!" Through the silence was heard the clatter of the horses' hoofs on the frosty streets. The practised dragoons faced about on the instant. The lieutenant placed himself at their head, gave a signal with his sword, and the whole procession returned slowly towards the dwelling of the commissioners. Astonishment and bewilderment were depicted on all faces, not excepting Hmyelnitski's, for, in Skshetuski's voice, there was something unusual. But no one knew exactly whether this sudden return of the escort did not belong to the ceremonies of the day. Kisiel alone understood it all. He understood that the negotiations, as well as the lives of the commissioners and their escort, hung at the moment on a hair. But before Hmyelnitski had time to recover himself, he mounted on the elevation and began his speech. He began with the assurance of royal clemency for Hmyelnitski and for all the Zaporojians. But his speech was presently interrupted by another incident which had one advantage, that it had completely turned all attention from what had previously occurred. Dziedział, an old colonel who stood beside Hmyelnitski, threatened the Voyevoda with his staff and cried angrily: "What are you saying there, Kisiel? The king? What king? But you, kinglets, princes, and nobles have roused much trouble, and you, Kisiel, bone of our bone, hast deserted us and stand by the Poles. We have had enough of thy speech, for we can obtain with the sword all that we need." The Voyevoda looked into Hmyelnitski's eyes with a grieved expression. "Do you keep your colonels under such discipline, hetman?" "Silence, Dziedzial!" cried the hetman. "Silence, silence! He got drunk this morning," repeated the other colonels. "Take yourself off, or we will take you by the neck." Dziedzial wished to make his voice heard still further, but he was literally taken by the collar and removed from the circle. The Voyevoda spoke on in well arranged and well chosen words. He set before him the great testimonials he would receive, and that they would be the tokens of the justification of a dignity which he had hitherto usurped by his own might. The king might have punished him, but he forgave him, as Hmyelnitski had showed himself obedient at Zamość, and as his late acts had not occurred during the rule of the present king. It would therefore be advisable that Hmyelnitski, after committing so many crimes, should show himself grateful for such mercy and distinction, should stop the shedding of blood, restore peace among the peasantry, and begin negotiations with the commissioners. Hmyelnitski received in silence the baton and the flag, which he at once ordered to be unfurled above his head. At this sight the "blacks" broke out into a howl of joy, that for a time drowned out every other sound. A certain satisfaction beamed upon the face of the hetman, who said, after a pause, "I thank his Majesty the King most humbly for the great favor that he has shown me through you, as also for the symbol of authority over the army and for his pardon of my late transgressions. I always said that the king was on my side and against you, false knights and princes. The best proof of it is that he has expressed his satisfaction that I cut your throats. And I will continue to cut, if you do not obey me and the king in everything." Hmyelnitski had spoken the last words in a loud voice, frowning and scolding as though his anger were rising. The commissioners were astonished at this unexpected ending to his answer. Kisiel, however, said: "The king commands you, hetman, to cease the bloodshed and to commence the negotiations with us." "I do not shed blood, the Lithuanian army does that, for I have received news that Radzivill has destroyed my possessions of Mozyr and Turov. If this is confirmed, I have enough distinguished prisoners from among you whose throats I will order to be cut at once. I shall not hurry about the negotiations. It would be difficult to conclude negotiations now, as the army is separated. I have only a handful of colonels with me, the rest are in winter quarters. I can do nothing without them. Besides, why should we stand here talking in the cold? What were you commissioned to give me, you have given me, and all see that I am now hetman appointed by the king. And now come and take some dinner and gorzalka with me, for I am hungry." Saying this, Hmyelnitski strode towards his residence, followed by the commissioners and colonels. In the large middle room stood a table which bent beneath the weight of plundered silverware, among which the Palatine Kisiel might have found some that had been robbed from him the previous summer in Hushch. On the table stood mounds of pork, beef, Tartar pilaf, and the whole room smelt of millet vodka, which stood in silver flagons. Hmyelnitski sat down and placed the Voyevoda of Kiev at his right and the Castellan Brzozowski at his left, and, putting his hand on the flagon of gorzalka, said: "They say in Warsaw that I drink Polish blood, but I prefer gorzalka, and leave the other to the dogs." The colonels broke into a loud laugh. This was the insult that the hetman aimed at the commissioners before the meal, who gulped it in silence, in order, as the sub treasurer of Lemberg wrote, not to irritate the beast. Heavy perspiration stood on Kisiel's pale forehead. The entertainment began. The officers took up great pieces of meat from the plates in their hands. Hmyelnitski himself waited on Kisiel and Brzozowski. The dinner began in silence, for everyone was satisfying his hunger. The silence was only broken by the crunching of bones between the teeth of the feasters, or by the sound of gulping drink. From time to time, one or the other would venture a word, which remained unnoticed, until, at length, Hmyelnitski, who had partially satisfied his hunger and tossed down several goblets of millet gorzalka, turned suddenly to the Voyevoda and said: "Who commands your escort?" Kisiel became uneasy. "Skshetuski, a noble knight," he said. "I know him," said Bogdan, "and why would he not stay when you handed me the presents?" "Because he was only sent with us as a protection and not to assist us, and he had his orders." "And who gave him the orders?" "I," answered the Voyevoda, "because I thought it was not fitting that the dragoons should be at our elbow when I was handing you over the presents. But I think it was something else, for I know that this soldier is stiff necked." Yashevski here interrupted the conversation. "We do not fear the dragoons in the least," he said. "They had some mighty Poles among them at one time, but at Pilavyets we learned that they are no longer the same Poles who formerly beat the Turks, the Tartars, and the Germans. No longer the Zamoyskis, the Żółkiewskis, the Chodkiewiczes, the Hmyelnitskis, and the Koniecpolskis," interrupted Hmyelnitski, "but Tchórzowskis and Zającowskis, men, children clothed in iron armor. They nearly died of fright when they caught sight of us, although, on that Wednesday, we had only 3,000 Tartars there." Tchórzowski and Zającowski are fictitious names; the former means coward, and the latter hare, intended as a direct insult to the Polish commissioners. The commissioners were silent, but their meat and drink became even more bitter to them. "I beg you most humbly to eat and drink," said Hmyelnitski, "for if you do not, I shall believe that our simple Cossack fare is not agreeable to your noble palates." "If your throats are too narrow, we can cut them," cried Dziedzial. The colonels, who were already quite drunk, laughed loudly once more; but Hmyelnitski looked at them threateningly, and they were silent. Kisiel, who had been ill for several days, was as white as a sheet. Bjozovski's face was so red that it looked as though the blood would start through the skin. He could not contain himself any longer, and shouted: "Have we come here to dinner or to listen to insults?" Hmyelnitski answered: "You came here to enter into negotiations, and, in the meanwhile, the Lithuanian army is burning and slaughtering. They have destroyed Mozyr and Turov, I hear, and, if it is true, I will have the heads chopped off 400 prisoners before your eyes." Bjozovski, who was foaming with rage a minute before, now controlled himself. It was, indeed, as Hmyelnitski said, the life of the prisoners depended, on the hetman's mood, a wink of his eye. One must bear all and endeavor to soothe his anger, and to bring him back to a milder and healthier mood of mind. With this intention, the naturally timid and gentle Carmelite Lentovski began in a soft voice: "The good God grant that the news from Lithuania about Mozyr and Turov may not be confirmed." But hardly had he spoken when Fedor Wieśniak, a Cherkass colonel, leaned over and swung his staff in order to strike the Carmelite on the neck. Fortunately he did not reach him, for 4 other diners were sitting between them, so he cried out: "Silence, priest! It is none of your business to show us our faults. Come outside and I will teach you to honor the Zaporojian officers." The rest endeavored to quiet him, and as they could not succeed, they threw him out of the room. "When do you wish to open the negotiations, hetman?" asked Kisiel, with the intention of giving a different direction to the conversation. Unfortunately Hmyelnitski was no longer sober, and he returned a quick and decisive answer: "To-morrow we will take counsel and pass sentence. I am drunk now, why do you bother me now about the commission, instead of letting me eat and drink in peace? I am tired of all that. We must now have war," bringing his closed fist down on the table so that the glasses and plates rattled. "In the next 4 weeks I will sweep out everyone, from the lowest to the highest. I will trample on you all and finally sell you to the Turkish Sultan. The king will be king to exterminate the nobles, dukes, princes. If it is a prince, he cuts his throat; if it is a Cossack, he does the same. You threatened me with the Swedes, but even they will not compel me. Tukhay Bey, my brother, my heart, the only falcon in the world, is near me and ready to do all that I wish." Here Hmyelnitski, with the peculiarity of drunkenness, suddenly changed from anger to the deepest emotion; his voice trembled with suppressed tears at the remembrance of Tukhay Bey. "You wish me to draw my sword against the Turks and the Tartars, but nothing will come of it. I will march against you with my good friends. I have already sent out regiments to command that the soldiers shall feed their horses and hold themselves in readiness to march. without wagons, without cannon, for I can find all that among the Poles. Whoever takes a wagon from a Cossack shall have his throat cut. I am not taking any myself, or at most only saddles and provision sacks. Thus I will go to the Vistula and shout, 'Sit still and keep silence, Poles!' And if you shout from behind the Vistula, I will find you there. I have had enough of your nobles, your dragoons, you cursed insects who live only on lies." He sprang to his feet, kicked away the stool on which he was sitting, tore his hair, stamped on the floor, and shouted: "We must have war, for I have received the absolution and the blessing for it. What do I care for commissioners and commissions? I do not want a truce." Presently he became aware of the terror of the commissioners. It suddenly occurred to him that, if they should at once go away, the war would have to begin in winter; therefore at the time when the Cossacks could not throw up earthworks and would not be able to offer resistance to the enemy on the open field. So he quieted himself somewhat and sat down again on the stool. His head sank on his breast, he placed both hands on his knees and breathed heavily. Then he once more seized the goblet of gorzalka. "Here's to the health of His Majesty the King!" he shouted. "To his health and glory!" repeated the colonels. "Come, Kisiel, do not worry," said the hetman, "and do not take what I said to heart. I am drunk. The fortune tellers told me that we must have war, but I will wait until the new grass grows, and then I will enter into negotiations, and then I will set the prisoners free. They tell me you are ill. We will drink to your health." "I thank you, hetman of the Zaporojians," said Kisiel. "You are my guest, I do not forget that." As he said this, Hmyelnitski was again overcome by his emotions, and placing his arm around the Voyevoda's neck, he laid his great red face beside the other's pale emaciated cheeks. The other officers followed his lead and, approaching the commissioners, shook their hands warmly, clapped them on the shoulders, and repeated after the hetman: "When the new grass grows." The commissioners suffered tortures. The peasants' breath, reeking of brandy, covered the faces of these high born noblemen, who endured the handshakes of their perspiring hands with as much aversion as they did the insults. There was, however, no lack of threats in between these expressions of goodwill. Some called out to the Voyevoda: "We will enjoy cutting down the Poles, but you are our man." Others said: "And what do you think, gentlemen? Formerly you beat us, now you beg us for mercy. Death and destruction to the white handed gentleman." The ataman Yovg, a former miller from Nestevar, cried: "I have cut up my master Prince Chetvertinski." "Give us Yeremi," cried Yashevski, staggering, "and we will give you your health." It had become unbearably warm and close in the room. The table covered with the remains of the meat and bread, and soaking with vodka and mead, was a disgusting sight. Presently some fortune tellers came into the room, with whom Hmyelnitski generally sat and drank until midnight while listening to their foretelling. They were strange figures, old and bent, yellow with age, or still young, and read the fortune in wax, grains of wheat, fire, the foam of water, the bottom of bottles, and in human fat. Jokes and laughter were heard among the younger of these and the colonels. Kisiel was ready to faint. "We thank you for your dinner, hetman," he said in a weak voice. "I will come to you to dinner to morrow, Kisiel," answered Hmyelnitski, "and now go. Donyets will conduct you with his soldiers into your house, that the *blacks' may not do you any harm." The commissioners bowed and went out. Donyets was awaiting them on the outside with his soldiers. "Oh God! God! God!" whispered Kisiel to himself, covering his face with his hands. They proceeded slowly to the commissioners' houses. It turned out, however, that these were no longer beside each other. Hmyelnitski had intentionally placed each one in a different quarter of the town, that they might not meet and consult so easily. The Voyevoda Kisiel, weary, exhausted, hardly able to stand on his feet, at once retired and would see no one until the next day. Only towards evening he sent for Skshetuski. "What have you done?" he said to him. "What have you done, sir? Your life and ours are at stake." "Illustrious Voyevoda, mea culpa," answered the knight, "but I was beside myself, and I would rather have died 100 times than have witnessed such things." Hmyelnitski guessed your motive, and I had difficulty in quieting the animal in him and accounting for your act, but he will come to see me to day, and will certainly ask for you, so tell him that I had commanded you to lead the soldiers away. From to day Bryshovski will take the command again, he feels better." "So much the better, you have too proud a neck for the present times. We have no fault to find with your behavior, except that you are not cautious enough. But we know that you are young and have a sorrow that you can hardly bear." "I am accustomed to sorrow, illustrious Voyevoda, but I cannot endure disgrace." Kisiel shuddered slightly, as though some one had touched an open wound. Then he smiled sadly and resignedly, and said: "Such words have become my daily bread. At first, when I heard them, I wept bitter tears, but now I can no longer weep." Skshetuski's heart was filled with pity at the sight of this venerable man with the face of a martyr, who was passing his latter days in a double pain, that of the body as well as of the soul. "Illustrious Voyevoda," he said, "God is my witness that I was thinking only of the present dreadful days, when the crown officials and senators must bend their heads before these vagabonds, for whom the stake should be the only reward." "God bless you, for you are young, upright, and I know had no evil intentions. But what you are saying is what the prince says, and what the army, the nobles, the Diet, and half the Commonwealth says, and the whole burden of contempt and hatred falls upon me. Each serves his country as he thinks best, may God judge the good intentions. But as regards Prince Yeremi, he serves his country with his life and his property." "And he is covered with fame and suns himself in it," replied the Voyevoda. "But what has happened to me? Oh, you said rightly, may God judge a good intention, and grant rest, in the grave at least, to those who suffer so unspeakably in this life." Skshetuski was silent, and Kisiel turned his eyes to heaven in silent prayer, and in a few moments spoke again. "I am a thorough Russian, bone and blood. The remains of the Princess Viatoldych rest in this land, therefore I love her, and the favored people who have been nourished at her breast. I saw the injustice on both sides, saw the wild lawlessness of the Zaporojians, but also the unbearable pride of those who sought to crush this wild, warlike people and enslave them. What remained for me to do, for me, a Russian, and at the same time a faithful son and senator of the Commonwealth, I united with those who said Pax Vobiscum, as both my nature and my heart bade me. For among these was the blessed king, our father, the chancellor, the primate, and many others. And I saw that civil war was destruction for both parties. I desired to devote my whole life, till the latest breath, to securing peace, and, even after some blood had been shed, I thought I will be an angel of union, and I went thither and worked, and still work although in pain, amid tortures, disgrace, and desperation, which are more dreadful than anything else. And now, by the love of God, I do not know if your prince took up his sword too soon, or if I came too late with the olive branch, but one thing I know, that my work is in vain, that my strength is leaving me, that I have too late run my gray head against a wall, that I am going to the grave, seeing before me only darkness and destruction. Great God! General destruction. God will send help. Oh, that he might send me a ray of hope before my death, that I may not die with despair in my heart, I would thank him for all my sorrows, for the cross that I have borne my life long, for the fact that the mob desired my death, that I was called a traitor at the Diet, for my lost fortune, for the disgrace in which I am living, for all the bitter reward that I received from both parties." As he said this, the Voyevoda raised his emaciated arms to heaven, and two big tears, possibly the last in life, flowed down his cheeks. Skshetuski could stand it no longer, he sank on his knees before the Voyevoda, seized his hand, and said in a voice trembling with emotion: "I am a soldier, and I am going a different road from you, but I honor your service and your sorrow." With these words, this nobleman and knight of Vishnovyetski's army pressed to his lips the hand of this Russian whom a few months before he had called a traitor as did others. And Kisiel laid both hands on his head and said gently: "My son, may God comfort thee, guide and bless thee as I bless thee." The complicated business of the negotiations began this very day. Hmyelnitski came very late and in a very bad humor to dine with the Voyevoda. He announced at once that all that he had said yesterday about the commission at Whitsuntide and about the setting free of the prisoners at the time of the negotiations had been said while he was drunk, and that he saw now that people must have been trying to make a fool of him. Kisiel again humored and quieted him, allowing him to be in the right; but according to the words of the Chamberlain of Lemburg, surt tyranno fabula dicta. Hmyelnitski threatened the commissioners so rudely that they preferred even the Hmyelnitski of the day before. He struck Pan Pozovski with his baton, simply because he had not introduced himself to him soon enough, although Pozovski was dangerously ill and then almost dying. Neither kindness nor the persuasions of the Voyevoda were of any use, and it was not until he had drunk some gorzalka and some excellent Hushch mead that his humor improved. But now he would on no account permit any allusion to the matter in hand, only saying: "Let us drink, drink, the day after tomorrow we will attend to business. If you do not agree to this, I will go." At 3 o'clock in the morning he insisted on going into the Voyevoda's sleeping room. The latter opposed this, under all sorts of pretexts, as he had shut Pan Skshetuski in there, for fear that, if this unyielding soldier should meet Hmyelnitski, something might happen that would be ruinous to the officer. Hmyelnitski, however, insisted and went into the room, Kisiel following. How great then was the astonishment of the Voyevoda when the hetman, spying the knight, nodded to him and cried: "Skshetuski, why don't you drink with us?" He stretched his hands invitingly towards him. "Because I am ill," answered the lieutenant, bowing. "Why did you ride away yesterday? That spoiled my whole enjoyment." "He had orders to do it," said Kisiel. "Do not say a word, Voyevoda. I know him, and I know that he did not wish to look on when you were honoring me. Oh, he is a case! But what would not go unpunished in another, I will forgive him, for I love him, he is my dear friend." Kisiel's eyes opened wide in astonishment, but the hetman turned again to Skshetuski. "And do you know why I love you?" Skshetuski shook his head. "You think it was because you rescued me from the noose that time at Omelnik, when I was only a poor fellow, and was being hunted like a wild animal; but it is not for that reason. I then gave you a ring, containing some dust from the grave of Christ; but you, horned soul, did not show me the ring when you fell into my hands. Well, I let you go, we were quits. You have done me another service, which has made you my warm friend, and for which I am indebted to you." Skshetuski looked up in astonishment at Hmyelnitski. "See how astonished they look," said the hetman, as if he were talking to a third person. "I will tell you what I heard in Chigrin when I came there from Bazavluk with Tukhay Bey. I inquired everywhere for my enemy Chaplinski, whom I could not find; but they told me what you did to him after our first meeting, that you had taken him by the neck and the seat of his trousers, and had banged him up against the door, and had thrashed him like a dog until he bled. Ha!" "This is true, I did so," said Skshetuski. "Oh, that was good, that was good, you did well; but I will find him yet. What are the negotiations and commissions for otherwise? I will find him and will settle with him in my own way. But you gave him pepper." Then he turned to Kisiel and told the story again. He took him by the coat collar and by the seat of his trousers, and lifted him up as if he were a little fox, pushed the door open with him and threw him into the street. Here Hmyelnitski began to laugh, so that the echo resounded in the parlor and was heard in the dining room. "Sir Voyevoda, send for some mead, I must drink to the health of this knight, my friend." Kisiel opened the door and called to a servant, who immediately brought 3 goblets filled with Hushch mead. Hmyelnitski clinked glasses with the Voyevoda and with Skshetuski, and drank until his head steamed and his face brightened with a smile. He became very jovial and, turning to the lieutenant, said: "Demand what you will." Skshetuski's pale face flushed a bright red, but no one spoke. "Fear nothing," said Hmyelnitski, "my words are not smoke. Demand what you will, not about anything about Kisiel's business." Although he was drunk, Hmyelnitski always knew what he was doing. If I may be allowed to benefit by the interest which you, hetman, have taken in me, I demand justice from you. One of your colonels has done me a wrong." "I will cut his throat," interrupted Hmyelnitski angrily. "I do not care for that, let him only fight a duel with me." "I will cut his throat," repeated the hetman. "Who is he?" "Bohun." Hmyelnitski's eyes flashed, and he struck his hand to his forehead. "Bohun!" said he, "Bohun is dead, the king wrote me that he fell in a duel." Skshetuski was astonished. Zagloba then had spoken the truth. "And what has he done to you?" asked Hmyelnitski. Skshetuski's face flushed a deeper red. He dreaded to mention the princess before this half drunken hetman, lest he should hear some unpardonable insult. Kisiel helped him out. "It is a serious matter, about which the Castellan Brzozowski told me. Bohun has stolen this knight's betrothed, hetman, and has hidden her no one knows where." "Are you looking for her?" asked Hmyelnitski. "I looked for her along the Dniester, because he has hidden her there, but I could not find her. I heard, however, that he was going to take her to Kiev for the wedding. Give me the commission, hetman, to go to Kiev and look for her there. I ask nothing further." "You are my friend, you have beaten Chaplinski, I give you not only the right to go and seek her there, wherever it pleases you, but I command that whosoever is detaining her shall deliver her into your hands, and I will give you a safe conduct and a letter to the Metropolitan that he may search for her in the nunneries. My word is not a smoke." And he opened the door and called Vyhovski to come and write the order and the letter. Charnota, although it was 4 o'clock in the morning, was obliged to go and fetch the seal. Dziedział brought the safe conduct, and Donyets received orders to accompany Skshetuski to Kiev with 200 horsemen, and as far as the first Polish settlement. The following day Skshetuski left Pereyaslav. End of Book 3, Chapter 18.